If you are someone who loves to play with the data and wants to build a successful career in Azure Data Engineering, look no further. Azure DP-203 is just the certification you need to get started. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today, I am here to present you a weekend exam cram on DP-203. What is our target today? Well, today I want to help you prepare for DP-203 so that you can get certified in next few days. And how exactly we are going to do this? Well, in today's session, I am going to present you 216 sample questions on DP-203. Each question is well supported by Microsoft documentation so that you can verify the answers and also do some self-study. And friends, no preparation can be complete for an associate level exam like DP-203 without the case studies. And that's why I have included 3 case studies as well in this weekend exam cram. During this video, there is a mega giveaway where I will tell you how can you download a PDF file with all the questions and answers discussed in today's session. Friends, this PDF is absolutely free. The only support I want from you is to press that like button, share our videos and subscribe to the channel. I am looking forward for this small support from all of my viewers. Data is new gold or data is new oil. I am sure that you must have heard those two phrases many times these days all around you. Now friends, both oil and gold are buried deep under the surface of the earth and only once we dig them out, they become valuable. Similar is with data. Only once you dig it deep, it truly shows its value. Friends, data is everywhere, generated by the smallest devices to the biggest systems ever created by mankind. Companies like Google, YouTube, Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, and so many more, all these companies in one sense run their business on data. Data that is collected by you, me, and billion others. And these days, my friends, companies are spending huge money in data analysis so that they can take informed decisions and have a competitive advantage over their rival companies. And thus, this is the best time to become a subject matter expert in data analysis. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. And today we are talking about DP-203 or DP-203, which is Microsoft Azure certification on data engineering. The agenda for this introduction part today is to understand and answer the following questions such as what is DP-203, who should do it, then we will understand exam details of DP-203. Along with that, we will talk about scheduling and pricing. And after that, I will tell you a lot of details on what are the skills measured in DP-203. And then we will talk about question format. And once we have understood the format of the questions, then I will give you a lot of information on exam pattern. And then finally, I will tell you how to prepare for DP-203 certification exam. So let's begin this introduction part by understanding what is DP-203 and who should do it. So as you can see on the screen, DP-203 exam aims at getting the Microsoft Azure certification on data engineering. Now coming to who should do it, so here you can read, as per the Microsoft, someone who wants to become Azure data engineer to help stakeholders understand the data through exploration and build and maintain secure and compliant data processing pipeline by using different tools and techniques. So anyone whose job duties majorly includes data handling and data analysis is just the right candidate to go for DP-203. And friends, there can be no better place to understand exam details than Microsoft documentation itself. So here I am on the official Microsoft documentation on exam DP-203. And here, as you can see, Microsoft says that candidates for this exam should have subject matter expertise integrating, transforming, and consolidating data from various structured and unstructured data systems into a structure that is suitable for building analytics solution. Further, Microsoft says that Azure data engineers help stakeholders understand the data through exploration, and they build and maintain secure, compliant data processing pipeline by using different tools and techniques. The documentation further tells you that Azure data engineers also help ensure the data pipelines and data stores are high performing, efficient, organized, and reliable given a set of business requirements and constraints. And as always, you can read about exam details on this page. The link is given in the description box. Now let's understand how to schedule DP-203 and then we will look pricing for the same. In the same Microsoft documentation, if you will scroll down a little, you will reach to a section that says schedule exam. Here you can see that the exam is available in lot of languages: English, Chinese, Japanese, Korean and many more. Then Microsoft also tells you that there is no retirement date for this exam. Just after that, there is a link that says schedule exam. You need to click this link and then you will reach to this page, which will guide you step-by-step process of scheduling the exam. And friends, I have already created a detailed video that will show you each step to schedule the exam. And the details of that video are coming in the upcoming slides. For now, let's go back to the original documentation. And friends, I will give you more details on the skills that are measured in DP-203 when we will reach to the skills measured section. Now let's understand the pricing of this exam. As you can see, the pricing for this exam is $165, and you can also read that the price are based on the country or the region in which the exam is proctored. So this means that if you choose another country, let's say for example, we will choose India, and then you can see that the price changes from $USD to INR. And that's why we can now see the price of this exam is 4,800 INR. So as I said, the price of the exam totally depends on the country from which you are taking the exam. To understand the skills measured, I have directly come to Microsoft site. Here in this documentation, you can see there is a section called skills measured. And here you can see there are 4 major sections. First one is design and implement data storage. The second one is design and develop data processing. Then we have design and implement data security. And then the fourth one is monitor and optimize data storage and data processing. You can also observe there is a percentage given with each of the section. The greater the percentage, the more question you should expect from that section. And friends, if you want to deep dive into each of these sections, then you can click on this section which says download exam skills outline. When you click this section, then a new PDF will open. And here in this PDF, you can see that Microsoft has elaborated each of the major sections. So here you can see we have design and implement data storage, which is 40 to 45%. And then you can see that design and implement data storage is further divided into subsections. Similarly, you can read about each major section and how it is further divided into subsections. And friends, it's very important that you download this PDF and go through all the sections in detail. This will make you understand what should you expect from the exam and how should you prepare for each section. Now friends, understanding the format of the question always help you prepare better for the real exam. Let me give you a glimpse of the question format. And here you can see that there are many types of questions that you can expect in DP-203. The first one is multiple choice question, and then you can expect a case study with multiple questions. Then there can be single choice based on scenarios. You can also expect arrange in right sequence type of questions. And friends, besides all these type of questions, there can be questions that cannot be skipped. So which means that once you have started that question, you cannot skip and go back. So as per my understanding, there will be at least 3 questions in a sequence where you must select from yes or no, or maybe you have to select the right answer. And once again, I'm re-emphasizing that these questions cannot be skipped or re-answered afterwards. And friends, it's very important to understand the question format well in advance, and that's why I will give you more details on question format in the next section as well. Talking about exam pattern, a total of 120 minutes are given for the real exam. Out of that, 100 minutes is for the actual exam and 20 minutes you can use for reading instructions, terms and conditions, or maybe filling out some survey that Microsoft may ask you. It's important that you understand in the 100 minutes that is reserved for the actual exam, you have to attempt approximately 65 questions, and the questions are divided in 2 parts. And here you can see that in the first part, there can be approximately 61 questions, and in the second part, there will be 4 questions. And it's very important to understand that once you are done with the first part, there will be no looking back. You cannot go back to part 1 once you have started part 2. And once again, as I mentioned in the last slide, I would like to detail out type of questions. And here you can see that you can expect yes no kind of question, multiple choice question with multiple answer. Then you can also expect multiple choice question with single answer, and then expect a case study and drag and drop. And of course, you can note that the passing mark for DP-203 is 700. And to all my viewers, friends, please understand that these exam pattern and type of questions are based on my personal experience and some web reference. And that's why a disclaimer that you must understand that Microsoft can change exam pattern anytime. Always suggested to read latest Microsoft documentation before you attempt the exam. And friends, in case you or anyone of your friends or family is preparing for certificates like AZ900, DP900, AI900 or AZ104, then we already have videos on each of these certification exams. Each video will take you through a series of questions with answers and will prepare you for the certification exam. And friends, with every question you will learn Microsoft Azure concepts, and I have provided Microsoft documentation that will not only help you verify the answer but will also act as a study material. Cherry on the cake, you can get a free PDF file with all the questions and answers. How to get these PDF files? The details are available in the respective videos. And of course, you can use these PDF files for your offline learning. Also, here I want to specifically talk about DP900, which is kind of related with DP203. In one sense, you can say that it's a scaled down version of DP203. And though it's not a prerequisite for DP203, but surely you can consider this exam as well to understand the basics of data and data engineering. And for the viewers who are completely new to the Azure world, here I would like to tell you that Microsoft offers free exam voucher to everyone. A step-by-step process is given in the video shown in the left-hand side, and in the video on the right-hand side, you will get the information on how to schedule the exam using Pearson VUE option. And now let's talk about the most exciting section, how you can prepare for DP203. The first and very obvious way is to prepare by Microsoft itself. And I'm pretty sure that you must be knowing about Microsoft Learn. Let me show you how you can reach to the Microsoft Learn site and how you can prepare for DP203. And now friends, you can see that I'm on same Microsoft official documentation for DP203. And on this side, after the section called Skill Measure, we reach to a section called 2 ways to prepare. So friends, Microsoft itself offers you 2 ways in which you can prepare for DP203. The first one you can see is online, which is free. The second one is instructor-led, which is a paid course. So now let's talk about the online method, which is a free offering. And here you can see there are 10 items, or you can say major categories or major chapters. And as you can see that each chapter is further divided into subsection, or better called as modules, as Microsoft names it. And friends, Microsoft has done a great job in designing these courses, and you must go through all these Microsoft Learn courses. And here I want to show you the second method to prepare, and that is instructor-led, which is a paid course. And here you can see that Microsoft has presented some details on the data engineering on Azure course. If you will click on this section, you can see that it says that course DP203T00 data engineering on Microsoft Azure. You can read more details here. You can also see that you can register for these courses. The dates are also given along with the prices. So friends, now I am sure that you have understood what are the 2 ways directly from Microsoft that you can use to prepare for DP203. The first one is online, which is free. The second one is instructor-led, that has some price. And now friends, I want to give you one more arrow in your arsenal to prepare for DP203. So once you have covered all the topics in DP203, either through online way or through instructor-led, then you can once again come to the Tech Blackboard site, and here we are launching our DP203 question and answer series. But before saying anything on this series, here is a quick disclaimer. By no means this Q&A series is a replacement of understanding the core concept of data engineering and practicing them. This is how I have done it, and this is how I suggest you to do as well. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today with this second part, we are going to start our question and answer series on Azure DP-203 certification, also known as Azure Data Engineer Associate. To start with, today we will cover 10 very latest questions with answers that will take you one step closer towards getting the DP-203 certificate. In the subsequent parts, a lot of questions will be discussed and answered. And along with that, I will provide you with a lot of Microsoft documentation, Azure data concepts, and much more. So here comes our question number 1. The question says that you use Azure Stream Analytics to receive data from Azure Event Hubs and to output the data to an Azure Blob Storage account. You need to output the count of records received from the last 5 minutes every minute. Which windowing function should you use? Your options are session, tumbling, sliding, or hopping. The correct answer for this question is option D, hopping windowing function. Now let me take you to the Microsoft documentation where we will not only validate our answer but will also understand more on hopping windowing function. So this is the Microsoft documentation that gives you an introduction to Stream Analytics windowing function. And the documentation says that in time streaming scenarios, performing operation on the data contained in temporal windows is a common pattern. Stream Analytics has native support for windowing function, enabling developers to author complex stream processing jobs with minimal effort. You can also note there are 5 kinds of temporal windows to choose from. The first one is tumbling, then we have hopping, then we have sliding, session, and last we have snapshot. You will find all the details on these 5 kinds of temporal windows on this documentation. The link is provided in the description box. For now, let's concentrate on the hopping windowing function, and for that I will scroll down a little more, and here I reach to the hopping window. So the documentation says hopping windowing function hop forward in time by a fixed period. It may be easy to think of them as a tumbling window that can overlap and be emitted more often than window size. Events can belong to more than one hopping window result set. To make a hopping window the same as tumbling window, specify the hop size to be the same as window size. And here you can see Microsoft has given a very good presentation in a picture. And friends, if you remember the question correctly, we were to output the records received from last 5 minutes every minute. Very similar to that, Microsoft documentation has given every 5 seconds give me the count of tweets over the last 10 seconds. So it's very similar to what we have in the question, and that's the reason we have chosen hopping window function as an answer to this question. And with that, let's move to question number 2. The question says that you are designing the folder structure of an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container. Users will query the data by using variety of services including Azure Data Breaks and Azure CNAPP Analytics Serverless SQL Pool. The data will be secured by subject area. Most queries will include data from the current year or current month. Which folder structure should you recommend to support fast queries and simplified folder security? And you can see here there are 4 options given, each one with a different folder structure. Before answering this question, let's try to identify the keywords in this question. So friends, the first keyword is subject area. The second keyword is current year. The third keyword is current month. And these 3 keywords will help us identify the correct folder structure. With these 3 keywords, you can obviously make out that the folder structure should start with subject area. We can already see that the option B and option C does not fit in this condition because they are not starting with subject area. So we can already rule them out. They are not a valid option. Now we have to choose from option A and option D. Now you can see that option A is also starting with subject area, same as with option D. Moving on, we have data source in option A, and similar is the case with option D. Now comes the difference between option A and option D. Option A has now DD, which is date, and then it has month, and then it has year. However, as per the question, the subject area should be followed by current year and current month. And that's exactly what we can find in option D. We have subject area, then we have year, current year, and then we have current month. So that's the answer option that fits all the criteria given in the question. So the correct answer for this question is option D. And friends, if you want to learn more on folder structure for Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, then this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you can find all the information that you need to know. For example, you can see that if you scroll down, then you can see the structured data set. You can also read about the file formats. Then it also gives you the information about file size. Not only that, it will also give you the information on directory structure. And this is exactly what we were discussing in the question as well. You can see here, you can already see here that they have discussed about the folder structure. So please read this documentation to understand more on folder structures. The link as usual is given in the description box. And with that, let's move to question number 3. The question says that you need to ensure that the Twitter feed data can be analyzed in the dedicated SQL pool. Talking about Twitter feed, friends, have you joined me on Twitter? If no, then this is my Twitter handle. Moving on, the question says that the solution must meet customer sentiment analytic requirements. Which 3 transaction SQL DDL commands should you run in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate command from the list of commands to the answer area and arrange them in correct order. You must note that more than one order of answer choices is correct. You will receive credit for any one of the correct orders you select. So hopefully friends, you understood there can be multiple choices that can be correct and you will be given credit if you choose one of those correct orders. So here we can see we are given with 5 commands. First one is create external data source. Then we have create external file format. We then have create external table, and then we have create external table as select, and the last one is create external scoped credentials. Now friends, before I show you the answer, here is the keyword for this question. The keyword in this question is dedicated SQL pool. Now let me first reveal the answer and then I will take you to the Microsoft documentation to validate the same. So the 3 correct transact SQL DDL that we will run in sequence are, the first one is create external data source, the second one is create external file format, and the third one is create external table as select. And this is the Microsoft documentation where we are going to validate our answer. The heading of this documentation is use external table with Synapse SQL. Now first, let's understand what is an external table. So an external table points to the data located in Hadoop, Azure Storage Blob, or Azure Data Lake Storage. External tables are used to read data from files or write data to files in Azure Storage. With Synapse SQL, you can use external table to read external data using dedicated SQL pool or serverless SQL pool. Once again, I'm repeating, so pay attention. Here it says dedicated SQL pool. I hope you can link this to the keyword that I showed in the question. So let's continue with the documentation. Scroll down a little more and then you will reach to a section which says external table in dedicated SQL pool and serverless SQL pool. Once more, again, this is the keyword that we are looking for. You can create external tables in Synapse SQL pool via following steps. The first one is create external data source. The second one is create external file format. And the third one given is create external table. But friends, if you remember correctly, I have chosen the third step as create external table as select. The reason is given here that when used in conjunction with create table as select statement, selecting from an external table imports data in a table within the dedicated SQL pool. And that's the reason I have chosen the third step as create table as select. But friends, if you have another logic or another answer to this question, I would be really happy to understand your point of view and discuss the same in the comment section. But for now, these are the 3 statements that I have chosen as an answer to this question. Now let's quickly jump to question number 4. The question says that you have created an external table named ext table in Azure Data Explorer. Now a database user needs to run KQL query on this external table. Which of the following functions should he use to refer this table? Your options are external table, access table, ext table, or none of the above. The correct answer for this question is option A, external table. And this is the Microsoft documentation where we will validate our answer. And on this page, you have to scroll down a little bit more and then you will reach to a section to filter by virtual columns in a query, specify partition names in query predicate. Here you can see we have external table, so you can read more about the external table option and how you can use it in KQL language. Now let's jump to question number 5. The question says that you are working as a data engineer in a company. Your company wants to ingest data onto cloud data platform in Azure. Which data processing framework will you use? Your options are online transaction processing or OLTP. The second option is extract, transform and load, which is the ETL process. The third one is extract, load and transform, which is the ELT process. And the correct answer for this question is option C, extract, load and transform. The reason is that ELT is a typical process for ingesting data from an on-premises database into the Azure cloud. And that's the reason we have chosen ELT as the answer to this question. Now let's move to a very interesting question on Azure Synapse and Paraquet. Here comes question number 6. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse workspace named My Workspace that contains an Apache Spark database named MyTestDB. You run the following command in an Azure Synapse Analytics Spark pool in My Workspace. And here you can see that we are running a command that will create a Paraquet table, which will be named as My Paraquet table, containing employee ID, employee name, and employee start date as columns. You can also note down the data type of each column. Moving ahead, the question says, using Paraquet, you then use Spark to insert a row into mytestdb.myparaquet table, which we just created here in the first step. Then the question says the row contains the following data. So here you can see we have employee name, employee ID and employee start date. The value for employee name is Peter, employee ID is 1001, and then we have 28th of July 2022. And yes, this is today's date. So welcome Mr. Peter to the company. Further, the question says that 1 minute later you execute the following query from a serverless SQL pool in My Workspace. What will be returned by the query? Here you can see the query. The query is select employee ID from mytestdb.dbo myparaquet table where name is Peter. And the options given are A 24, then we have an error or we have a null value. So you have to tell what this query will return. Now pay attention my friends, in where clause we have a column which is name. But on the other hand, the column name in the table structure was employee name. So that means what? That we are referring to a wrong column name. And yes, you guessed it right, this query will return option B, an error. Now let's do some questions on structured and unstructured data. Here comes question number 7. The question says that in structured data, you define the data type at query time. And you have to tell whether it's a true or a false statement. The correct answer for this question is that this is a false statement. So now let's figure out in which type of data we define the data type at query time. Here comes question number 8. The question says that in unstructured data, you define the data type at query time. And obviously the answer for this question is true. And a quick tip from my side is that the schema of unstructured data is typically defined at query time. This means that the data can be loaded onto data platform in its native format. And friends, if you are still not able to understand, let me dive a little more. I'm sure that you must have used databases like SQL Server Database or Azure SQL Database, or maybe some of you are coming from the Oracle background. At some point, you must have read about the employee example. Remember, in the previous question number 6, we created an employee table with columns like employee name, employee ID, and employee start date. So in this case, what we are actually doing is defining the data types at design time. So first you design a table, then you insert the data, and only after that you query the data. So this is more like a structured data. On the other hand, in unstructured data, you store the data in the native format. So let's say that you store a JSON file, and then only when you query the data, you define its data type. And this is what happens in the unstructured data. I hope that this gave you a quick understanding of the differences between structured and unstructured data. Let's move to question number 9. The question says that when you create a temporal table in Azure SQL Database, it automatically creates a history table in the same database for capturing the historical records. Which of the following statements are true about temporal table and history table? Now let me first give you the answers, and then we will go to the Microsoft documentation to validate the same. So the answer for this question is option B and option E. The option B says to create a temporal table, system versioning needs to be set to on. Now friends, keep this in mind that system versioning needs to be set to on, because this is what I will show you in Microsoft documentation as well to validate our answer. Coming to the option E, it says that if you don't specify the name of the history table, the default naming convention is used for the history table. Now here is the documentation on temporal tables. Let's first understand what exactly is temporal table. So temporal table, also known as system version temporal tables, are a database feature that brings built-in support for providing information about data stored in table at any point in time, rather than only the data that is correct at the current moment in time. You can read a lot of information on temporal table in this documentation. But for now, let's validate our answer, and for that I have to scroll a little bit more. You can also understand here why to use temporal table and how does the temporal table works. Keep scrolling a little bit more and then you will reach to a section which shows you a sample query to create a temporal table. Here in this query, you would have already created many tables, so nothing special on this one. But I want to bring your attention to this last line. And here it shows you that with system versioning on, and friends, once again, I will stress on this point, it says the system versioning on. And that's exactly what I highlighted when we chose option B as a correct answer. Friends, do read about the temporal table in Azure SQL database. The link for the Microsoft documentation is available in the description box. Now let's move to question number 10, which is the last question for the part 2 today in our DP-203 exam question and answer series. And here comes the question. The question says that to create data factory instances, the user account that you use to sign into Azure must be a member of. You have to select all the options that are applicable. The options given are contributor, owner role, administrator of Azure subscription, or the last one is right. The correct answer for this question is option A, option B, and option C. So we have contributor, owner role, and then administrator of Azure subscription. And as always, to validate our answer, I have brought you on Microsoft Azure documentation. And in this documentation about Azure Data Factory security, in the very first line, it says that to create Azure Data Factory instances, the user account that you use to sign into Azure must be a member of contributor or owner role or an administrator of Azure subscription. And those were the exact 3 roles that we have also chosen as an answer to our question number 10. So this brings us to the end of part 2. I hope you learned a lot of concepts and some of your doubts got cleared. Friends, it takes a lot of effort and time to find the correct answers and even more efforts to find just the right Microsoft documentation to validate the answers. So please do not leave the video without liking and appreciate my effort and motivate me to bring more such content. Friends, before moving ahead, I am sure that you have completed Microsoft Learn course on DP-203. If not, I highly recommend doing so. And here is the official Microsoft website where you can go through the entire Microsoft course absolutely free and prepare for DP-203. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in this third part, we are going through 15 latest questions on DP-203 along with many concepts on Azure Data Factory, Stream Analytics, Service Level Agreement and much more. These questions, answers and concepts will help you achieve DP-203 certificate. And friends, if this video adds any value to your learning, please appreciate our work by pressing the like button, subscribing to the channel and press that bell icon to receive all the notifications. And friends, please do not miss to watch part 1 of this series as that will help you understand what is DP-203, who should do it, exam details, how to schedule the exam and what is the price of this certification. Not only that, we also covered skills measured, question format, exam pattern and the best way to prepare for DP-203. So let's begin part 3 with question number 11. The question says that you need to output files from Azure Data Factory. Which file format should you use for each type of output? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area and you should note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. And here you can see you are given with 2 tables. The first one is columnar format. The second one is JSON with a timestamp. for each of the output, you have to tell the correct file format. Let me give you the answers first and then I will give you more details on each of the answer. So the answer for the first one is paraquet and the answer for the second one is Avro. Looking at the details of paraquet, so paraquet stores data in columns. By their very nature, column-oriented data stores are optimized for read-heavy analytical workloads. On the other hand, Avro stores data in a row-based format, and row-based format databases are best for their write-heavy transactional workloads. An Avro schema is created using JSON format and they also support timestamps. Now let me also tell you what are all the different file formats that Azure Data Factory supports. So here comes the details on it. Azure Data Factory supports the following file formats. The first one is binary, then we have delimited text, Excel, JSON, ORC, Avro, paraquet, which we just read, and then we also have XML. And if you are interested to read in detail on each of these file format, then this is the Microsoft documentation. And here you can see that we are given with each file format. If you're gonna click on each of them, you are loaded with all the details for that particular file format. I have shared the link for this documentation in the description box. Now let's check out our question number 12. The question says that working as a data engineer for a car sales company, you need to design an application that would accept market information as an input. Using the machine learning classification model, application will classify the input data into two categories. The first category is car models that sells more with buyers between 18 to 40 years. The second one is car models that sells more with the people above 40. What would you recommend to train the model? Your options are Power BI models. The second one is Text Analytics API. The third one is Computer Vision API. The fourth one is Apache Spark MLib. If you don't know, MLib means Machine Learning Library. The correct answer for this question is option D, Apache Spark MLib. Now let's move to question number 13. And before I read this question, friends, I hope you remember that in introduction part, I told you that there will be some questions that cannot be skipped. There will be at least 3 questions in a sequence where you must select yes or no. And now the 3 questions, question number 13, question number 14 and question number 15 are an example of those kind of questions. So let's read out the instruction. The instruction also clearly says that this question is a part of series of questions that presents the same scenario. Each question in this series contains a unique solution that might meet the stated goal. Some question sets might have more than one correct solution, while the others might not have a correct solution. After you answer a question in this section, you will not be able to return to it. As a result, these questions will not appear in the review screen. I hope you understood what are the conditions that Microsoft imposes on these kind of questions. Now let's read the question itself. The question says that you are designing an Azure Stream Analytics solution that will analyze tweeted data. You need to count the tweets in each 10-second window. The solution must ensure that each tweet is counted only once. The solution given here is you use a session window that uses a timeout size of 10 seconds. Does this meet the goal? So basically you have to tell whether this is a correct solution or an incorrect one. And the correct answer for this question is no. I will tell you the correct answer in the subsequent questions. So now let's move to the question number 14. Which is the connected question to question number 13. The question is exactly the same. However, this time the solution is little bit different. It says that you use a sliding window and you set the window size to 10 seconds. Does this meet the goal? The correct answer for this question is no again. So what is the correct solution? Let's find out in question number 15. And once again, the question is exactly the same. Let's read the solution. You use a tumbling window and you set the window size to 10 seconds. Does this meet the goal? And yes, this time this is a correct solution. Now let me take you to the Microsoft documentation where we will understand more what is tumbling window. So friends, this is the Microsoft documentation on tumbling window. And here you can read that tumbling windows are a series of fixed size, non-overlapping and contiguous time travels. The following diagram illustrates a stream with a series of events and how they are mapped into a 10-second tumbling window. So this is a very similar example to that what is given in the question as well. Here you can see that it is trying to tell the count of the tweets per time zone every 10 seconds. You can also observe the query format, how you can use tumbling window. And if you will scroll down a little bit more, you can see all the syntaxes related to the tumbling window. Not only that, you can also observe what are the different arguments that you can use with tumbling window. So friends, I hope you now understand what is tumbling window. I recommend that you also watch question number 1 of part 2, where I explained what is a hopping window. Both tumbling and hopping windows are related concepts. So a visit to question number 1 will strengthen your overall understanding on these windowing concept. And now that we are talking a lot of Twitter data, this is my Twitter handle now appearing on your screen. Let's move on with question number 16. Question says that what are the key components of Azure Data Factory? You have to select all the options that are applicable. The options given are database, connection string, pipelines, activities, datasets, linked services, data flows, and integration runtimes. The correct answer for this question is option C, D, E, F, G, and H. Now to validate our answer, this is the Microsoft documentation on Azure Data Factory. Here you can read more about Azure Data Factory. Keep scrolling, and this is a very good thing. This visual guide provides a detailed overview of the complete Data Factory architecture. So this is very interesting. Microsoft has explained the Data Factory architecture in a very comic strip way. So very interesting to read. Please go ahead and read this one. Keep scrolling a little bit more, and I want to show you the section, which is this one, which says top level concepts. Here you can read an Azure subscription might have one or more Data Factory instances. Azure Data Factory is composed of below key components: pipeline, activities, dataset, link services, data flows, and integration runtimes. So that validates our answer for question number 16. Now let's move on with question number 17. The question says that which of the following are valid trigger types for Azure Data Factory? You have to select all the options that are applicable. The options given are monthly trigger, schedule trigger, overlap trigger, tumbling window trigger, or event based trigger. The correct answer for this question is schedule trigger, option D, tumbling window trigger, and option E, event based trigger. You can refer the same documentation that we discussed in question number 16 to validate the answer of this question as well. For now, let's quickly jump to question number 18, which is a very interesting question. And the question says that you are designing an Azure Stream Analytics solution that receives instant messaging data from an Azure Event Hub. You need to ensure that the output from Stream Analytics job counts the number of messages per time zone every 15 seconds. How should you complete the Stream Analytics query? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area, and each correct selection is worth 1 point. And here you can see that you are given with one query with some missing parts, and you have to complete the query by choosing the right option for this from clause and this group by clause. I hope you remember that in question number 13, 14 and 15, we were given with the scenario and we were to just give the name of the windowing option. However, in this question, we are given with the query, and by looking at the query, we have to recognize the windowing option. Both questions are related. In both the questions, you must know the windowing option, not only the theoretical part, but also how to form the query for each windowing option. Now let's go to the Microsoft documentation and see what is the correct answer. But before that, let me just underline the keywords so that you can relate the query with the Microsoft documentation in a better way. The first keyword here is the message stream, and the second one here is group by time zone. So keep these two things in mind when we are going to the Microsoft documentation. So this is the Microsoft documentation giving the introduction to Stream Analytics windowing function. You can read a lot of details here, but this is the section where I want you to focus, which is this tumbling window. And this query is very similar to the query given in the question. We first have select time zone, then we have count star as count, and then we have this from clause which says Twitter stream, timestamp by created at, and the group by is time zone. So please pay attention. In the from clause, we have Twitter stream or any stream messages, and then in the group by they are given us with time zone. And with that documentation in mind, let me reveal the correct answer. So the correct answer for the from clause is timestamp by, And the correct answer for the group by clause is tumbling window. So once again friends, I'm repeating that not only you should know the windowing option, but you should also know how to formulate the query for each of the windowing option. Now let's move on with question number 19, which is a yes/no kind of question. The question says that duplicating customer content for redundancy and meeting service level agreement or SLA is Azure maintainability. And you have to tell whether it's a correct or an incorrect statement. The correct answer for this one is that this one is an incorrect statement. So let me also give you the correct version of this statement. And that is revealed in question number 20, which says that duplicating customer content for redundancy and beating service level agreements is Azure high availability. And yes, this is a correct statement. Now here comes question number 21. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool that contains a table named contacts. Now this table contacts contains a column named phone. And now you need to ensure that the users in a specific role only can see the last 4 digits of a phone number when querying the phone column. What should you include in the solution? Your options are column encryption, dynamic data masking, a default value, table partition, or should you use row level security or RLS? And the correct answer for this question is option B, dynamic data masking. And you can read more on dynamic data masking on this Microsoft documentation. Just to give you a glimpse of it, dynamic data masking helps prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data by enabling customers to designate how much the sensitive data to reveal with minimal impact on application layer. Further ahead, you can see there are a lot of options given how you can use the masking function and what could be the different business case. So for example, you can use the masking logic to encrypt credit cards, email, random numbers, and much more. And that's the reason we have chosen dynamic data masking as the answer to question number 21. Moving ahead with question number 22, the question says a company has data lake which is accessible only via an Azure virtual network. You are building a SQL pool in Azure Synapse which will use data from the data lake and is also planned to load data to SQL pool every hour. Now you need to make sure that the SQL pool can load the data from data lake. Which of the following 2 actions should you perform? Your options are create a service principal, create a managed identity, or add an Azure Active Directory Federation service account, or should you configure managed identity as credentials for the data loading process? And the correct answer for this question is option B and option D. Now here comes question number 23. The question says that you have an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container. Data is ingested into the container and then transformed by a data integration application. The data is not modified after that. Users can read files in the container but cannot modify the files. Now you need to design a data archiving solution that meets the following requirement. The first requirement is new data is accessible frequently and must be available as quickly as possible. Then we have data that is older than 5 years is accessed infrequently but must be available within 1 second when requested. The third requirement is data that is older than 7 years is not accessed. After 7 years, the data must be persisted at the lowest cost possible. Then the last requirement is that the cost must be minimized while maintaining the required availability. So how should you manage the data? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So you have to give 2 answers. The first one is for the 5-year-old data and the second one you have to give the answer for 7-year-old data. And you can see the options given for both of them are same. The first option is delete the blob. Then we have move to hot storage. After that, we have move to cool storage, and then we have move to archive storage. And the correct answer for both 5-year and 7-year is now on the screen. For 5 years, we should move the data to the cool storage, and for the 7-year-old data, we should move the data to the archive storage. In case you want to know more on hot, cool, and archive storage, do let me know in the comment section and I will surely help you understand this concept. Moving on with question number 24, we have as a data engineer, you need to suggest Stream Analytics data output format to make sure that the queries from the data breaks and polybase against the files encounter with less errors. The solution should make sure that the files can be queried fast and the data type information is kept intact. What should you suggest? Your options are JSON, XML, Avro or Paraquet. And the correct answer for this question is option D, Paraquet. And friends, I gave you a lot of details on Avro and Paraquet in question number 11 of this part only. There I told you how these both formats store the actual information or data. Then I also told you the differences between them and where exactly should you use each one of them. So please visit question number 11 of part 3. Moving ahead, we have question number 25. And the question says, which role works with Azure Cognitive Services, Cognitive Searches and Bot Framework? Your options are a data engineer, a data scientist, or an AI engineer. And the correct answer for this question is option C, the AI engineer. So friends, those were the 15 exciting questions that we covered in part 3 today. In today's part, we learned a lot of concepts on file format in general and also different file formats that are supported by Azure Data Factory. We also understood the key components of Azure Data Factory and what are the different triggering options in Azure Data Factory. Then we covered a couple of questions on windowing options as well and also touched upon dynamic data masking. So friends, please press that like button if you appreciate our work and do subscribe to the Tech Blackboard. Press that bell icon so that you are notified whenever our next video comes. And friends, here comes the mega giveaway. If you want the free PDF file of all the questions with answers, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now that you have liked the video and subscribed to the channel, you have to tell me the correct answers for the question number 30, 60, 100, 131, 173 and 216. You will find all the answers to these questions in this very video. Give your answers in the comment section below, or you can also reach us on the other social media platforms. The details are now flashing on your screen. Friends, we try our best to make sure all answers are correct, and we provide Microsoft documentation as well so that you can validate the answer yourself. But still, in case you feel that any of the answer is wrong, do reach us in the comment section below and we will surely address your concerns. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. This is our fourth part of DP-203 Exam Question and Answer series. And today we are going to cover another set of 15 latest questions on DP-203. And friends, while doing these questions, we will also understand the concepts around structured and unstructured data, data breaks, version control, Azure Data Factory, CNAP analytics, NoSQL database, and much more. So watch the video very carefully and understand the concepts, as that will help you achieve the DP-203 certificate. Friends, we ended our previous video, that was part 3 of DP-203 Exam Question and Answer series, with understanding what are the core responsibilities of an AI engineer. And today we open our part 4 with understanding what are the core responsibilities of a data engineer and data scientist. So let's begin with question number 26. The question says that which role is correct for a person who works being responsible for the provisioning and configuration of both on-premises and cloud data platform technologies. Your options are a data engineer, a data scientist, or an AI engineer. The correct answer for this one is option A, a data engineer. Now let's also have a look at data scientist. So question number 27 says that who performs advanced analytics to help drive value from the data. Your options are a data engineer, a data scientist, or an AI engineer. And the correct answer, of course, is option B, a data scientist. Let's move on with question number 28. The question says that choose the valid examples of structured data. Your options are Microsoft SQL Server, binary files, Azure SQL Database, audio files, Azure SQL Data Warehouse, or image files. And the correct answer for this question is option A, Microsoft SQL Server, option C, Azure SQL Database, and option E, Azure SQL Data Warehouse. And friends, just so you know that Microsoft Azure SQL Data Warehouse is now known as Azure Synapse. And now let's move on with question number 29. The question says that choose the valid examples of unstructured data. Your options again are Microsoft SQL Server, binary files, Azure SQL Database, audio files, Azure SQL Data Warehouse, or image file. And this time the answer is option B, binary files, option D, audio files, and option F, image files. Let's quickly jump to question number 30. The question number 30 says Azure Data Breaks is, so you have to tell whether Azure Data Breaks is a data analytics platform, or is it a AI platform, or is it a data ingestion platform. The correct answer for this question is that Azure Data Breaks is a data analytics platform. Next we have question number 31. The question says Azure Data Breaks encapsulates which Apache storage technology? Your options are Apache HD Insight, Apache Hadoop, or Apache Spark. The correct answer for this question is option C, Apache Spark. Now let me give you a little bit more information on each of the option. So the first one, which is Apache HD Insight, actually there is nothing like Apache HD Insight. It's actually Azure HD Insight, which is a fully managed, full spectrum open source analytics service for enterprises. HD Insight is a cloud service that makes it easy, fast, cost effective to process massive amounts of data. And then we have Apache Hadoop, which is the original open source framework for distributed processing and analysis of big data sets on clusters. And the option C, which is Apache Spark, the correct answer for this question. So Azure Data Breaks is an Apache Spark based analytic platform optimized for Microsoft Azure. So just a one-liner definitions of each of the option to get you started. Moving on with question number 32, which says that which security features does Azure Data Breaks does not support? Your options are Azure Active Directory, shared access keys, or role-based access. The correct answer is option B, shared access keys. So what is a shared access keys? Shared access keys are a security feature used within Azure storage accounts. Azure Active Directory and role-based access are supported security features in Azure Data Breaks. And here comes question number 33, and that says that which of the following Azure Data Breaks is used to support for R, SQL, Python, Scala, and Java. The options are MLlib, which is machine learning library. Then we have GraphX, and last one is Spark Core API. And the correct answer for this question is option C, Spark Core API. Now let me give you a little bit more detail on each of the option. So here we can see MLlib, which is a machine learning library consisting of common learning algorithms and utilities including classification, regression, clustering, collaborative filtering, dimensionality reduction, as well as underlying optimization primitives. The second option, which is GraphX, that provides graphs and graph computation for a broad scope of use cases from cognitive analytics to data exploration. And then of course we have Spark Core API, which is the correct answer for this question, and that's support for R, SQL, Python, Scala, and Java in Azure Data Breaks. Now let's move on with question number 34, and that says that which notebook format is used in Data Breaks. Your options are DBC, .notebook, or .spark. And the correct answer is DBC. So basically my friends, DBC file types are supported Data Breaks notebook format. And just to clarify, there are no .notebook or .spark file format available. Now let's jump to question number 35. And this question says that you configure version control for an Azure Data Factory instance as shown in the following exhibit. So here you can see this is a Git repository. We are also given with its type. We have Azure DevOps Git. Then we have Azure DevOps account. The name of the account is given. The project name is given. Repository name is given. And then we are also given with the collaboration branch and also given with the publish branch. Now let's move ahead. And this says that use the drop-down menus to select the answer choices that completes each statements based on the information presented in the graphics. We just saw the information presented here in the image, which is also called graphic. And you have to note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So let's look at the first option. The first one is Azure Resource Manager, which is ARM template for the pipelines assets are stored in. So are these ARM templates stored in ADF publish? So what is ADF publish? ADF publish is the publish branch name. Then we have main. What is main? So main is basically the collaboration branch. And then we have parameterization template. And here on the left hand side, you can see the parameterization template. So the correct option to store the ARM templates for pipeline assets in is ADF publish. So in ADF publish, which is basically the publish branch, here you store the ARM templates for the pipeline's assets. Now let's move to the second option, and it says a data factory Azure resource manager, again the ARM template named Contoso sales can be found in. Your options are Contoso sales. And then we have /dw batch ETL, which basically is the repository name. And then we have ADF publish. What is ADF publish? Again, the publish branch. And then we have Contoso sale. The last option given is /main, which basically is a collaboration branch. And the correct answer for this option is this one. So basically here we are saying that the data factory ARM template can be found in this path. So friends, if you relate this correct answer with that of this exhibit, you can say that first we have repository name, then we have publish branch, and then we have the final location where the ARM templates are stored. And here comes question number 36. Question says that you use Azure Data Factory to prepare data to be queried by Azure CNAP Analytics serverless SQL pools. Files are initially ingested into an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account as 10 small JSON file. Each file contains the same data attributes and data from a subsidiary of your company. You need to move all the files to a different folder and transform the data to meet the following requirement. The first requirement is provide the fastest possible query times. The second one is automatically infer the schema from the underlying files. How should you configure the data factory copy activity? And to answer, you need to select the appropriate option in the answer area. Of course, each answer selection contains 1 point. And here in the answer area, you are given with copy behavior, and the second one you are given with is sync file type. And you have to pick the correct answer for each of them. The correct answer for the first copy behavior is merge file, and the correct answer for the sync file type is parquet. And here comes question number 37. The question says that you have a data model that you plan to implement in a data warehouse in Azure CNAP Analytics as shown in the following exhibit. All the dimension tables will be less than 2 GB after compression, and the fact table will be approximately 6 TB. The dimension tables will be relatively static with very few data inserts and updates. Which type of the table should you use for each table? To answer this question, you have to select the appropriate option in the answer area. Each selection is worth 1 point. And here you can see in this exhibit, we are given with 3 dimension table. The first one is employee, the second one is customer, and then we have a dimension table for time. Similarly, we are given with 1 fact table as well, which is daily booking. You can also observe the relationship between all these tables. On the right hand side, you are given with 4 boxes in the answer area, each representing 1 table. So we have 1 box for customer, then we have employee, dimension time, and then we have daily bookings. And now you can also observe the option given for each of the table is exactly the same. We have hash distributed, we have round robin, and we have replicated. Now let me first give you the answer, and then I will give you my logic for selecting these answers. And here comes the answer. So you can see for all the dimension table, I have selected replicated as the correct answer. On the other hand, for the fact table, which is the daily booking, I have chosen hash distributed. And the reason, my friends, is hidden in the question itself. The question gives you a hint that the dimension tables will be less than 2 GB after compression. So all the dimension table, whether it's customer or employee or time, they all are less than 2 GB after compression. And because of this small size, I have chosen replicated as the correct answer. Choosing hash distributed or round robin will be a overkill for tables which are less than 2 GB. On the other hand, the question also says that the fact table will be approximately 6 TB, which is rather big size. That's why I have chosen hash distributed. Now let me take you to the Microsoft documentation to understand a little bit more on hash distributed and round robin. So here on this Microsoft documentation, you can read all about what is a distributed table, and here it's given that hash distribution improves query performance on large fact table and is a focus of this article. Secondly, it says that the round robin distribution is useful for improving loading speed. So I hope you can observe that the hash distribution is for the large fact tables. And that's the logic, my friends, behind choosing hash distributed for the fact table. I hope, my friends, you are clear with the logic. However, if you have any doubts or you want to have more discussion, you can connect me in the comment section below, or you can also connect with the Tech Blackboard on other social media platform where you have facility to message us one-to-one. Now let's move to question number 38. The question says that you are designing a data engineering solution for data stream processing. You need to recommend a solution for data ingestion in order to meet the following requirements. The first requirement is ingest millions of events per second. The second one is easily scale from streaming megabytes of data to terabytes while keeping control over when and how much to scale. And then we have integrate with Azure Functions, and the last one is natively connected with Stream Analytics to build end-to-end serverless streaming solution. What would you recommend? Your options are Azure Cosmos DB, Apache Spark, Azure CNAP Analytics, or Azure Event Hubs. The correct answer for this question is option D, Azure Event Hubs. Now let's move to question number 39, and the question says that you are a data engineer implementing a Lambda architecture on Microsoft Azure. You use an open source big data solution to collect, process and maintain data. The problem is that the analytical data store performed poorly. You must implement a solution that meets the following requirement. Provide data warehousing, reduce ongoing management activities, deliver SQL query responses in less than 1 second. You need to create a HD Insight cluster to meet the requirements. Which type of cluster should you create? Your options are Apache HBase, Apache Hadoop Interactive Query, or Apache Spark. The correct answer for this question is option D, Apache Spark. And the reason for choosing Apache Spark as an answer is because Apache Spark supports interactive queries through Spark SQL. It also supports data warehousing capabilities and less management because there are out-of-the-box features. And that means that Apache Sparks fulfill all the requirements that are asked in the question. And now here on your screen is question number 40, which is the last question for the part 4 of DP-203 question and answer series. Let's read the question, and it says that which data platform technology is globally distributed multimodal database that can perform queries in less than a second? Your options are SQL Database, Azure SQL Database, Apache Hadoop, Cosmos DB, or Azure SQL Synapse. And the correct answer for this one is Cosmos DB. And the reason is that Cosmos DB is a globally distributed multimodal database that can offer sub-second query performance. So friends, those were 15 latest questions on DP-203. Let's get Azure certified. Friends, please note that we have similar exam series on AZ900, AI900 and DP900. Here I want to mention that studying DP900 before DP203 is worthwhile, as DP203 builds upon the basics that you learn in DP900. Though it is not a prerequisite but just a recommendation for all those who are new to Microsoft Azure. And if you want to deep dive in Azure Fundamental and learn Azure step by step, then do watch our full course series on Azure Fundamentals. And in case you are preparing for AZ104, we have got you covered there as well. 190 questions with multiple case studies, everything that you need to prepare AZ104 and get certified, you will find in these 2 videos. The links for all these videos that I just showed you are available in the description box and also in the pinned comment. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in part 5 of DP-203 exam question and answer series, we are going to cover 15 latest questions. While doing these questions, I will also explain important concepts on NoSQL databases, Azure Data Lake, Azure Storage, redundancy options like LRS, ZRS, GRS, GZRS, and much more. Very important video, so watch the video very carefully, grab the concepts, and this will surely help you get good grades in DP-203 certificate. And as always friends, if this video adds any value in your learning, please appreciate our efforts by pressing the like button, subscribing to the channel, and press that bell icon to receive all the notifications. So let's begin the part 5 with question number 41. The question says that the open source world offers 4 types of NoSQL databases. Select all the options that are applicable. And please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. Your options are SQL database, Apache Hadoop, key value store, document database, graph database, column database, Cosmos DB, and the last one is Azure SQL Synapse. The correct answer for this question is option C, option D, option E, and option F. Now let me give you a little bit more detail on each of the correct option. So the key value store, it stores the key values pair of data in a table structure. Coming to the document database, that stores the documents that are tagged with metadata to aid the document searches. Now let's look at the graph database. So the graph database, it helps find the relationship between data points by using a structure that's composed of vertices and edges. And lastly, we have column database. So the column database stores the data based on columns rather than rows. Columns can be defined at query runtime, and that allows flexibility in data that's returned performantly. Now let's move to question number 42. The question says that Azure Data Breaks is the least expensive choice when you have to store the data, but you don't need to query the data. Is this statement a yes or a no? The correct answer for this statement is no. So what according to you is the correct option where you want to store the data, but you don't want to query it? Let's explore the same in the next question, 43. Azure Storage is the least expensive choice when you want to store the data, but you don't need to query it. And this time this is a correct statement. Moving on with question number 44. The question says that the unstructured data is stored in non-relational systems, commonly called as unstructured or NoSQL. And the correct answer for this question is that this is a correct statement. Now looking at the unstructured data, so the examples of unstructured data include binary, audio and image file. Unstructured data is stored in non-relational systems, commonly called as unstructured or NoSQL system. In non-relational systems, the data structure is not defined at the design time, and the data typically is loaded in a raw format. The data structure is defined only when the data is read. So always keep in mind this important difference between non-relational database and relational database. In relational database, we create the data structure at the design time. On the other hand, in non-relational or the unstructured or the NoSQL databases, we define the data structure only when we query them. Moving on with question number 45, the question says that you are designing an Azure Stream Analytics job to process incoming events from sensors in retail environment. You need to process the events to produce a running average of shopper counts during the previous 15 minutes, calculated at 5-minute interval. Which type of window should you use? Your options are snapshot, tumbling, hopping, or sliding. And the correct answer for this question is option C, hopping window. Let's understand hopping window in a little bit more detail. So unlike tumbling window, hopping windows model scheduled overlapping windows. A hopping window specification consists of 3 parameters: the time unit, the window size, and the hop size. Additionally, offset size may be used as an optional 4th parameter. Here you can see the Microsoft has given an example where it shows an example: every 5 seconds give me the count of tweets over the last 10 seconds. And here you can see this is a quick representation of hopping window. You can also observe how you can use or construct a query when you want to use hopping window. The syntax is also given. You can also check out the arguments. So in arguments we have day, hour, minute, second, millisecond, or microsecond. Then you can also observe some of the example and time consideration. The link for this important documentation and all the documentation that I will use in part 5 is given in the description box. And now friends, I want your full focus on the next 3 questions as they are related to a very important concept, Azure storage redundancy, that confuses a lot of people. So let's check out question number 46. So the question says that you are implementing an Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account. You need to ensure that the data will be accessible for both read and write operation, even if an entire data center, zonal or non-zonal, becomes unavailable. Which kind of replication would you use for the storage account? And you have to choose the solution with the minimum cost. And your options are locally redundant storage or LRS, zone redundant storage or ZRS, geo redundant storage, GRS, or the last one is geo zone redundant storage, which is GZRS. Before jumping to the answers, let's first understand what are the keywords given in the question. The first one is this one, where the question clearly says that the both read and write operations should be available even if an entire data center becomes unavailable. And friends, please pay attention that the question categorically says that the data center could be zonal or non-zonal. So this is a very important point that you must keep in mind when answering this question. Now let's first understand each of these options given in the question. And for that, I am here at the Microsoft documentation on Azure Storage Redundancy. Let's check out them one by one. So first one is locally redundant storage, and that copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region. And friends, I hope you remember the question mentioned both read and write operations should be available even if the entire data center fails, zonal or non-zonal. And that's why locally redundant storage is out of the scope. Moving on with the zone redundant storage, and this one copies your data synchronously across the 3 Azure availability zones in the primary region. For the application requiring high availability, Microsoft recommends using ZRS in the primary region and also replicating to a secondary region. Now let's understand what is geo-redundant storage. So this one copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region using LRS. It then copies your data asynchronously to a single physical location in a secondary region that is hundreds of miles away from the primary region. And then we have geo-zone redundant storage. So this one combines the high availability provided by the redundancy across availability zones with protection from regional outages provided by geo-replication. Data in GZRS storage is copied across 3 availability zones in primary region and is also replicated to a secondary geographic region for protection from regional disasters. Friends, I strongly recommend that you read in detail about all the redundant storage options in Microsoft Azure. Now coming back to the presentation, as we saw in the Microsoft documentation, locally redundant storage is out of question. And now we have to choose from ZRS, GRS or GZRS. And for that, I have come to this Microsoft documentation on bandwidth pricing. And in this documentation, you can see the data transfer rates. So here you can observe that the data transfer rates within the zones is much lower than the data transfer rates within the regions. The correct answer for this question is option B, zone redundant storage or ZRS. I hope you understood the concept of LRS, ZRS, GRS or GZRS. In case you want clarification or you have some doubts around this question, then do let me know in the comment section, or you can also connect with me on Instagram messages. The link for all the social media platform is given in the description box. Now let's jump to question number 47. The question says that you have an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container that contains 100 TB of data. You need to ensure that the data in the container is available for read workloads in a secondary region even if an outage occurs in the primary region. The solution must be of minimum cost. Which type of data redundancy should you use? Your options are GRS or Geo Redundant Storage, Read Access Geo Redundant Storage, Zone Redundant Storage or Locally Redundant Storage. And the correct answer for this question is option B, Read Access Geo Redundant Storage. Now many of you may argue that why not choose Geo Redundant Storage or GRS, as this is a much cheaper option. However, you must consider the question says that we must be able to read the workloads in a secondary region even if the outage occurs in the primary region. And because GRS does not initiate an automatic failover, and due to that you won't be able to read the workload unless you do the manual failover. And that's the reason I have chosen RAGRS as the correct answer to this question. Now let's move to question number 48. The question says that you plan to implement an Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account. You need to ensure that the data lake will remain available even if a data center fails in the primary Azure region. The solution must minimize the cost. Which type of replication should you use for the storage account? Your options are GRS, GZRS, ZRS or LRS. The correct answer for this question is option C, Zone Redundant Storage. You can refer the same documentation that we use in question number 46 to read more about all these storage redundancy options. Now let's check out a different kind of question in question number 49. The question says that you need to design an Azure CNAP Analytics dedicated SQL pool that meets the following requirements. The first requirement is can return an employee record from a given point in time. The second requirement is maintains the latest employee information, and the third one is minimizes query complexity. Then the question says, how should you model the employee data? Your options are as a temporal table, as a SQL graph table, as a degenerate dimension table, or the last option is as a type 2 slowly changing dimension or SCD table. The correct answer for this question is option D. So let's understand what is the type 2 slowly changing dimension. Here on this Microsoft documentation, you can first read about type 1 SCD, and then just below it you can read about type 2 SCD. And the documentation says a type 2 SCD supports versioning of dimension members. Often the source system does not store version, so the data warehouse load process detects and manages changes in the dimension table. In this case, the dimension table must use a surrogate key to provide a unique reference to a version of a dimension member. A great documentation to understand the difference between type 1 and type 2 SCD. The link as usual is provided in the description box. And with that, let's jump to the question number 50. Question says that you have a SQL pool in Azure Synapse that contains a table named dbo.customers. The table contains a column named email. You need to prevent non-administrative users from seeing the full email addresses in the email column. The users must see the values in a format of abc@xxxx.com. What should you use? Your options are from Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, send an email mask on the email column, or from the Microsoft Azure portal, set a mask on the email column. The third option is from Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, grant select permission to the users for all the columns in the dbo.customers table except email. Or the last option is from the Azure portal, set a sensitivity classification of confidential for the email column. The correct answer for this question is option B. From the Microsoft Azure portal, set a mask on the email column. And in case you are looking forward for more details on dynamic data masking, then this is the Microsoft documentation. And here the documentation says dynamic data masking helps prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data by enabling customers to designate how much of the sensitive data to reveal with minimal impact on application layer. You can read a lot more about data masking on this documentation. Coming up now is question number 51. The question says you have a SQL pool in Azure Synapse. A user reports that the queries against the pool take longer than expected to complete. You need to add monitoring to the underlying storage to help diagnose the issue. Which two metrics should you monitor? Your options are cache hit percentage, active queries, snapshot storage size, DWU limit, or the last option is cache use percentage. The correct answer for this question is option A, cache hit percentage, and option E, cache used percentage. A little bit more on each of these. First, let's take cache hit percentage. And please understand that cache hits is the sum of all column store segment hits in local SSD cache. And now comes cache use percentage. So cache used is the sum of all the bytes in local SSD cache across all the nodes. Moving on with question number 52. The question says you have a SQL pool in Azure Synapse. You discovered that some of the queries fail or take long time to complete. You need to monitor for transactions that have rolled back. Which dynamic management views should you query? Your options are given here. And the correct answer for this question is option A, sys.dm_pdw_nodes_tran_database_transaction. Now let's move on with question number 53, and it says that you are designing an Azure Data Breaks table. The table will ingest an average of 20 million streaming events per day. You need to persist the events in the table for use in incremental load pipeline jobs in Azure Data Breaks. The solution must minimize storage cost and incremental load times. What should you include in the solution? Your options are partition by date time fields, sync to Azure Queue Storage, include a watermark column, or use a JSON format for physical data storage? And the correct answer for this question is option B, sync to Azure Queue Storage. Adding a little bit more detail on Azure Queue Storage. And friends, here you can see the ABS AQS. ABS means Azure Blob Storage and AQS means Azure Queue Storage. So ABS AQS connector provides an optimized file source that uses Azure Queue Storage to find new files written to an Azure Blob Storage container without repeatedly listing all the files. This provides two advantages. The first one is lower latency. No need to list nested directory structures on ABS, which is slow and resource intensive. The second benefit is lower cost. No more costly list API requests made to ABS. And here is a very important disclaimer on the Data Breaks ABS AQS. So friends, the Data Breaks ABS AQS connector is now deprecated. Data Breaks recommends using autoloader instead. So please keep in mind that though ABS AQS is now deprecated, you might still witness some question around it. However, for all the practical purposes, you should now use autoloader. Quickly moving to question number 54. The question says that you have a partition table in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You need to design queries to maximize the benefits of partition elimination. What should you include in the transaction SQL queries? Your options are join, where, distinct, or group by. The correct answer for this question is option B, where clause. And this is because when you add where clause to your TSQL query, it allows the query optimizer accesses only the relevant partition to satisfy the filter criteria of the query, which is what partition elimination is all about. And that brings us to question number 55, which is the last question for our DP-203 exam Q&A series part 5. So let's read the question. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool that contains a large fact table. The table contains 50 columns and 5 billion rows, and it's a heap. Most queries against the table aggregate values from approximately 100 million rows and return only 2 columns. You discover that the queries against the fact table are very slow. Which type of index should you add to provide the fastest query times? Your options are non-clustered column store, clustered column store, non-clustered, or clustered. And the correct answer for this question is option B, clustered column store. So what is a clustered column store? So clustered column store indexes are one of the most efficient ways you can store your data in dedicated SQL pool. Column store tables won't benefit a query unless the table has more than 60 million rows. And here, my friends, we can very well see that we already have 100 million rows. And that's why the clustered column store type of index fits this business case. So those were the 15 important questions on DP-203. I hope you enjoyed the questions and answers as much as I did. I'm looking forward for your feedback on the questions and what are the questions you want me to cover in the upcoming parts. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in part 6 of DP-203 exam Q&A series, we are going to cover 15 very latest exam questions. In today's part 6, I will be focusing on the questions related to Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Data Breaks, Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory, and Azure Storage Account. There will be a lot of concepts on the above topics. Very important video, so watch it very carefully. Grab the concepts to get good grades in DP-203 certification. And friends, at any stage of the video, if you find this video worth your time and an increase in your learning, please appreciate our efforts by pressing the like button, subscribing to the channel, and press that bell icon to receive all the notifications of our upcoming videos. So let's begin part 6 with a very interesting question, question number 56. The question says that you need to create a partition table in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. How should you complete the transact SQL statement? To answer, drag the appropriate values to the correct targets. Each value may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll the view content. So here, my friends, you can see that you are given with some of the values like clustered index, collate, distribution, partition function, or partition schema. And then on the right hand side in this answer area, there is a create table query given. And you can very well note that this query is not complete. So you have to complete the query by choosing two options from these value table. Let's go to the Microsoft documentation and understand this query in more detail. But before that, there are two important keywords that you must keep in mind when we are going to the Microsoft documentation. The first one is this hash ID, and the second one is this ID range left for values. So let's go to the Microsoft documentation now. So this is the Microsoft documentation on Create Table Azure Synapse Analytics. And here you can see Microsoft has given an elaborated syntax on how you can create a table. So you can see this is the basic structure of the query. First we have create table, we have column options, we have column constraints, then we have table options here, and then we have data type. The part of this syntax where we will find answer is this one. And here you can see that we are given with distribution hash, and then in the bracket we are given with distribution column name. Similarly, we have partition here, and in the partition we are given with partition column name, range left or right. So now my friends, if you relate this syntax given by Microsoft, you can see the value for the first box should be distribution and the value for the second box should be partition. So now let's reveal the answer to cross check. And now in the slide as well, you can see the distribution is the first answer and partition is the second answer. Hope that clarifies the logic behind choosing distribution and partition as the answer to this question. Now let's move ahead with question number 57. The question says that you have an Azure Data Breaks workspace named Workspace 1 in the standard pricing tier. You need to configure Workspace 1 to support auto-scaling all-purpose clusters. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first requirement is automatically scale down workers when the cluster is underutilized for 3 minutes. Then we have minimize the time it takes to scale to maximum number of workers. And the last requirement is minimize the cost. What should you do first? Your options are enable container services for Workspace 1. The second option is upgrade Workspace 1 to premium pricing tier. The third one is set cluster mode to high concurrency, and the fourth one is create a cluster policy in Workspace 1. And the correct answer to this question is option B, upgrade Workspace 1 to premium pricing tier. And here comes the reasoning behind it. We surely need optimized scaling, not the standard scaling, which is only part of premium plan. The reason is that we need to scale down after 3 minutes of underutilization, and standard auto scaling only allows scaling down after at least 10 minutes. Relating this logic to the question clearly mentions in the first requirement itself that automatically scale down workers when the cluster is underutilized for 3 minutes. Keep this in mind that please do not carried away always by the costing, because most of the time people have a tendency to choose the minimum possible pricing tier whenever they see minimum cost. But this is not the correct practice. You should also look at the other requirements as well. The minimum cost requirement might there be just to confuse you out. Let's move to question number 58. The question says that you have enterprise-wide Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account. The data lake is accessible only through an Azure virtual network named VNet1. You are building a SQL pool in Azure Synapse that will use data from data lake. Then the question says your company has sales team. All the members of the sales team are in Azure Active Directory group named sales. POSIX control are used to assign the sales group access to the files in the data lake. You plan to load the data to SQL pool every hour. You need to ensure that the SQL pool can load the sales data from the data lake. Which 3 actions should you perform? Each correct answer presents the part of the solution, and each correct selection is worth 1 point. Your options are add the managed identity to sales group. The second option is use the managed identity as the credentials for the data load process. The third one is create a shared access signature or SAS. The fourth one is add your Azure Active Directory account to the sales group. Fifth one is use the shared access signature as credentials for the data load process. And the sixth one is create a managed identity. The correct answer for this question is option A, option B and option F. Now friends, here I want to stress on one more important aspect of this question. In real exam, Microsoft can change the question and they can also ask you to order the actions in the correct sequence. So let me give you the correct sequence. The first action that you need to perform is create a managed identity. The second action would be add the managed identity to the sales group. And the third action would be use the managed identity as the credentials for the data load process. So this is the correct sequence of the actions that you need to perform. So keep the sequence of the actions also in your mind. Now let's move to question number 59. The question says that you are designing a monitoring solution for a fleet of 500 vehicles. Each vehicle has a GPS tracking device that sends the data to an Azure Event Hub once per minute. Now you have a CSV file in an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container. The file maintains the expected geographical area in which each vehicle should be. You need to ensure that when GPS position is outside the expected area, a message is added to another event hub for processing within 30 seconds. The solution must minimize the cost. What should you include in the solution? And here, my friends, as you can see, you have to answer on 3 levels. The first one is service. Then we have windowing option, and then the last one is analysis type. So let's check out the correct answer. The correct answer for the service option is Azure Stream Analytics. Then the correct answer for the windowing is hopping, and then the analysis type should be point with polygon. Moving on with question number 60. The question says that you are moving data from Azure Data Lake Gen 2 store to Azure CNAP Analytics. Which Azure Data Factory integration runtime would be used in a data copy activity? Your options are Azure Pipeline, Azure SSIS, or Azure or self-hosted. The correct answer to this question is option C, Azure. And this is because that when moving data between Azure Data Platform technologies, the Azure integration runtime is used when copying data between 2 Azure data platforms. And in case you want to read more on these Azure integration runtimes, then this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you can read about all the integration runtime. As we saw in the question, we have 3 options: Azure, self-hosted, and Azure SSIS. You can read all about these 3 integration runtime in this documentation. As always, link to all the documentation referred in this video is available in the description box. Coming to the question number 61, we have you are developing a solution that will use Azure Stream Analytics. The solution will accept an Azure Blob Storage file named customers. The file will contain both in-store and online customer details, and the online customers will provide a mailing address. And now the question says that you have a file in Blob Storage named location incomes that contains median incomes based on location. The file rarely changes and you need to use an address to look up a median income based on location. You must output the data to Azure SQL database for immediate use and to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 for long-term retention. And the solution given here is that you implement a stream analytics job that has 2 streaming inputs, 1 query and 2 outputs. Does this meet the goal? Looking at the answer, we have no. The given solution is not able to resolve this business case. I am sure that you want to listen the logic behind the same. Stay with me. I will present the logic in question number 63 as this question has 2 more variations. The second variation is presented in question number 62. The question is exactly the same. However, this time the solution is that you implement a stream analytics job that has 1 query and 2 outputs. Does this meet the goal? And this time as well, the answer is no. So let's check out the correct solution in question number 63. And here the solution is that you implement a stream analytics job that has 1 streaming input, 1 reference input, and then we have 2 queries and 4 outputs. Does this meet the goal? And this time, my friends, the answer is yes. Coming to the logic behind this answer, so here you can see that we need 1 reference data input for location incomes, which rarely changes. You can see in the question it says that this file rarely changes. The second logic is that we need 2 queries, 1 for in-store customers and 1 for online customers. And I hope you can relate this as well to the question. The question clearly marks down that we have both in-store and online customers. Then the third logic is that for each query, 2 outputs is needed, and that makes a total of 4 outputs. And that's exactly what is given in the solution as well. So those are the 3 logics because of which I think that this solution fits this business case. And with that, let's move to question number 64. The question says that you have an Azure Data Lake storage account that contains a staging zone. You need to design a daily process to ingest incremental data from the staging zone, transform the data by executing an R script, and then insert the transformed data into a data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics. The solution given here is that you use an Azure Data Factory schedule trigger to execute a pipeline that copies the data to staging table in the data warehouse and then uses a stored procedure to execute the R script. Does this meet the goal? And once again, you have to tell whether this solution fits this business case. The correct answer for this question is no. Now let's jump to question number 65. The question says that which Azure Data Factory component contains the transformation logic or the analysis commands of the Azure Data Factory's work? Your options are linked service, datasets, activities, or pipelines. And the correct answer for this question is option C, activities. And in case you are interested to read more on Azure Data Factory component, then this is the Microsoft documentation. And here you can see that Microsoft has presented with usage scenarios, then they have given with how does it work. And then Microsoft has given this very beautiful graphical representation of Azure Data Factory architecture. And below this image, you can see that Microsoft has listed all the key components of Azure Data Factory. You have pipelines here, activities, datasets, linked service, data flows, and integration runtime. Just below this, you are given with details of all the key components. And as you can see, we have activities here. Microsoft documentation says activities represent a processing step in the pipeline. For example, you might use a copy activity to copy data from one data store to another data store. And similarly, my friends, you can read all about the key components of Azure Data Factory in this Microsoft documentation. Now let's jump to question number 66. The question says that you have an Azure Data Factory that contains 10 pipelines. You need to label each pipeline with its main purpose of either ingest, transform, or load. The labels must be available for grouping and filtering when using the monitoring experience in the data factory. What should you add to each pipeline? Your options are a resource tag, a user property, an annotation, a run group ID, or a correlation ID. The correct answer for this question is option C, an annotation. A quick detail on annotations. So annotations are additional informative tags that you can add to specific factory resources like pipelines, datasets, linked service, and triggers. And friends, by adding annotations, you can easily filter and search for specific factory resources. And that's the reason behind choosing annotation as the answer to this question. Now let's move to the question number 67. The question says that you have an Azure storage account and an Azure SQL data warehouse in UK South region. Now friends, you need to copy blob data from the storage account to the data warehouse by using Azure Data Factory. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first one is to ensure that the data remains in UK South region all the times. The second requirement is minimize administrative efforts. Which type of integration runtime should you use? Your options are Azure Integration Runtime, Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. The third one is Azure SSIS Integration Runtime. And the correct answer to this question is option A, Azure Integration Runtime. And friends, I just shared the details of different Azure Integration Runtime in question number 60. So please refer the same documentation that I presented in question number 60 for this question as well. Now let me present you 3 back-to-back questions on Azure Data Breaks cluster. So let's check out question number 68, and that says that you are planning to use Azure Data Breaks cluster for a single user. Which type of Data Breaks cluster should you use? Your options are standard, single node, or high concurrency. The correct answer for this question is standard. Stay with me, I will present the Microsoft documentation in question number 70. For now, let's check out question number 69. The question says that you are planning to use Azure Data Breaks cluster that provide fine-grained sharing for maximum resource utilization and minimum query latencies. The question also points that it should be also a managed cloud resource. Which type of Databricks cluster should you use? Again, the options are standard, single node and high concurrency. And the correct answer this time is option C, high concurrency. And this, my friends, brings us to the question number 70, which is the last question for part 6 DP-203 exam Q&A series. And this question says that you are planning to use Azure Databricks cluster with no workers and runs Spark jobs on the driver node. Which type of Databricks cluster should you use? Options are again the same, standard, single node or high concurrency. And this time the correct answer is option B, single node. And as promised, my friends, let me take you to the Microsoft documentation. So this is the Microsoft documentation that explains the configuration options that are available when you create and edit Azure Databricks clusters. And if you will scroll down a little more on this documentation, you will come to a section that says cluster mode. And here, my friends, Microsoft has clearly mentioned that Azure Databricks supports 3 cluster modes: standard, high concurrency and single node. You can read all about these cluster modes on this documentation. Before concluding this question, I want to say that friends, on many sites, you would be seeing many other clustering modes like automated, interactive or job. But friends, as per my understanding, these options are related to AWS and not Azure. In Azure, as I showed you in the Microsoft documentation, there is nothing like automated clusters, interactive cluster or job cluster. So please be very careful. I have shown you the legit Microsoft documentation and that should be the only source of truth for Azure examinations. In case you have any other thoughts or feedback on cluster based questions, do let me know in the comment section. And friends, it does take a lot of time and effort to compile all the questions, validate the answers and bring the right Microsoft documentation for each question. So before you leave the video, please press that like button and subscribe to the channel. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in part 7 of DP-203 exam question and answer series, we are going to cover 15 very latest exam questions. In part 7 today, I will be focusing on questions related to Azure Data Factory, virtual machines, Azure Spark, Azure Data Breaks, Azure Data Lake, Azure CNAP Analytics, and today we will understand a new Azure service called Azure Purview. Along with that, I will also cover some questions on Azure Storage Account. So many important concepts are coming up, so watch the video carefully. Do not skip any part and understand the concepts to get good grades in DP-203 certificate. And friends, at any stage of the video, if you find this video worth your time and an increment in your learning, please appreciate our efforts by pressing the like button, subscribing to the channel and press that bell icon to receive all the notifications of our upcoming videos. So let's begin the part 7 with question number 71. The question says that which Azure Data Factory components orchestrates a transformation job or runs a data movement command? And your options are linked services, datasets or activities. The correct answer to this question is option A, linked services. So friends, linked services are objects that are used to define the connection to data stores. You can also visualize linked services as connection strings. Moving on with question number 72, it says that you have an Azure virtual machine that has Microsoft SQL Server installed. The server contains a table named table 1. You need to copy the data from table 1 to an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account by using Azure Data Factory version 2 copy activity. Which type of integration runtime should you use? Your options are Azure Integration Runtime, Self-Hosted Integration Runtime, and the last option is Azure SSIS Integration Runtime. Friends, in previous many parts, we have discussed the questions around Azure Integration Runtime, and many of you have asked me how to determine which integration runtime to use. Well, this time I have got Microsoft documentation to guide just on that topic. So this is the Microsoft documentation on integration runtime in Azure Data Factory. And friends, on this documentation, you have to scroll a little bit more and then you will reach to a section that's named as determining which IR to use. And here Microsoft guides you on the principles that you can use to determine which integration runtime you can use. Now coming back to the presentation, the correct answer for this question is option A, Azure Integration Runtime. Moving on with question number 73, the question says that which browsers are recommended for the best use of Azure Data Breaks. Your options are Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Microsoft Edge, Internet Explorer or mobile browsers. And friends, the recommended browsers for the Azure Data Breaks are Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and lastly Microsoft Edge. And friends, you can validate those answers on this Microsoft documentation where Microsoft has documented the browsers that are supported for Azure Data Breaks, not only for Windows but also for the Mac OS. And with that, let's move to question number 74. The question says, how do you connect your Spark cluster to Azure Blob? Your options are by calling the .connect function on the Spark cluster. The second option is by mounting it. The third option is by calling the .connect function on Azure Blob. The correct answer for this question is option B, by mounting it. And this is the Microsoft documentation tutorial where you can read more on Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, Azure Data Breaks and Spark. And in this documentation, there is a section which will guide you on how to create a container and how to mount it. You can read the step-by-step process. The documentation link is provided in the description box. And with that, let's move to the question number 75. The question says, how does Spark connect to the databases like MySQL, Hive and other data stores? The options are JDBC, ODBC or using the REST API layer. The correct answer for this question is option A, JDBC. Now for those who don't know what is JDBC, JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. It is a Java API for connecting to databases such as MySQL, Hive and other data stores. And besides that, I want to stress that ODBC is not an option and the REST API layer is not available. That's why JDBC is just the right answer for this question. Now coming to question number 76, the question says that you need to trigger an Azure Data Factory pipeline when a file arrives in an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container. Which resource provider should you enable? Your options are Microsoft SQL, Microsoft Automation, Microsoft Event Grid or Microsoft Event Hub. The correct answer for this question is option C, Microsoft Event Hub. Now, before I take you to the Microsoft documentation, let's understand few important keywords in this question. The question is asking you to trigger a Azure Data Factory pipeline when a file arrives in an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container, which means that we are talking about storage-based triggers. And that's the reason I have come to this Microsoft documentation, which talks on how to create a trigger that runs a pipeline in a response to a storage event. And friends, this documentation describes the storage event triggers that you can create in your Data Factory or Synapse pipeline. And after that, it talks about event-driven architecture. That's a common data integration pattern that involves production, detection, consumption, and reaction to events. And friends, then in the same paragraph, Microsoft says that Data Factory and Synapse pipeline natively integrate with Azure Event Grid. And that's the reason we have chosen Event Grid as the answer to this question. Now coming to the question number 77, the question says that you plan to perform batch processing in Azure Data Breaks once daily. Which Azure Data Breaks cluster should you use? Your options are high concurrency, interactive or automated. The correct answer for this question is option C, automated. Now friends, you need to understand that Azure Data Breaks has two types of clusters. The first one is interactive and the second one is automated. And also pay attention that you use interactive clusters to analyze data collaboratively with interactive notebook. On the other hand, you use automated cluster to run fast and robust automated jobs. And that's what we are talking about in this question. We want to perform batch processing and that should be once daily. So this is an automated job that we want to run. And that's why we have chosen automated data cluster. Moving on with question number 78, the question says that which Azure Data Factory component contains the transformation logic or the analysis command of Azure Data Factory's work. Your options are linked service, datasets, activities or pipeline. The correct answer for this question is option C, activities. Now let's move on to question number 79, and the question says that you plan to ingest streaming social media data by using Azure Stream Analytics. The data will be stored in files in Azure Data Lake Storage and then consumed by Azure Data Breaks and Polybase in Azure Synapse Analytics. You need to recommend a stream analytics data output format to ensure that the queries from Data Breaks and Polybase against the files encounter the fewest possible errors. The solution must ensure that the files can be queried quickly and that the data type information is retained. What should you recommend? Your options are JSON, Paraquet, CSV or Avro. The correct answer to this question is option B, Paraquet. Now let's move on to question number 80, a very interesting question. And the question says that you have self-hosted integration runtime in Azure Data Factory. And you can see here that the current status of the integration runtime has the following configuration. You are given with the status, which is running, type is self-hosted. We are also given with the version. Then we are given with a lot of other information as well. Then my friends, on the right hand sides, we are given with integration runtime has following no details. And then here you can see we are given with the name, status, version and all the other details as well. Moving on, the question is asking two answers here. The first question it's asking is that if the XM node becomes unavailable, all the executed pipelines will, and your options are fail until the node comes back online. The other option is switch to another integration runtime. The third option is exceed the CPU limit. And the reason is that here we are given with high availability enabled equals to false, which means that the high availability feature is not enabled. You can see in this information here. Here you can note the question is saying high availability enabled equals to false. And that's the reason until the node becomes available again, all the pipelines are going to fail. Now let's check out the other box. The other box says the number of concurrent jobs and the CPU usage indicate the concurrent jobs. And the options given are raised, lowered or left as is. And the correct answer for this question is lowered. And here comes the reason. So here in the question, we are given with the concurrent jobs, which is running / limit is 2/14. And the CPU utilization is given as 6%. I hope you understood this point very well. The question says in the concurrent jobs running / limit. So we are only using 2 while we have 14. So that's why we are paying for 14 concurrent jobs, although we are using only 2. Moving on, the question says that we are only using 6% of the CPU that you have purchased. So which means what? That we are paying extra for the other 94% that we are not using. And that's the reason we have chosen lowered as the answer to this question. We already have more resources. We are not consuming that. So that's why lowered. Coming to the question number 81, the question says that you have an Azure Data Breaks resource. You need to log actions that relate to compute changes triggered by the Data Breaks resources. Which Data Breaks services should you log? Your options are workspace, SSH, DBFS, clusters or jobs. And the correct answer for this question is option D, clusters. Now let's look at more information on each of the option. First, let's understand the cluster. So an Azure Data Breaks cluster is a set of computation resources and configuration on which you run data engineering, data science and data analytics workloads. And that's the correct answer for this question. Now let's look at the other options which are incorrect. So the first one is workspace. So Azure Data Breaks workspace is an environment for accessing all of your Data Breaks assets. The workspace organizes objects into folders and provides access to data and computational resources such as clusters and jobs. And then we have option B as SSH. Basically, SSH allows you to log into Apache Spark clusters remotely. And I'm pretty sure that many of you have already used SSH. Then the third option that we saw was DBFS. So basically DBFS is nothing but Databricks file system, which is a distributed file system mounted into an Azure Databricks workspace and available on Azure Databricks cluster. And then finally we have jobs, which is a way of running a notebook or jar either immediately or on a scheduled basis. And with that, let's move to question number 82, which says that which Azure data platform is commonly used to process data in an ELT framework. Do let me know in the comment section whether you understand the difference between ELT and ETL processes. Now let's check out the option for this question. The options given are Azure Data Factory, Azure Data Breaks or Azure Data Lake Storage. The correct answer for this question is Azure Data Factory. We have talked about Azure Data Factory many times, but in case you want more details on any aspect of Azure Data Factory or its key components, do let me know in the comment section. And if there is sufficient interest shown by the viewers, I will create a dedicated series on Azure Data Factory. But for now, let's move to question number 85. The question says that which Azure service is best choice to manage and govern your data? Your options are Azure Data Factory, Azure Purview, or Azure Data Lake Storage. The correct answer for this question is option B, Azure Purview. And this is the first time we are talking about Azure Purview. So let's go to Microsoft documentation and understand a little bit more on this. So here, my friends, this is the documentation on Azure Purview. So Microsoft says that Azure Purview provides a unified data governance solution to help manage and govern your on-premises, multi-cloud and software as a service data. You can easily create a holistic, up-to-date map of your data landscape with automatic data discovery, sensitive data classification, and end-to-end data lineage. Besides that, you can also enable data consumers to access valuable, trustworthy data management. And also, my friends, please note that Azure Purview is now Microsoft Purview. Now let's move ahead to question number 84. So this is a true-false kind of question. The question says that applications that publishes messages to Azure Event Hub very frequently will get the best performance using advanced message queuing protocol because it establishes a persistent socket. Is it a true or a false statement? The correct answer that this one is a true statement. Now let's move on with question number 85, which is the last question for the part 7 on DP-203 exam Q&A series. Reading the question says that you have an Azure CNAP Analytics dedicated SQL pool named Pool 1. The Pool 1 contains a partitioned fact table named dbo.sales and a staging table named stg.sales that has the matching table and partition definitions. Now you need to override the content of the first partition in dbo.sales with the content of same partition in stg.sales. The solution must minimize the load times. What should you use? Should you insert the data from stg.sales into dbo.sales? Or should you switch the first partition of dbo.sales to stg.sales? The third option given is switch the first partition from stg.sales to dbo.sales. And the last option is update dbo.sales from stg.sales. And the correct answers, my friend, for this question is option B, switch the first partition from dbo.sales to stg.sales. And the logic, my friends, is very simple. You have to observe what is the direction where we are overwriting the contents. Here in the question, you can see that we are overwriting the contents of dbo.sales with the contents of staging.sales. So that's why we are moving from dbo.sales to staging.sales. And due to that, option B seems the perfect answer for this question. We hope you liked the 15 questions today on DP-203. Please do appreciate our efforts that goes in bringing the correct Microsoft documentation to you. Before you leave the video, please press that like button and subscribe to the channel. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in part 8 of DP-203 exam question and answer series, we are going to cover 15 very exciting and latest questions on DP-203. And today we will be focusing on questions related to Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Data Breaks and Azure Event Hubs. Important concepts are coming up, so please pay attention, watch the video very carefully and get one step closer to your DP-203 exam certificate. So let's begin part 8 with a set of 3 questions on Azure Data Breaks. Here comes question number 86. The question says that you plan to create an Azure Data Breaks workspace that has a tiered structure. The workspace will contain the following 3 workloads. The first one is a workload for data engineers who will use Python and SQL. The second one is a workload for jobs that will run notebooks that use Python, Spark, Scala and SQL. The third one is a workload that the data scientists will use to perform ad hoc analysis in Scala and R. Further, the question says the enterprise architecture team identifies the following standards for Databricks environments. The The first one is the data engineers must share a cluster. The second one is the job cluster will be managed by using a request process whereby data scientists and data engineers provide packaged notebooks for deployment to the cluster. Third one is all the data scientists must be assigned their own cluster that terminates automatically after 120 minutes of inactivity. Currently, there are 3 data scientists. You need to create a Data Breaks cluster for the workload. The solution given here is that you create a high concurrency cluster for each data scientist, a high concurrency cluster for the data engineers, and finally you create a standard cluster for the jobs. Does this meet the goal? And you have to tell whether it's a correct or incorrect solution. The correct answer for this question is no. And stay with me, I will provide the correct logic of this question in question number 88, as this question has 2 more variations. So let's check them out. And now we see one more variation of the same question. This is question number 87. In this question, however, the solution is little different. This time the solution says that you create a standard cluster for each data scientist, a high concurrency cluster for the data engineers, and finally you create a high concurrency cluster for the jobs. Does this meet the goal? And this time as well, my friends, the answer is no. So what is the correct answer? Let's check out in question number 88. So here comes question number 88, and this time we have solution which says that you create a standard cluster for each data scientist, a high concurrency cluster for the data engineers, and a standard cluster for the jobs. Does this meet the goal? This time the answer is yes. This solution will fulfill this business case. Looking at the logic why this solution is correct, you see there is no need for high concurrency cluster for each data scientist. Standard clusters are recommended for a single user. Standard clusters can run the workloads developed in any language, Python, R, Scala or SQL. And that's exactly what our question also mentioned, that we have to develop workloads that are created in languages like Python, R, Scala and SQL. And then a high concurrency cluster is managed cloud resource. The key benefit of high concurrency clusters are that they provide Apache Spark native, fine-grained sharing for maximum resource utilization and minimum query latencies. So that was the quick logic on choosing yes this time for this solution. Now let's move on to question number 89. This is a true-false kind of question. The question says that if an event hub goes offline before a consumer group can process the events it holds, those events will be lost. You have to tell whether this statement is true or false. The correct answer for this statement is it's a false statement. And the reason for same is that events are persistent. So keep in mind that events are persistent, which means that each consumer group has its own cursor maintaining its position within the partition. The consumer groups can resume processing at their cursor position when the event hub is available again. So that means that whenever you are using events, you can be rest assured that nothing will be lost even if the event hub goes offline. And that's the beauty of using event hubs. Now let's move on with question number 90. The question says that you are a data engineer for Contoso. You want to view the key health metrics of your Stream Analytics jobs. Which tool in Stream Analytics should you use? Your options are dashboards, alerts or diagnostics. The correct answer for this question is dashboards. Now let's check out the quick explanation. So dashboards are used to view the key health metrics of your Stream Analytics jobs. As we see, this is the correct option. Then we have alerts. So alerts enable proactive detection of issues in Stream Analytics. However, for this question, we need to view the key health metrics and we are not into proactive detection. Then we have diagnostics. So diagnostics logging is turned off by default and can help with root cause analysis in production deployments. So that's the quick explanation for each of the options. Coming up now is question number 91. The question says that you are designing a real-time dashboard solution that will visualize streaming data from remote sensors that connect to the internet. The streaming data must be aggregated to show the average value of each 10-second interval, and the data will be discarded after being displayed in the dashboard. The solution will use Azure Stream Analytics and must meet the following requirement. The first one is minimize latency from an Azure Event Hub to the dashboard. The second one is minimize the required storage. The third one is minimize the development effort. What should you include in the solution? And here you can see you have to answer this question on 3 levels. The first one is Azure Stream Analytics input type, and then you have to tell what will be the Azure Stream Analytics output type. The third thing that you have to answer is what would be the aggregation query location. Looking at the answer for the Azure Stream Analytics input type, and that is Azure Event Hub. And then we have the output type. For the output type, the correct answer is Azure Power BI. And then for the aggregation query location, the correct answer is Azure Stream Analytics. A great place to learn about Stream Analytics and Power BI is this Microsoft documentation. And here you can experience how to build a real-time analytics dashboard for streaming data. All the information is given. You can also read about Microsoft Power BI. And then if you follow this document, you will know what are the prerequisites. Then after that, it's given how to add Power BI output, and much more information is given in the documentation. And as I said, this is a great place to learn Stream Analytics and Power BI. Now let's move on with question number 92. And it says that publishers can use either HTTPS or AMQP. AMQP opens a socket and can send multiple messages over that socket. How many default partitions are available? The options given are 1, 2, 4, 8 or 12. And the correct answer for this question is option C. So we have 4 default partitions that are available. So by default, we have 4 partitions available. Partitions are actually a bucket within the Event Hub. Each publication will go into only one partition. However, each consumer group may read from one or more than one partition. And now we have question number 93. The question says that you are designing an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics that will contain a table named customers. Now customers will contain credit card information. You need to recommend a solution to provide salespeople with ability to view all the entries in customer table, and then the solution must prevent all the salespeople from viewing or inferring the credit card information. What should you include in the recommendation? Your options are data masking, always encrypted, and then we have column level security, and the last one given is row level security. The correct answer for this question is that we should go for column level security. Now friends, if you remember in question number 21 of part 3, we had a similar question. In that question, we choose data masking, but here we are choosing column level security. And the reason is that in question number 21, we were to hide some part of the phone number, but here we want to enable to the salespeople to view all the entries of entire customer table. But there is an important catch here. We also want to restrict them from viewing the credit card number. So basically, we are looking for the column level control. Once again, we want to enable salespeople to view the entire customer table. However, we want to restrict them from viewing the credit card information. So one column of customer table needs to be restricted. And in case you want to read more on column level security, this is the Microsoft documentation. It says that column level security allows customers to control access to table columns based on the user's execution context or group membership. Here a wonderful video is given by Microsoft. You can watch this video. And then move along on this documentation. Here you can also understand what are the different syntax. And then to further strengthen your learning, Microsoft has also given a good example. So a good documentation to refer in case you want to learn more on column level security. Moving on with question number 94. It's a very interesting question. Let's read it out. The question says that you implement an Azure Enterprise Data Warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics. You have a large fact table that is 10 terabytes in size. Incoming queries use primary key, sales key column to retrieve the data as displayed in the following table. So two things you can note upfront here. The first one is that the fact table is big. It's 10 terabyte in size. And the second thing is that the incoming queries are using the primary key. And what is the primary key? Primary key column is sales key. Moving on with the table, it starts with the primary key, which is sales key. Then we have city key, customer key, stock item key, invoice date key. We are also given with quantity, unit price, and total excluding tax. And then the question says that you need to distribute the large fact table across multiple nodes to optimize performance of the table. Which technology should you use? Your options are hash distributed table with clustered index, or should you use hash distributed table with clustered column store index? The third option is round robin distributed table with clustered index. And then in the last, we are given with round robin distributed table with clustered column store index. The correct answer for this question is option B, hash distributed table with clustered column store index. So basically, hash distributed tables improve query performance on large fact table, and column store indexes can achieve up to 100x better performance on analytics and data warehousing workloads, and up to 10x better data compression than traditional row store indexes. And in case you want to read more on column store indexes and how you can use to improve the query performance, this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you can read all the recommendation for improving the query performance. They have listed out all the recommendation one by one, so you can read the documentation in more detail. Coming back to the presentation, here I just wanted to add that friends, the options C and D, which are talking about round robin distributed tables. So basically, round robin distributed tables are useful for improving loading speed. And now let's move on with question number 95. The question says that you have an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics. Using Polybase, you create an external table named ext items to query paraquet files stored in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 without importing the data to data warehouse. The external table has 3 columns, and you discover that the paraquet files have 4th column named item ID. Which command should you run to add item ID column to the external table? I hope you understood the requirement. The requirement is that you already have an external table which is named as ext item. This table has 3 columns, and now you have to add a 4th column which is item ID to this existing table. So which command do you think will fulfill this job? Options are given here. The first 2 commands are alter commands. You can see first one, option A, is alter external table, and the second one is alter table. And then we have this big command which says that first you drop the external table and then you create the external table with the old columns and the new column as well. Or should you go for this command which gives you drop external table format paraquet file 1 and then you create using this command? The correct answer for this question is command C. And as I just mentioned, first you have to drop the external table and then you have to create the external table with the new column as well as the existing columns. Now let's move on with question number 96. The question says that you build a data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. Analysts write a complex select query that contains multiple joins and case statements to transform the data for use in inventory reports. And then the question says the inventory reports will use the data and additional where parameters depending on the report. The reports will be produced once daily. You need to implement a solution to make datasets available for the reports. The solution must minimize the query times. What should you implement? Your options are an ordered clustered column store index, a materialized view, a result set caching, or should you implement a replicated table? The correct answer for this question is a materialized view. Friends, materialized views are a very important concept. Let's understand using Microsoft documentation. So this is the Microsoft documentation that gives you more insights on performance tune with materialized views. It says that materialized views for dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse provide a low maintenance method for complex analytical queries to get fast performance without any query change. And this article discusses the general guidance on using materialized view. You can also read a comparison between materialized view and standard views. Both materialized view and standard views are very important concept. The link for this documentation is available in the description box. In fact, links to all the documentation referred in this video are available in the description box. Now let's move on with question number 97 that says that you are designing a partition strategy for a fact table in Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. The table has following specification. The first one is contains sales data for 20,000 products. The second one is use hash distribution on a column named product ID. The third one is contain 2.4 billion records for the years 2021 and 2022. Further, the question says which number of partition ranges provide optimal compression and performance for the clustered column store index. Is it 40, 240, 400 or 2400? And the correct answer for this question is option A, 40. Now let me introduce the rule for calculating the partition. So the rule is the number of records. How many records we have? We have 2.4 billion records. Then it says divided by 1 million multiplied by 60. That gives us 60 million. So basically we have divided number of records with 60 million. We have 2.4 billion records divided by 60 million, and that gives us 40, which is the accurate partition range. And with that, let's move on with question number 98, which says that you are designing an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You need to ensure that you can use audit access to personally identifiable information or PII. What should you include in the solution? Your options are column level security, or should you use dynamic data masking, or row level security, or sensitivity classification. The correct answer to this question is option D, sensitivity classification. And friends, if you are working on a system that uses personally identifiable information, or it comes under the umbrella of GDPR, then please read the Microsoft documentation before you design any solution. And friends, how many of you know the difference between personally identifiable information and GDPR? Do let me know in the comment section what you think both are and how you handle each one of them. Moving on with question number 99, it says that you are designing a security model for an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool that will support multiple companies. You need to ensure that the users from each company can view only the data for their respective company. Which two objects should you include in the solution? Each correct answer presents the part of solution, and please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. Your options are a security policy, a custom role-based access control or RBAC. Then we have a function. The fourth option given is a column encryption key, and then we have asymmetric keys. The correct answer to this question is option A and option B. And that brings us to the question number 100, which is the last question for part 8 on DP-203 Exam Q&A series. Let's read the question. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics job that uses Scala. You need to view the status of the job. What should you do? Your options are: from Synapse Studio, select the workspace. From Monitor, select SQL request. The second option is from Azure Monitor, run a custom query against the Azure Diagnostics table. The third option is from Synapse Studio, select workspace. From Monitor, select Apache Spark application. And the fourth option is from Azure Monitor, run a custom query against the Spark logging event _ CL table. And the correct answer for this question is option C. And in this option, from the Synapse Studio, you have to select the workspace, and from the Monitor you have to select Apache Spark application. And let's not forget the Microsoft documentation on how to use Synapse Studio to monitor your Apache Spark application. Everything that you need to know around this concept is available in this documentation. I hope you enjoyed today's session with 15 questions on important concepts like Azure Synapse, Azure Data Breaks, and Azure Event Hub. Friends, I look forward for your support on the efforts that we spend. So please do not miss to press the like button and subscribe to the channel. Also help us reach other audiences, so please do share our videos. You can connect us on other social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Information for the same is now flashing on your screen and also available in the description box. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. This is part 9 of DP-203 Exam Q&A series. So what are we learning today? Well, today we will focus on questions based on Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Stream Analytics. We will also understand what is meant by slowly changing dimension and what are their different types. There will be also some questions on Azure Data Lake and Azure Cosmos DB. Interesting and equally important concepts are coming up, so sit tight, pay attention to the coming 15 questions in this part 9. Let's begin part 9 with question number 101. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics database. Within this, you have a dimension table named stores that contains stored information. There is a total of 263 stores nationwide. The store information is retrieved in more than half of the queries that are issued against this database. These queries include staff information per store, sales information per store, and finance information. You want to improve the query performance of these queries by configuring the table geometry of stores table, which is the appropriate table geometry to select for the stores table. Your options are round robin, non-clustered, or replicated table. The correct answer for this question is option C, replicated table. Now let's look at quick information on each of the option. So the round robin distribution is a table geometry that is useful to perform initial data loads. On the other hand, the non-clustered is not a valid table geometry in Azure Synapse Analytics. So keep this important point in mind. Then moving on to the replicated table, which is the correct answer for this question. So a replicated table is an appropriate table geometry choice as the size of the data in the table is less than 200 and the table will be replicated to every distribution node of the Azure Synapse Analytics to improve the performance. Moving on with question number 102, the question says what is the default port for connecting to an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics? The options given are TCP port 1344, then we have UDP port 1433, and the last option is TCP port 1433. The correct answer is option C, TCP port 1433. And friends, as you all know, queries are integral part of DP-203. So let's not forget the various questions that will appear on different kind of queries in DP-203. Let's take 3 consecutive questions on different queries. And here comes question number 103. This says that you have the following Azure Stream Analytics and you have to give some true and false based on this query. Here you can see we have a query which starts with the with clause, and here you can see we have step 1 where we have selected input and partition it by state ID into 10. And then we have step 2 where we have selected the input 2 and partitioned it by state ID into 10. And then after this, what we are doing is we are selecting into output from step 1. Step 1 is this first with clause, and then we are partitioning it by state ID and we are creating a union with the step 2. Now based on this query, you have to answer these statements. The first statement is the query combines 2 streams of partition data. You have to tell whether it's a correct or an incorrect statement. The correct answer for the first statement is yes, it does combine 2 streams of partition data. Here you can see we have first stream as step 1 and the second stream is step 2. Also, please understand that you can now use new extension of Azure Stream Analytics SQL to specify the number of partitions of a stream when reshuffling the data. Moving on with the second statement, the statement says the stream scheme key and count must match the output scheme. The correct answer for this statement is also a yes. Looking at the explanation for the same, when joining 2 streams of data explicitly repartitioned, these streams must have same partition key and partition count. Now let's move on with the third statement, which says that providing 60 streaming units will optimize the performance of the query. This is also a yes or a correct statement. Looking at the explanation for this, streaming units represents the computing resource that are allocated to execute a stream analytics job. The higher number of SU or streaming units, the more CPU and more memory resources are allocated for your job. In general, the best practice is to start with 6 SUs for queries that do not use partition by. And here we can see we have 10 partitions. And where are the 10 partitions given in the query? This way. You can see into clause here in step 1 and step 2 as well. And that's why the formula becomes 10 partition or the number of partition multiplied by 6 streaming units. So we have now a figure which comes 6 multiplied 10 equals to 60 SU is good. And that's why we have chosen yes for the third statement. Now let's move on to question number 104, which is another query based question, and it says that you have a table in Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. The table was created using the following transact SQL statement. You can see there is a create table query, and what we are essentially doing in this query, we are creating a table which is a kind of dimension table named employee. And you can also observe various columns and their data type information given in the query. Then the question says that you need to alter the table to meet the following requirements. The first one is ensure that the users can identify the current manager of the employee. Then the second requirement is support creating an employee reporting hierarchy for your entire company. And then the third requirement is provide fast lookup of manager's attribute as name and job title. And then the question says which column should you add to the table. Your options are manager employee ID or manager employee key. The third option is manager employee key. However, this time the data type is different. We have now int. Earlier we had small int. And then the fourth option given is manager name, which is varchar. The correct answer for this question is option C, manager employee key, which has a data type as int. Now let's move on with one more question based on queries, question number 105, and it says that you need to implement a type 3 slowly changing dimension SCD for the product category data in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You have a table that was created by using the following transact SQL statement, and here once again you can see we have a create table statement, and this time we are creating a dimension table called product. Then the question says that which two columns should you add to the table. Each correct answer presents part of the solution, and the options given are effective start date or current product category, effective end date, product category, or original product category. Now friends, before answering this question, you must first understand what is the exact requirement of the question. Here the question is talking about type 3 slowly changing dimension. So let's first understand what is type 3 slowly changing dimension, and then we will come back to answer this question. So now I am on the Microsoft documentation, which will make you aware of various slowly changing dimensions. The first one is type 1 dimension, the second one is type 2 dimension, and then we have type 3 dimension, and that's exactly what we are looking for. So this one says that type 3 SCD supports two versions of a dimension member as separate column. Please pay attention. I will repeat this once again because on this very statement our answer depends. It says that type 3 SCD supports storing two versions of a dimension member as separate columns. And here you can also observe there is an example also given where Microsoft is giving you an example based on email information. Here you can see that we have current email, and then we also have a column for original email. And that makes sense because as per definition, it says that it will be storing two versions of dimension member as a separate column. The knowledge that we gained from the Microsoft documentation, based on that, I can give you the answer as option B and option E. Why? Because in Microsoft documentation, we just saw that we need to maintain two versions of the dimension in separate two columns. So here we can see that we are maintaining the current product category, and we are also maintaining original product category. So please pay very good attention when you're reading the question, whether it's a type 1, type 2, type 3, and in fact there is type 6 as well. The link for the documentation that I just referred is given in the description box. Things are just getting started. After that warm up on 3 query based questions, let's take some other type of questions. Here comes question number 106. The question says that you have a SQL pool in Azure Synapse. You plan to load the data from Azure Blob Storage to a staging table. Approximately 1 million rows of data will be loaded daily. The table will be truncated before each daily load. You need to create the staging table. The solution must minimize how long it takes to load the data to staging table. How should you configure the table? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Here you have to answer on 3 levels. The first one is distribution, the second level is indexing, and the third level is partitioning. And surely you can observe different options given for each one of them. Now let's look at the answer for each one of them. Coming to the distribution, the correct answer is hash. Then we are coming to the indexing. The correct answer is clustered column store. And then for the partitioning, the correct answer is date. Now let me give you quick logic for each of them. So hash distributed tables improve the query performance on large fact tables, and also understand they can have large number of rows and still they can achieve very high performance. So that's why we have chosen hash distribution, because we have large number of rows, which is 1 billion. Coming to the indexing part, here we have chosen clustered column store. So you have to understand, when you are creating partitions on clustered column store tables, it is important to consider how many rows belong to each partition. For optimal compression and performance of clustered column store tables, a minimum of 1 million rows per distribution and partition is needed. And that's exactly what also is given in our question. Then let's move on to the partitioning part. So here we have chosen date. The table partition enables you to divide the data into smaller groups of data, and in most cases the table partition are created on date column. So that's the reason we have chosen date as the partitioning option. So hopefully friends, this justifies the answers that we have chosen for this question. Now let's move on to a very interesting question, question number 107, and the question tells you that you have files and folder in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 for an Azure Synapse workspace as shown in the following exhibit. You can see that you have one top folder. So this is your root, and under this root or top folder you have file 1 CSV, and then you have couple of subfolders, folder 1 and folder 2. Inside these folders also you have some files, file 2 and file 3 respectively, and then you have one more file which is file 4, which is just directly under the top folder. Now the question further asks that you create an external table named ext table that has a location top folder. When you query ext table by using Azure Synapse Analytics serverless SQL pool, which files are returned? Your options are file 2 and file 3, file 1 and file 4, file 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them, or the last option is file 1 only. Now let's go to the Microsoft documentation and find out the correct answer for this question. So here I am on the Microsoft documentation that explains the use of external table with Synapse SQL. And on this documentation, you have to scroll a little bit down and you will reach to a section which says arguments create external table. Here you can see a very similar folder structure given by Microsoft. Let me zoom it if it helps a little more to you. Okay, so this is the folder structure, very similar to what we saw in our question as well. We have one root folder and here it is named as web data. Then we have mydata.txt and _hidden.txt, and these two files are directly under web data, which is the root folder. And then we have two subfolders which are named as month and hidden folder, and both these folders contains one file each. Now let's read the documentation carefully and find out the correct answer. The documentation says that unlike Hadoop external tables, native external tables do not return subfolders unless you specify / followed by 2 stars at the end of the path. In this example, if location web data, a serverless SQL pool query will return rows from mydata.txt, it won't return mydata2.txt and mydata3.txt because they are located in a subfolder. Now taking the understanding from the documentation given by the Microsoft, the correct answer to this question is option B, file1.csv and file4.csv. Let's move on with question number 108. The question says that you have a table named sales fact in an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics. Now sales fact table contains sales data from the past 36 months and has the following characteristics. The first one is partitioned by month, contains 1 billion rows, has clustered column store indexes. Now the question says that beginning of each month, you need to remove the data from sales fact table that is older than 36 months as quickly as possible. Which 3 actions should you perform in sequence in a stored procedure? And here you can see we are given with 6 actions, and out of these 6 actions, we have to choose 3 of them and arrange them in correct sequence. So let's look at the correct actions in correct sequence. So the first action that you should perform is create an empty table named sales fact underscore work that has the same schema as sales fact. Then as a second step, you should switch the partition containing the stale data from sales fact table to sales fact underscore work. And then as a third step, you have to drop the sales fact underscore work table. So those were the three actions in correct sequence. Moving on with question number 109, a similar kind of question. The question says that you develop data engineering solution for a company. A project requires analysis of real-time Twitter feeds. And now friends, the post that contains specific keywords must be stored and processed on Microsoft Azure and then displayed by using Microsoft Power BI. You need to implement the solution. Which 5 actions should you perform in sequence? As we did in the last question, out of these 7 steps, we have to choose 5 of them. So let's look at the first action. The first one is create an HD Insight cluster with Spark cluster type. The second one is create a Jupyter notebook. The third one is create a table. Then as a fourth step, you need to run a job that uses Spark streaming API to ingest data from Twitter. And then as the last fifth step, you have to load the HVAC table to Power BI desktop. So now let's check out question number 110, which is again a similar question. And the question says that you have an Azure SQL database named DB1 in East US 2 region. You need to build a secondary geo-replicated copy of DB1 in West US region on a new server. Which 3 actions should you perform in sequence? And down here, you are given with 5 actions. You have to pick any 3 of them in correct sequence. So let's look at the first action. From the geo-replication settings of DB1, select West US, and then secondly, you have to create a target server and select pricing tier. And then the third action would be that on secondary server, create logins that match SIDs on primary server. A quick snapshot for your reference. Whenever you will perform these steps, this is how it's gonna look. Friends, I'm sure that you're learning good with these questions. Just a quick reminder, please press the like button. And now let's take one more similar kind of question in question number 111. The question says that you need to create an Azure Cosmos DB account that will use encryption keys managed by your organization. Which 4 actions should you perform in sequence? And here you can see that we are again given with 5 actions, and out of these you have to select the 4 correct ones in correct sequence. The first in the sequence is coming up that you have to create an Azure Key Vault and enable purge protection. The second step that you need to take is to create a new Azure Cosmos DB account and then set the data encryption to customer managed key and enter the key URI. Post that, you have to add an Azure Key Vault access policy to grant permissions to Azure Cosmos DB principal. And then as the last step, you need to generate a new key in the Azure Key Vault. Now let's quickly jump to question number 112. The question says that you are planning the deployment of Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. You have the following 2 reports that will access the data lake. The first report, report 1, will read the 3 columns from a file that contains 50 columns. The second report, report 2, queries a single record based on a timestamp. You need to recommend in which format to store the data in data lake to support these reports. The solution must minimize the read times. What should you recommend for each report? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. And please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. So you have to give the answer for both report 1 and report 2. The options given are same for both the reports. We have Avro, CSV, Paraquet and TSV. And the correct answer for the first report, report 1, is Paraquet. And then the correct answer for report 2 is Avro. Now let's jump on to the question number 113. The question says that how long the recovery point objective of Azure Synapse Analytics? Is it 4 hours or 8 hours, 12 hours, or is it 16 hours? The correct answer of this question is option B, 8 hours. Moving on, we have question number 114. The question says that you have an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics named DW1 on a server named server1. You need to verify whether the size of transaction log file for each distribution of DW1 is smaller than 160 GB. What should you do? And your options are on the master database, execute a query against the view given here. And then the second option is from Azure Monitor in Azure Portal, execute a query against the logs of DW1. And the third option is on DW1, execute a query against the sys.database files dynamic management view. As a fourth option, we have execute a query against the logs of DW1 by using get AZ operational inside search result PowerShell CMDLET. And the correct answer for this question is option A, that on master database, you have to execute a query against this dynamic management view. And with that, we reach to question number 115, which is the last question for part 9 today on DP-203 exam Q&A series. Let's read the question. The question says that you have an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics. You need to monitor the data warehouse to identify whether you must scale up to a higher service level to accommodate the current workloads. Which is the best metric to monitor? More than one answer choice may achieve the goal, and you have to select the best answer. And the options given are CPU percentage, DWU used, DWU's percentage, and data IO percentage. And the correct answer for this question is option B, DWU used. And friends, if you want to read more on DW used, then this is the Microsoft documentation. And in this documentation, you have to scroll a little bit more and you will reach to a section which says resource utilization. And this section shows you all the metrics that are available in Azure portal for Synapse SQL. And here you can see we have CPU percentage, we also have data IO percentage, and similarly we have DWU unit, DWU percentage, and DWU used. I have given the link for this documentation in the description box. Please read through whenever you have some time. So friends, I hope you enjoyed today's session with 15 questions on some of the most important concepts related to DP-203 certification exam. And if you learned something good today, please do not forget to like our videos, as each of your like help us to reach wider audience, and also do subscribe to the channel. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard, and this is part 10 of DP-203 exam Q&A series. Today we will focus on questions based on Azure Storage, Azure SQL Database, Azure Synapse, Azure Data Factory, and much more. So let's dive into 15 important questions on DP-203 and learn something new today. So let's begin part 10 with question number 116. The question says that you are a data architect. The data engineering team needs to configure a synchronization of data between an on-premises Microsoft SQL Server database to Azure SQL database. Ad hoc and reporting queries are being overutilized on the on-premises production instance. The synchronization process must perform an initial data synchronization to Azure SQL database with minimal downtime. The second thing it should perform is bidirectional data synchronization after initial synchronization. Now you need to implement this synchronization solution. Which synchronization method should you use? Your options are transactional replication, data migration assistant, backup and restore, SQL Server agent job, or the last one is Azure SQL Data Sync. And the correct answer for this question is option E, Azure SQL Data Sync. So what exactly is SQL Data Sync for Azure? As Microsoft says that SQL Data Sync is a service built on Azure SQL database that lets you synchronize the data you select bidirectionally across multiple databases both on premises and in the cloud. You can read all about SQL Data Sync for Azure on this documentation. Now let's move on to question number 117. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure storage account. You plan to implement changes to a data storage solution that meets regulatory and compliance standards. Every day, Azure needs to identify and delete blobs that were not modified during last 100 days. And as a solution, you schedule a Azure Data Factory pipeline with delete activity. Does this meet the goal? The correct answer to this question is no. There are two more variations of the same question, so let me present that to you and then I will give you the correct explanation in question number 119. So let's check out one more variation. The question is exactly the same. However, this time the solution says that you apply an expired tag to the blobs in the storage account. Does this meet the goal? And the correct answer this time as well is no. So let's check out what is the correct solution, and that is presented in question number 119. Here you can see that the solution is you apply an Azure Blob Storage Lifecycle Policy. Does this meet the goal? And the answer to this question is yes. And in case you are wondering what is Azure Blob Storage Lifecycle Policy, then this is the Microsoft documentation that you should read. And here you can very well read Microsoft says that datasets have unique lifecycle. Early in the life cycle, people access data very often, but the need for access often drops drastically as data ages. Some data remains idle in cloud and is rarely accessed once stored. And please pay attention, the documentation says that some data sets expire days or months after creation, while other data sets are actively read and modified throughout their life cycle. And friends, in our question also, the need is to identify and delete the blobs that are not used for last 100 days. So that's why Azure Blob Storage Lifecycle Policy is the optimized way to do so. Now let's move on with question number 120. The question says that you have an Azure storage account and a data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics in the UK South region. You need to copy blob data from storage account to the data warehouse by using Azure Data Factory. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first one is ensure that the data remains in the UK South region all the times, and it should also minimize administrative efforts. Which type of integration runtime should you use? Your options are Azure Integration Runtime, Azure SSIS Integration Runtime, or Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. And the correct answer for this question is option A, Azure Integration Runtime. And a very good page to read all about the integration runtime in Azure Data Factory is this one. Here you can read that integration runtime is compute infrastructure used by Microsoft Azure Data Factory and Azure Synapse Pipeline to provide the following data integration capabilities across different network environments. The first one is data flow, then we have data movement, then we have activity dispatch, and then we have SSIS package execution. You can read all about these capabilities in this documentation. You can read more about each type of integration runtime here in this document. You can see that we have Azure, which is nothing but Azure Integration Runtime. Then we have self-hosted, and then we have Azure SSIS. You can also observe the capabilities for each type of integration runtime are also listed. And friends, just to add one more point, because the need of the question is also to minimize administrative efforts, that's why the perfect answer would be Azure Integration Runtime. Now let's do some questions based on Azure Data Factory. And here comes question number 121. The question says that you want to ingest data from SQL Server database hosted on an on-premises Windows server. What integration runtime is required for Azure Data Factory to ingest data from on-premises server? And your options are Azure Integration Runtime, Azure SSIS Integration Runtime, and the third one is Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. And the correct answer for this question is option C, Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. And friends, the reason is that Self-Hosted Integration Runtime can run copy activity between a cloud data store and a data store in a private network. Besides that, it can also dispatch transform activities against compute resources in an on-premises network or an Azure virtual network. That's the reason we have chosen self-hosted integration runtime as an answer to this question. Moving on with question number 122, and the question says that by default, how long are the Azure Data Factory diagnostics logs are retained for? Your options are 15 days, 30 days and 45 days. The correct answer for this question is option C, 45 days. Moving on with question number 123, the question says that you need to trigger an Azure Data Factory pipeline when a file arrives in an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container. Which resource provider should you enable? Your options are Microsoft.SQL, Microsoft.Automation, Microsoft.EventGrid, and Microsoft.EventHub. And the correct answer for this question is option C, Microsoft.EventGrid. To better understand this answer, let's talk about event-driven architecture, which is a common data integration pattern that involves production, detection, consumption, and reaction to events. Data integration scenarios often require data factory customers to trigger pipelines based on events happening in storage account, such as arrival or deletion of a file in Azure Blob Storage account. And also please understand that Data Factory natively integrates with Azure Data Event Grid, which lets you trigger pipelines on such events. And that's why we have chosen Microsoft Event Grid as the answer to this question. Now let's move on to a very interesting question. Question number 124. The question says that you have an Azure Data Factory instance that contains two pipelines named Pipeline 1 and Pipeline 2. Now the Pipeline 1 has activities shown in the following exhibit. And here in the Pipeline 1, you can see we have two activities. The first one is stored procedure. So we are executing a stored procedure named stored procedure 1. And then we have a set variable activity. Here you can see this red line which actually denotes failure. Moving on with the pipeline 2, which has the activities shown in the following exhibit. Here for the pipeline 2, you can see we have first activity as execute pipeline. So we have execute pipeline 1. And then again we have a set variable activity, but this time you can see this is denoted by this green color line, which means the successful run of the pipeline. Moving on, the question says that you execute pipeline 2 and stored procedure 1 in pipeline 1 fails. As I said, red means failure of the activity. So what is the status of the pipeline runs? Your options are pipeline 1 and pipeline 2 succeeded. The second option is pipeline 1 and pipeline 2 failed. The third option is pipeline 1 succeeded and pipeline 2 failed. The fourth option is pipeline 1 failed and pipeline 2 succeeded. And the correct answer for this question is option A, pipeline 1 and pipeline 2 succeeded. Now you might be wondering how come both the pipelines are succeeded when we can clearly see there is a failure here. So let me give you the justification. So friends, please understand activities are linked together via dependencies. I hope you can very well understand all these are activities like stored procedure, set variable or execute pipeline. So as I said, activities are linked via dependency. Now a dependency can have conditions like succeeded, failed, skipped or completed. Now you consider pipeline 1. Here you can see that if we have a pipeline with two activities where activity 2 has a failure dependency on activity 1, the pipeline will not fail just because the activity 1 has failed. If activity 1 fails and the activity 2 succeeds, the pipeline will still succeed. And just so you know, this scenario is treated as a try-catch block in Data Factory. I'm sure you must have used try-catch block in languages like Java or C#. Then also understand that the failure dependency means the pipeline reports success. What it means that we are handling the failure of the pipeline. Here you can see this is the pipeline failure, but we are handling it by some other activity. So eventually on a broad level, activity might fail, but the pipeline is not failing. Once again, to summarize, there can be multiple activities in a pipeline. Some of the activities can fail, but you can handle them using try-catch block. What it means is that activities can fail, but the pipeline in itself is not failing. I hope you understood why we have chosen pipeline 1 and pipeline 2 will succeed. Now let's move our focus from Azure Data Factory to Azure Synapse Analytics. Here comes question number 125. The question says that you are designing a financial transaction table in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. The table will have clustered column store index and will include the following columns. The first one is transaction type with 40 million rows per transaction type. The second one is customer segment with 4 million per customer segment. Then we have transaction month with 65 million rows per month. And then we have account type with 500 million per account type. Further, the question says that you have the following query requirements. The first one is analyst will most commonly analyze transactions for a given month. And then we have transaction analysis will typically summarize transactions by transaction type, customer segment and or account type. You need to recommend a partition strategy for the table to minimize query times. On which column should you recommend partitioning the table? And your options are customer segment, account type, transaction type, or transaction month. And the correct answer for this question is option D, transaction month. Coming to the question number 126, the question says that your company wants to route data rows to different streams based on matching condition. Which transformation in mapping data flow should you use? Your options are conditional split, select or lookup. The correct answer for this question is option A, conditional split. Now let me give you details on it. A conditional split transformation routes data rows to different streams based on matching condition, as we also read in the question. The conditional split is like a case decision structure in a programming language. And then we have select, not a correct option. And then we have lookup. Basically, lookup transformation is used to add reference data from another data source to your data flow. And with that, let's move on to question number 127. The question says that which transformation is used to load data in data store or compute resource. And your options are source, destination, sink, or window. And the correct answer for this question is option C, sink. Looking at the explanation, so basically source and destination, option A and B, are not a valid option. Now let's look at the sink. So sink transformation allows you to choose a dataset definition for the destination output data. You can have as many sink transformation as your data flow requires. And then we have windows, which is an incorrect option. So basically windows transformation is where you will define window-based aggregation of columns in your data stream. Now let's jump on to question number 128. The question says that a company has a real-time data analysis solution that is hosted on Microsoft Azure. The solution uses Azure Event Hub to ingest data and an Azure Stream Analytics Cloud job to analyze the data. Further, the question says the cloud job is configured to use 120 streaming units and you need to optimize performance for the Azure Stream Analytics job. Which two actions should you perform? Each correct answer presents part of the solution, and please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. Your options are implement event ordering. The second one is implement Azure Stream Analytics user-defined functions. And then we have implement query parallelization by partitioning the data output. Post that, we have scale the SU count for the job up, and then we have scale the SU count for the job down. The last option given is implement query parallelization by partitioning the data input. And the correct answer for this question is option D and option F. Now let's move on with question number 129. The question says that by default, how are the corrupt records dealt using spark.read.json? And your options are they appear in a column called corrupt record. The second option is they get deleted automatically. And the third option is they throw an exception and exit read operation. And the correct answer to this question is option A, that they appear in a column called _corrupt_record. And now on your screen is question number 130, which is the last question for part 10 of DP-203 exam Q&A series. Let's read the question. The question says that how do you specify parameters when reading the data? And your options are using dot option during the read allows you to pass key value pairs specifying aspects of your read. The second option is using dot parameter during the read allows you to pass key value pairs specifying aspects of your read. The third option is using dot keys during the read allows you to pass key value pair specifying aspects of your read. And the correct answer to this question is option A. Hope you enjoyed today's session with 15 questions. Friends, it's super important for us to understand your feedback. Please share your questions, doubts, and most importantly, what do you want to see on the Tech Blackboard channel? Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in this part 11 of DP-203 exam question and answer series, we are going to cover 15 very important questions on DP-203. And today we are going to focus questions based on Azure Data Breaks, Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory, and much more. So let's dive into 15 important questions on DP-203 and learn something new today. So let's begin our part 11 with question number 131. The question says that you create an Azure Data Breaks cluster and specify an additional library to install. The problem is that when you attempt to load the library to a notebook, the library is not found. You need to identify the cause of this issue. What should you review? Your options are notebook logs, cluster event logs, global init script logs, or should you review workspace log? And the correct answer for this question is option B, cluster event logs. Moving on with question number 132, it says that your company analyzes images from security cameras and sends alerts to security team that respond to unusual activity. The The solution uses Azure Data Breaks. You need to send Apache Spark level events, Spark structured streaming metrics, and application metrics to Azure Monitor. Which three actions should you perform in sequence? Your options are: create a data source in Azure Monitor, configure the Databricks cluster to use Databricks monitoring library. Then the third one is deploy Grafana to an Azure virtual machine, build a Spark listener log analytics 1.0 snapshot.jar, and the last action is create drop wizard counters in application code. The correct answer in sequence is: first you have to configure the Databricks cluster to use Databricks monitoring library. After that, you need to build a Spark listener log analytics, and then the last step is create a drop wizard counters in application code. Now let's move on with question number 133. Here you can see the question says that you have an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account that contains JSON files for the customer. The files contains two attributes named first name and last name. You need to copy the data from the JSON files to an Azure Synapse Analytics table by using Azure Data Breaks. The new column must be created that concatenates the first name and last name values. You create the following components: a destination table in Azure Synapse, an Azure Blob Storage container, a service principal. Now what you need to do is choose 5 actions that you should perform in sequence next in Databricks notebook. And here you can see we are given with 8 actions, and out of these 8 actions you have to select just 5, and that too in correct sequence. So let's check out the first action. That will be this one, which is mount the data lake storage onto DBFS. Then the second action would be read the file into a data frame. The third action would be perform transformation on data frame. And after this, the fourth one would be specify a temporary folder to stage the data. And the fifth one would be write the results to a table in Azure Synapse. So please note down the correct 5 actions in correct sequence. It's very important that you note the correct sequence of the actions, because telling the wrong sequence in the question and you will lose marks. Now let's move on with question number 134. The question says that you are designing an Azure Data Breaks interactive cluster. You need to ensure that the cluster meets the following requirement: enable auto termination, retain cluster configuration indefinitely after cluster termination. What should you recommend? Your options are: start the cluster after it is terminated. The second option is pin the cluster. The third one is clone the cluster after it is terminated. And the last option is terminate the cluster manually at process completion. And the correct answer to this question is option B, pin the cluster. And friends, this is because to keep an interactive cluster configuration even after it has been terminated for more than 30 days, an administrator can pin a cluster to a cluster list. And that's the reason behind choosing pin the cluster as the answer to this question. Now let's quickly jump to question number 135. The question says that you are designing an Azure Data Breaks table. The table will ingest an average of 20 million streaming events per day. You need to persist the events in the table for the use in incremental load pipeline jobs in Azure Data Breaks. The solution must minimize the storage cost and incremental load times. What should you include in the solution? Your options are partition by date time field. The second option is sync to Azure Queue storage. The third one is include a watermark column. And the fourth one is use a JSON format for the physical data storage. And the correct answer to this question is option B, sync to Azure Queue storage. Let's take one more question on Azure Data Breaks. Coming up, question number 136, and that says that you have an Azure Data Breaks workspace named Workspace 1 in the standard pricing tier. You need to configure Workspace 1 to support auto-scaling all-purpose clusters. The solution must meet the following requirements. The first one is automatically scale down workers when the cluster is underutilized for 3 minutes. The second one is minimize the time it takes to scale to the maximum number of workers. And the third requirement is minimize the cost. What should you do first? Your options are enable container services for Workspace 1, upgrade Workspace 1 to the premium pricing tier. The third option is set cluster mode to high concurrency, and the fourth one is create a cluster policy in Workspace 1. And the correct answer to this question is that you should upgrade Workspace 1 to premium pricing tier. Coming up now is question number 137. The question says that you plan to implement an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container that will contain CSV files. The size of the files will vary based on the number of events that occur per hour. Now, file sizes range from 4 KB to 5 GB. You need to ensure that the files stored in the container are optimized for batch processing. What should you do? Options given are convert the files to JSON, convert the files to Avro, compress the files, or merge the files. And the answer that I have chosen is option D, merge the files. And my logic is that the question says batch processing. Now friends, in case of batch processing, it makes more sense to merge the files so that we can reduce the IO cycles or input-output cycles. Now to reduce the input-output cycles, what I can do is to merge the smaller files. Here you can see the question says the file size can vary from 4 KB to 5 GB. And this tells us that there is a possibility of having very small file sizes like 4 KB. And that's why to optimize the batch processing, I will rather merge the smaller files and then send them for further processing. Now let's move on with question number 138. The question says that you are planning a solution to aggregate streaming data that originates in Apache Kafka and is output to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. The developers who will implement the stream processing solution use Java. Which service should you recommend using to process streaming data? Your options are Azure Event Hubs, Azure Data Factory, Azure Stream Analytics, or Azure Data Breaks. And the correct answer to this question is option D, Azure Data Breaks. And with that, let's move on with question number 139. The question says that you need to implement an Azure Data Breaks cluster that automatically connects to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 by using Azure Active Directory or Azure AD integration. How should you configure the new cluster? Here you can see that we have to answer on two levels. The first one is tier. So we have to basically tell which tier to choose. And then we have to tell the advanced option to enable. So let's first select the tier. The correct tier for this business case is premium. And then the correct answer for the advanced option to enable is Azure Data Lake Storage Credential Pass-Through. Now let's move on with question number 140. The question says that which Azure Data Factory process involves using compute services to produce data to feed production environment with cleansed data. And your options are connect and collect. The second one is transform and enrich. The third one is publish. And the fourth one is monitor. The correct answer to this question is option B, transform and enrich. Now let's jump on to question number 141. The question says that you have a new Azure Data Factory environment. You need to periodically analyze pipeline execution from the last 60 days to identify trends in execution duration. Also, the solution must use Azure Log Analytics to query the data and create charts. Which diagnostic setting should you configure in Data Factory? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Here you can see the question is divided in two parts. The first one is log type. The second one is storage location. The options given for log types are activity runs, all metrics, pipeline runs, and the last one is trigger runs. And here our correct answer for the log type is pipeline runs. Looking at the options for storage location, we have an Azure Event Hub, then we have an Azure Storage Account, and then lastly we have Azure Log Analytics. And the correct answer for this part of the question is an Azure Storage Account. Now here comes a very interesting question, question number 142. The question says that you are creating dimensions for a data warehouse in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You create a table by using transact SQL statement shown in the following exhibit. Here you can see that we have a create statement which is creating a dimension table called dim product. You can also note all the columns along with their data type. Further, the question says that use the drop-down menus to select the answer choices that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic. The first one is dim product, which is this table, is a slowly changing dimension or SCD, and here you have to tell what kind of SCD is this table. Is it type 0, type 1 or type 2? Now before answering this question, let's take a closer look at the structure of dim product table. And here you can see that we are given with product key, product source ID, product name, and lot of other information. The most important thing to note in the structure of this table is these two columns, which are named as cell start date and cell end date. Now let me take you to the Microsoft documentation and let's understand what kind of SCD will fit this business case. So here I am on the Microsoft documentation, which will help us choose between slowly changing dimension types. The first one is type 1 dimension. Let's scroll down a little bit more and then we reach to type 2 SCD. And you can read all about type 2 SCD in this section. However, the most important section for the type 2 SCD is this one, where Microsoft has given this example, storing the data of salespeople in a sales region. So you can see that we have data for two people here. The first one is June and then we have Suzanne. And for each of these salespeople, we also have a start date and end date, which is kind of telling you since when this salespeople started its operation in some sales region. And then in the second image below, you can see now we have three records, one for the June, and now Suzanne has two records. The most interesting part is start date and end date. The first record for Suzanne now contains an end date. Earlier it had an end date which is far in future, but now we can see the end date is 21st of March 2021. So which tells us that Suzanne is now not operating in South Central region. However, now she has started with Southeast region. So I hope now you understand in type 2 SCD, we maintain versions of record. And how are these versions maintained? By using start date and end date. Coming back to the presentation, I'm very hopeful you can already answer this question. The correct answer for the first part of the question is type 2 SCD. Now let's move on with second part of the question. It says advanced option to enable, and your options are a surrogate key, a business key, or an audit column. The correct answer for this part is a business key. Now let's check out the explanation of the same. We have already understood the type 2 SCD in Microsoft documentation. So let me move to the business key. So a business key or a natural key is an index that identifies uniqueness of a row based on columns that exist naturally in a table according to the business rules. For example, business keys are customer code in a customer table, composite of sales order header number and sales order item line number within a sales order details table. So I hope you understood the logic behind choosing type 2 SCD for the first part of the question and business key for the second part of the question. Now let's move ahead with question number 143. The question says that you need to schedule an Azure Data Factory pipeline to execute when a new file arrives in Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage container. Which type of trigger should you use? Your options are on demand, tumbling window, schedule, or event. And the correct answer for this question is option D, event. And in case you are interested to know how to create a trigger that runs pipeline in response to a storage event, then this is the Microsoft documentation that you should read, and this will give you all the information that you need. Now let's move on with question number 144. The question says that you have two Azure Data Factory instances named ADF Dev and ADF Prod. The ADF Dev connects to an Azure DevOps Git repository. You publish changes from the main branch of Git repository to ADF Dev. You need to deploy the artifacts from ADF Dev to ADF Prod. What should you do first? Your options are from ADF Dev, modify the Git configuration. The second one is from ADF Dev, create a linked service. The third one is from Azure DevOps, create a release pipeline. And the fourth one is from Azure DevOps, update the main branch. And the correct answer for this question is option C, from Azure DevOps, create a release pipeline. Let's move on to question number 145, which is the last question for the part 11 of DP-203 Exam Q&A series. Let's read the question. The question says that you have an Azure Data Factory. You need to examine the pipeline failures from last 60 days. What should you use? Your options are the activity log blade for the Data Factory resource. The second one is the monitor and manage app in Data Factory. The third one is the resource help blade for the Data Factory resource. And the fourth one is Azure Monitor. And the correct answer for this question is option D, Azure Monitor. And friends, in case you are interested to understand how to monitor and alert Data Factory by using Azure Monitor, then this is the Microsoft documentation. And here you can see there is a very good video from Azure Friday. I hope many of you would have seen the series of Azure Fridays. The link to this documentation and all the documentation that I referred during this video are available in the description box. I hope you enjoyed today's session with 15 questions. Friends, it's super important for us to get your feedback. Please share your questions, your doubts, and most importantly, let us know what you want to see on the Tech Blackboard channel. You can send us your inputs in the YouTube comment section, on Facebook, Instagram, or you can simply tweet us as well. The links to all the social media platforms are flashing on your screen, also available in the description box. And besides the social media platforms, you can also email us on connectus@thetechblackboard.com. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in this part 12 of DP-203 Exam Q&A series, we are going to cover 15 very important questions. Today, we will focus on questions based on Azure SQL Server, Azure Data Warehouse, which is now better known as Azure Synapse. And here we will understand a very important data warehouse concept called slowly moving dimension. And this will help you better design data warehouse in Microsoft Azure. And then we will take some questions on Azure Data Factory and much more is coming up. So let's learn something new today and get one step closer to DP-203 certificate. So let's begin part 12 with understanding slowly changing dimension. We will take 3 back-to-back questions on this concept. So here comes question number 146. The question says that your company is building a data warehouse where they want to keep track of changes in customer mailing address. You want to keep current mailing address and the previous one. Which SCD type should you use? Your options are type 1 SCD, type 2, type 3, type 6 SCD. Before answering this question, let's first understand these different types of slowly changing dimensions. And for that, I am here on the Microsoft documentation that will help us choose between slowly changing dimensions. And to start with, Microsoft says that the most common types are type 1 and type 2. And in practice, the dimension table may support a combination of history tracking methods, including type 3 and type 6. So let's first read very briefly on each type of SCD. Coming to the type 1, the Microsoft says a type 1 SCD always reflects the latest value. When changes in source data are detected, the dimension table is overwritten. And in this example, Microsoft is actually trying to show that at any given point of time, each record will just have one row. In case there are updates on the record, that will be overwritten on the same record. Now let's move on with type 2 SCD. A type 2 SCD supports versioning of dimension members. Often the source system does not store versions, so the data warehouse load process detects and manages the changes in a dimension table. Here the most important thing is that we maintain version of the record by using columns like start date, end date, or maybe we can also use a flag column which can be like is current. And here also you can see an example given by Microsoft. In the first table, you can see we have 2 records. The first record is for the person called Yun Kao and the second one is for Suzanne Eaton. You can also observe there is a start date and end date. However, for now, you can observe the end date is mentioned as 31st of December 9999, which of course is very far in future. And in case there is some update coming on some of the record, then a new row is inserted. In addition to this new row insertion, there is an end date mentioned in the previous record and the new record now holds the far date in future. Now let's move on with the type 3 SCD. The type 3 SCD supports storing 2 versions of dimension member as separate columns. The table includes a column for the current value of a member plus either the original or previous value of the member. Here you can see the example also given by Microsoft, and in this example you must understand that type 3 SCD uses additional columns to track one key instance of history rather than storing additional rows to track each change like we did in type 2 SCD. Moving on to type 6 SCD, here Microsoft says that a type 6 SCD combines type 1, 2 and 3. When a change happens to type 2 member, you can create a new row with appropriate start date and end date. And once again, Microsoft has given a very suitable example. You can also read that in type 6 design, you also store the current value in all previous versions of that entity so that you can easily report on current value or the historical value. Coming back to the PPT and based on the knowledge that we just gained from Microsoft documentation, the correct answer for this question is option C, type 3 SCD. Moving on with the question number 147, the question says that your company is building a data warehouse where they want to keep only the latest vendor company name from which your company purchases raw materials. Which type of SCD should you use? Your options once again are type 1, type 2, type 3 or type 6. And the correct answer for this question is type 1 SCD. Now let's move on with question number 148, and the question says that your company is building a data warehouse where they want to keep track of changes in customer mailing address. You want to keep the current mailing address and the previous one, and please note that both new and old mailing address should be stored as different rows. Which SCD type should you use? Your options are type 1, type 2, type 3 and type 6. And this time, my friends, the correct answer is option B, type 2 SCD. And I strongly recommend that you must visit that Microsoft documentation that I just showed you. The link is available in the description box. In addition to that Microsoft documentation, I have also created this cheat sheet which you can refer while preparing for DP-203. And now let's move on to the next question, 149. The question says that you are building an Azure Analytics query that will receive input data from Azure IoT Hub and write the results to Azure Blob Storage. You need to calculate the difference in readings per sensor per hour. How should you complete the query? And here you can see that we are given with the select query, and you have to complete this query by selecting the correct options from these two drop downs. And friends, this is the Microsoft documentation where we will find our correct answer. And on this documentation, you have to scroll a little bit and then you will reach to a section which is called examples. And the very first query in this section holds our answer. So you can see that we are given with the query, and as per the question, we have to fill in the values for this section and this section. So I hope you have noted the values. The value for the first option would be lag, and the value for the second option should be limit duration. And as we gain from the Microsoft documentation, the correct answer for the first option is lag and the second option is limit duration. Now let's move on with question number 150. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You need to ensure that the data in the pool is encrypted at rest. The solution must not require modifying applications that query the data. What should you do? Your options are enable encryption at rest for the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account, or should you enable transparent data encryption for the pool? The third option is use the customer managed key to enable double encryption for the Azure Synapse workspace. And the fourth option is create an Azure Key Vault in Azure subscription and grant access to the pool. And the correct answer for this question is option B, enable transparent data encryption for the pool. Now let me give you a quick detail on transparent data encryption, which helps protect against the threat of malicious activity by encrypting and decrypting your data at rest. When you encrypt your database, associated backups and transaction log files, they are encrypted without requiring any changes to your application. The TDE encrypts the storage of an entire database by using symmetric key called the database encryption key. Now let's take one more question on transparent data encryption, and here comes question number 151. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains a logical Microsoft SQL server named Server 1. The Server 1 hosts Azure Synapse Analytics SQL dedicated pool that is named as Pool 1, and you need to recommend a transparent data encryption solution for the Server 1. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first one is track the usage of encryption keys. The second one is maintain the access of client apps to Pool 1 in the event of Azure Data Center outage that affects the availability of encryption keys. What should you include in the recommendation? And here you have to answer on two levels, two boxes here, and each box respectively represents the requirements given in the question. So let's head on to the first part of the question. It says that to track encryption key usage, your options are always encrypted, TDE with customer managed key, or the last option is TDE with platform managed keys. And the correct answer to this part of the question is TDE with customer managed keys. Moving on to the second part of the questions that says to maintain client app access in the event of a data center outage. Your options are create and configure Azure Key Vaults in 2 Azure regions. The second option is enable advanced data security on Server 1. The third option is implement the client apps by using Microsoft.NET Framework Data Provider. And the correct answer for this part of the question is option A, create and configure Azure Key Vaults into Azure regions. Let's move on with question number 152. The question says that you plan to create an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You need to minimize the time it takes to identify queries that return confidential information as defined by the company's data privacy regulations and the users who executed the queues. Which two components should you include in the solution? Your options are sensitivity classification labels applied to the columns that contains confidential information. The second option is resource tags for the database that contains confidential information. The third option is audit logs sent to the log analytics workspace. And the last option given is dynamic data masking for the columns that contains confidential information. And the correct answer for this question is option A and option D. Now let's take few questions on Azure Data Factory. Here comes question number 153, and that says that while using Azure Data Factory, you want to parameterize a linked service and pass dynamic values at one time. Which supported connector should you use? And your options are Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. The second option is Azure Data Factory Variables. The third one is Azure Synapse Analytics, and the fourth one is Azure Key Vault. And the correct answer to this question is option C, Azure Synapse Analytics. Now let's move on with question number 154. The question says that which file formats Azure Data Factory supports. Your options are Avro format, binary, delimited text format, Excel format, JSON format, ORC, paraquet, XML, or does it support all of the above given formats? And the correct answer for this question is option I, all of the above. And friends, if you are interested to read more about the file formats supported by Microsoft Azure Data Factory, then this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you are given with all of the formats, and if you click any of the format, you will be taken to a documentation which will give you all the details on that particular format. Moving on with question number 155, the question says that which property indicates parallelism you want the copy activity to use. Your options are parallel copy, stage copies, or multi copies. The correct answer for this question is option A, parallel copies. Now let's move on to one more very interesting question on Azure Data Factory. Question number 156 says that using Azure Data Factory user interface, you want to create a pipeline that copies and transforms the data from an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 source to an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 sink using mapping data flow. Choose the correct steps in right order. And your options are create the Data Factory account, create a Data Factory, create a copy activity, create a pipeline with data flow activity, validate the copy activity, build a mapping data flow with 4 transformations, test run the pipeline, and the last one is monitor a data flow activity. The correct answer for this question is option B, option D, option F, G, and H. And of course, please note the correct order of all these activities. Now let's move on with question number 157. The question says that in Azure Data Factory, which is an example of branching activity used in control flows? Your options are the if condition, until condition, or lookup condition. The correct answer for this question is option A, the if condition. Now let's move on with question number 158. The question says that which activity can retrieve a data set from any data sources supported by Data Factory and Synapse pipelines. Your options are find activity, lookup activity, or validate activity. The correct answer for this question is option B, lookup activity. Moving on with question number 159, the question says that you build a data warehouse in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. Analysts write a complex select query that contains multiple join and case statements to transform the data for use in inventory reports. The inventory reports will use the data and additional where parameters depending upon the report. The reports will be produced once daily, and you need to implement a solution that makes the data set available for the reports. The solution must minimize the query times. What should you implement? And your options are an ordered clustered column store index, a materialized view. The third option is result set caching, and the fourth option is a replicated table. The correct answer to this question is option B, a materialized view. Now let's move on to question number 160, which is the last question for part 12 of DP-203 exam Q&A series. Reading out the question, it says, which Azure service should you use to provide customer-facing reports, dashboards, and analytics in your application? Your options are Azure Reports, Azure Power BI, or Azure Monitor. The correct answer for this question is option B, Azure Power BI. Friends, I hope you enjoyed today's video having 15 questions on some of the very important concepts on DP-203. And as always, we welcome your suggestions and feedback. You can also share your questions, doubts, and inputs on what you want to see on the Tech Blackboard channel. You can send us your inputs in the YouTube comment section, on Facebook. You can also use Instagram Messenger or simply tweet us. And now you can also email us on connectus@thetechblackboard.com. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today is our part 13 of DP-203 exam Q&A series, and once again we are going to cover 15 very important questions, and today we will focus on questions based on Azure Storage, Azure Synapse, Azure Data Factory, and some other topics as well. Friends, I'm getting a lot of suggestions to cover case studies on DP-203 and I'm surely working on the same. Thank you so much for these suggestions, and soon you will see case studies on DP-203. So let's open our part 13 with some questions on Azure Storage. Here comes our question number 161. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Storage account. You plan to implement changes to the data storage solution to meet the regulatory and compliance standards. Every day, Azure needs to identify and delete blobs that were not modified during last 100 days. The solution given here is that you apply an expire tags to the blobs in storage account. Does this meet the goal? And the correct answer for this question is no. So what do you think is the correct answer? We have already discussed all the variations of this question in part 10 in question number 117, 118 and 119. So this is basically a revision question. Pause the video, take a moment and put the correct answer in the comment section. But for now, I can tell you the correct answer for this question would be to use Azure Blob Storage Lifecycle Policy. And please refer part 10 for the complete explanation. Now let's move on with question number 162. The question says that you have an Azure Storage account that contains 100 GB of files. The files contains rows of text and numerical values. 75% of the rows contain description data that has an average length of 1.1 MB, and you need to plan to copy the data from the storage account to an enterprise data warehouse in an Azure Synapse Analytics. Further, the question says that you need to prepare the files to ensure that the data copies quickly. And solution given here is that you copy the files to a table that has a column store index. Does this meet the goal? The correct answer for this question is no. Now let's explore two more variations of the same question and then I will show you the correct solution. So here comes question number 163. The question is exactly the same. However, this time the solution is that you modify the files to ensure that each row is more than 1 MB. Does this meet the goal? And this time also, my friends, the correct answer is no. So what is the correct solution? Let's find out in the next question. And here comes question number 164. This time the solution given is that you convert the files to the compressed delimited text files. And this time correct answer is yes. Now let me show you the Microsoft documentation based on which I have chosen yes as the answer to this solution. So this is the Microsoft documentation which says best practices for loading data into a dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics. And here in the first paragraph itself, you can read that Microsoft clearly says that all file formats have different performance characteristics. For the fastest load, use the compressed delimited text files. And it's quite interesting to know that the difference between UTF-8 and UTF-16 performance is quite minimal. And here comes question number 165. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics workspace named WS1 that contains an Apache Spark pool named Pool1. You plan to create a database named DB1 in Pool1. You need to ensure that when tables are created in DB1, the tables are available automatically as external table to the built-in serverless SQL pool. Which format should you use for the tables in DB1? Your options are CSV, ORC, JSON or Paraquet. And the correct answer for this question is option D, Paraquet. Now let's jump on to the question number 166. The question says that you are planning a solution to aggregate streaming data that originates in Apache Kafka and is output to the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. The developers who will implement the stream data processing solution use Java. Which service should you recommend using to process the streaming data? Your options are Azure Event Hubs, Azure Data Factory or Azure Stream Analytics, and the last option is Azure Data Breaks. The correct answer to this question is option D, Azure Data Breaks. Now let's move on to question number 167. Very interesting question. The question says that you are designing a slowly changing dimension for supplier data in Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You plan to keep a record of changes to available fields, and here you can see that we are given with the list of columns which stores the information about the supplier. So we have supplier system ID, supplier name, description, category, address, city, country and postal code. Further, the question says that which 3 additional columns should you add to the data to create type 2? Type 2 means SCD type 2. And your options are surrogate primary key, effective start date, business key, or should you add last modified date, effective end date or foreign key. Now let me show you the correct answer and then I will take you to the Microsoft documentation. The correct answer for this question is option A, B and E. Before we go to the Microsoft documentation, please note that we are talking about SCD type 2. So this is the Microsoft documentation that will give you all the information on various type of SCD, type 1, type 2, type 3 and type 6. Now let's jump on to the type 2 SCD. We have discussed all the types of SCD in our previous parts as well. So now I will just highlight the relevant sections. Here you can see that Microsoft says that in case of type 2 SCD, the dimension table must use a surrogate key to provide a unique reference to a version of dimension member. Further, it says that it also includes columns that define the date range validity of the version. Normally we use start date or end date for this. And also you can use a flag column, for example, is current. So using Microsoft documentation as a base, we have chosen to include surrogate primary key, effective start date and effective end date so that this supplier table is now following SCD type 2. Now let's move on to question number 168. The question says that you have a Microsoft SQL Server database that uses a third normal form from schema. You plan to migrate the data in database to a star schema in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You need to design the dimension tables. The solution must optimize read operation. What should you include in the solution? Here you can see that you have to answer this question on 2 levels. So let's check out the first part of the question. This one says that you have to transform data for dimension tables. Your options are maintaining to a third normal form, normalizing to fourth normal form, or should you denormalize to a second normal form? The correct answer for this part of the question is that we should denormalize to a second normal form. And this is because we want to optimize read operations. And just to give you more detail on what is denormalization. So basically denormalization is a process of transforming higher normal forms to lower normal forms via storing the join of higher normal forms from relations as base relation. Denormalization increases the performance in data retrieval at cost of bringing update anomalies to the database. And friends, there could be one more condensed version of what is denormalization. Basically, you introduce data redundancy in the tables because this will remove unnecessary joins between the tables and improve performance. Now let's look at the second part of the question that says that for primary key columns in dimension table, use new identity columns, or should you use a new computed columns, or should you use business key column from the source system? The correct answer to this question is that you should use new identity column. And to understand the identity column, that the collapsing relation strategy can be used in this step to collapse classification entities into component entities to obtain flat dimension tables with single part keys that connect directly to the fact table. The single part key is a surrogate key generated to ensure that it remains unique over the time. So basically friends, identity columns are mostly auto-generated and it acts as a mechanism to uniquely identify each record. Now let's move on to question number 169. The question says that you are creating dimension for a data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You create a table by using transact SQL statement as shown in the following exhibit. Here you can see that we have a create statement, which is essentially creating a dimension product table. You can also observe the columns and the data types for this table. Further, the question says that you have to use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information present in the graphic. So let's check out the first part. It says dim product is a dash. So basically you have to fill this blank with these options given below. And you have to tell which kind of slowly changing dimension it is. Your options are type 1, type 2 and type 3. The correct answer for this question is type 2. Now let's check out the second part of this question. It says product key column. This one here, you can see this is product key column. The data type is int and it's a identity column. So you have to tell whether this product key column is a surrogate key, a business key or an audit column. And the correct answer for this part of the question is that product key column is basically a surrogate key. And friends, I just explained you in the question number 167, in case of type 2 SCD, we have to have a surrogate key and we include columns like start date and end date that defines the date range validity of the version, or you can also say the particular record. Now let's move on to question number 170. The question says that you are creating dimension for data warehouse in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You create a table by using transact SQL statement shown in the following exhibit. And here my friends, once again you can see that we have a create table statement creating a table which is called dim product with all these columns listed here along with their data types. And then further the question says that which two columns should you add to the table so that the table supports storing two versions of a dimension member as a separate columns. Please note that each correct answer presents the part of the solution. Your options here are that should you add effective start date or should you add current product category. The third option is effective end date. The fourth option is product category and the fifth option is original product category. And the correct answer for this question is option B and option E. And friends, with these answers, could you guess what kind of SCD it is? Is it a type 1, type 2, type 3 or type 6? Let me know your correct answer in the comment section. Now let's move on to question number 171. The question says that you are designing a data mart for the human resources department at your company. The data mart will contain employee information and employees transactions. From a source system, you have a flat extract that has the following field. Here you can see that we have this extract with employee ID, first name, last name, recipient, gross amount, transaction ID, government ID, net amount paid and transaction date. Then the question says that you need to design a star schema data model in Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool for the data mart. Which two tables should you create? And your options are a dimension table for transaction, a dimension table for employee transaction, a dimension table for employee. The fourth option is a fact table for employee and the last option is a fact table for transaction. And the correct answer for this question is option C, a dimension table for employee, and option E, a fact table for transaction. And friends, if you're interested to know more on fact table, dimension table or integration table, this is the documentation that you can refer. You can find the link for this documentation and all the other documentations in the description box. Now let's move on with question number 172. The question says that you are designing a fact table named fact purchase in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. The table contains purchases from supplier for a retail store. Fact purchase will contain the following table. Here you can see all the columns of this table along with the data type and also given whether these columns are nullable or not. Further, the question is saying that fact purchase will have 1 million rows of the data added daily and will contain 3 years of data. The transact SQL queries similar to the following query will be executed daily. And here you can see that we have select supplier key, stock item key, is order finalized, and then you're also doing a count star, which is essentially the record count. And here you can see the where condition along with the group by clause. Then the question is asking you that which table distribution will minimize the query times. Your options are replicated. Option B is hash distributed on purchase key. The option C is round robin, or the fourth option is hash distributed on is order finalized. And the correct answer for this question is option B, hash distributed on purchase key. Now let's move on to question number 173. The question says that you are designing a dimension table in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. You need to create a surrogate key for the table. The solution must provide the fastest query performance. What should you use for the surrogate key? Your options are a GUID table which is globally unique, or should you use a sequence object or an identity column? The correct answer for this question is option C, an identity column. Now let's move on to question number 174. The question says that you are implementing a batch dataset in paraquet format. Data files will be produced by using Azure Data Factory and stored in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. The files will be consumed by an Azure Synapse Analytics serverless SQL pool. You need to minimize storage costs for the solution. What should you do? Your options are use snappy compression for the files. The second option is use open row set to query paraquet files. The third option is create an external table that contains a subset of columns from the paraquet file. The fourth option given is store all data as string in paraquet file. And the correct answer for this question is option C, create an external table that contains a subset of columns from the paraquet files. And with that, let's move on to the question number 175, which is the last question for the part 13 of DP-203 exam Q&A series. Let's read out the question. The question says that which Azure Data Factory component contains the transformation logic or the analysis command for the Azure Data Factory's work? Your options are linked service. The second option is datasets. The third option is activities, and the fourth option is pipelines. And the correct answer for this question is option C, activities. And friends, in case you don't know what are these various components of Azure Data Factory, then here is a quick explanation. So let's look at them one by one. So linked services are objects that are used to define connections to data stores or compute resources in Azure. On the other hand, datasets represent data structures within the data store that is being referenced by the linked service object. And then we have activities. So activities contains the transformation logic and analysis commands of the Azure Data Factory's work. And last but not the least, pipelines are logical grouping of activities. So in a pipeline, you can have multiple activities that could be performing different jobs. Hope you enjoyed today's 15 questions on DP-203. And friends, please note that we have started a full course on Azure Fundamentals that will give you many insights on Azure Cloud. So in case you or anyone in your family or friends are interested, please watch and share this video series. And before closing this video, please press the like button and help us reach more and more people who are looking forward to learn cloud. And also, please share your suggestions and feedback on our current content and what you want to see on the Tech Blackboard channel. You can connect us or message us in the YouTube comment section, on Facebook Messenger or Instagram Messenger, or you can also simply tweet us. You can also email us on connectus@thetechblackboard.com. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in our part 14 of DP-203 exam Q&A series, we are going to cover 10 very important questions, and today we will focus on Azure Storage, Azure Synapse, Azure Blob and many other topics as well. So let's begin part 14 of DP-203 exam Q&A series with question number 176. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Blob storage account named Storage1 and an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool named Pool1. You need to store data in Storage1. The data will be read by Pool1 and the solution must meet the following requirements. The first requirement is enable Pool1 to skip columns and rows that are unnecessary in a query. The second one is automatically create column statistics. And the third requirement is minimize the size of the files. Which type of file should you use? Your options are JSON, Paraquet, Avro or CSV. The correct answer for this question that I have chosen is option B, Paraquet. And the reason is the second requirement given in the question, which says automatically create column statistics. Now let me take you to the Microsoft documentation to support our answer. So this is the Microsoft documentation which says statistics in Synapse SQL. Here on this documentation, let me just find out the Paraquet so that we save some time. Here in this section which says automatic creation of statistics, there is a section called note, and under this note you can read automatic creation of statistics is turned on for Paraquet file. For CSV, statistics will be automatically created if you use open row set. You need to create statistics manually to use CSV external table. So that's why, because we wanted to automatically create column statistics, we have chosen Paraquet as the answer to this question. Moving on with the next question, 177. The question says that you plan to create a table in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. Data in the table will be retained for 5 years. Once a year, data that is older than 5 years will be deleted. Now you need to ensure that the data is distributed evenly across partitions. The solution must minimize the amount required to delete old data. How should you complete the transact SQL statement? Here you can see that we have one create table statement which is creating a fact sales table. So you can see the columns here. And then we have with clause. So we have clustered the distribution given and you have to choose the value for it. And then we have partition clause also given and we have to choose the value for the same. Now let's check out the options given. The options are customer key. The second option is hash. Third one is round robin. And then we have replicate. The fifth one is order date key. And the sixth one is sales order number. Now let me first show you the answers and then I will justify the same. So the answer for this question is option B. So the distribution clause will have value as hash and then the partition clause will have the value as order date key, which is our option E. Now friends, as you can see that this is a sales table that records all the sales transaction, and normally these kind of transactional tables are very big. So that's why it is suggested to have hash distribution for these big tables. Coming to the second option, here you can see that the question says that once a year, data that is older than 5 years will be deleted. And this means that we want to delete the data. However, we are not deleting the data entirely. We want to delete the data on year basis. Thus, it's best to have partition on year level. And here you can see in the question or the query itself that they have given the values of partition based on the year. So we have 1st January of 2017. The second partition is 1st January 2018. The third one is 1st January 2019, so on and so forth. And due to the fact that we want to have partition on date or yearly basis, there can be no better column to have partition other than order date key. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 178. The question says that you have two Azure storage accounts named Storage 1 and Storage 2. Each account holds one container that has hierarchical namespace enabled. The system has files that contains data stored in Apache Paraquet format. You need to copy folders and files from Storage 1 to Storage 2 by using Azure Data Factory copy activity. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first requirement is no transformation must be performed. The second requirement is the original folder structure must be retained. And the third requirement is minimize time required to perform the copy activity. How should you configure the copy activity? You have to answer on two levels. The first level you have to answer is source dataset type. And the second level is copy activity, copy behavior. Okay, so now let me give you the answers and then I will give you the justification for the same. So the answer for the source data type is Paraquet and the answer for the copy activity, copy behavior is preserve hierarchy. Now friends, the reason behind choosing paraquet as source data type is that for paraquet data sets, the type property of copy activity must be set to paraquet source. And that's why we have chosen paraquet as the answer. Now moving on to the preserve hierarchy, and the reason is because the preserve hierarchy property, which is the default one, preserves the file hierarchy in the target folder. The relative path of the source file to the source folder is identical to the relative path of target file to the target folder. And with that, let's quickly jump to the question number 179. The question says that you are designing an Azure Data Lake storage solution that will transform raw JSON files for the use in an analytical workload. You need to recommend a format for the transformed files. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first one is contain information about the data types for each columns in file. The second requirement is support querying a subset of columns in the files. The third requirement is support read-heavy analytical workloads. And the fourth one is minimize the file size. What should you recommend? Your options are JSON, CSV, Apache Avro, or the last option is Apache Paraquet. And the correct answer for this question is option D, Apache Paraquet. And now let's move on to a very interesting question. Question number 180. The question says that from a website analytics system, you receive data extract about user interaction such as downloads, link clicks, form submissions and video plays. Data contains the following columns. You can see we have columns here. We have name and sample value. We have date, event category, event action, event label, channel grouping, total events, unique events, and then we have session with events. You can observe the values for each of these. Further, the question says that you need to design a star schema to support analytical queries of the data. The star schema will contain 4 tables, including a date dimension. To which table should you add each column? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Here you can see that out of all the columns given, the question is asking you about event category, channel grouping, and then total events. And you have to tell that which of these tables you will put these columns into. But friends, before I begin to answer this question, I want to know whether you know what is star schema. So let's explore star schema first, and then we will come back to this question. So this is the relevant Microsoft documentation to understand star schema and importance of Power BI. In the overview section, you can read that star schema is a mature modeling approach widely adopted by relational data warehouses. It requires modelers to classify data model tables as either dimension or fact table. You can read more about dimension table as well. So dimension tables describe business entities, the things you model. Entities can include products, people, places, concepts, including time itself. On the other hand, fact table stores observation or events and can be sales order, stock balances, exchange rate, temperatures, etc. A fact table contains dimension key columns that relate to the dimension tables and numeric measure columns. And of course, not to mention, a star schema does look like a star. Here you can see that we have fact table in the middle, and then we have different dimension tables as a spokes of this star. And in the same documentation, you can also read about normalization versus denormalization. A very good document to read and understand what is star schema, what are dimension table, and what are fact table. The link for this documentation is available in the description box. So hopefully you will read that documentation in a little more detail and understand what is star schema. Now coming back to the question, there is one line where I want to bring your attention. The question says that the star schema will contain 4 tables including a date dimension. However, in the question we are only presented with 3 tables. Where is the 4th table? Friends, here I am assuming that Microsoft is considering the normal date dimension table. That's why I think because of very generic structure of date dimension table, Microsoft has safely removed that table. On second thoughts, I guess Microsoft is judging the level of your knowledge. Anyways, the exact reason why Microsoft has not given the date dimension is not very clear to me. I have my assumption. You might have your assumption as well. But for now, let's check out the answer. The answer for event category is dim events. Then we have channel grouping, and the answer for this one is dim channel. And then for total events, we have the answer as fact events. Now let's move on to question number 181. The question says a company purchases IoT devices to monitor manufacturing machinery. The company uses an IoT appliance to communicate with the IoT devices. The company must be able to monitor the devices in real time. You need to design the solution. What should you recommend? Your options are Azure Data Factory instance using Azure PowerShell, or the option B is Azure Analysis Services using Microsoft Visual Studio. The third option is Azure Stream Analytics Cloud Job using Azure PowerShell. And the fourth option is Azure Data Factory instance using Microsoft Visual Studio. And the correct answer for this question is option C, Azure Stream Analytics Cloud Job using Azure PowerShell. Now let's check out Stream Analytics. Azure Stream Analytics is a cost-effective event processing engine that helps uncover real-time insights from devices, sensors, infrastructure, applications, and data quickly and easily. You can monitor and manage stream analytics resources with Azure PowerShell, CMDlets, and PowerShell scripting that executes basic stream analytics tasks. And that's exactly what we have chosen as the answer. We have chosen Azure Stream Analytics that can be managed using Azure PowerShell. Now let's move on to question number 182. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool that contains a table named contacts. Now the table contacts contain a column named phone. You need to ensure that the users in specific role only see the last 4 digits of a phone number when querying the phone column. What should you include in the solution? Your options are column encryption, dynamic data masking, a default value. The fourth option is a table partition, and the fifth one is row level security. The correct answer for this question is option B, dynamic data masking. Moving on, we have question number 183. The question says that you plan to ingest streaming social media data by using Azure Stream Analytics. The data will be stored in files in Azure Data Lake storage and then consumed by Azure Data Breaks and Polybase in Azure SQL Data Warehouse. You need to recommend a Stream Analytics data output format to ensure that queries from Databricks and Polybase against the files encounter the fewest possible errors. The solution must ensure that the files can be queried quickly and that the data type information is retained. What should you recommend? Your options are Avro, option B is CSV, then we have Parquet, and the last option is JSON. The correct answer for this question is option A, Avro. Now let me give you a little bit more information on Avro format. The Avro format is great for data and message preservation. Avro schema with its support for evolution is essential for making the data robust for streaming architectures like Kafka, and with the metadata that schema provides, you can reason on the data. So that was a quick introduction of Avro format. Moving on, we have question number 184. The question says that you have an Azure storage account. You plan to copy 1 million image files to storage account. You plan to share the files with an external partner organization. The partner organization will analyze the files during next year. You need to recommend an external access solution for the storage account. The solution must meet the following requirements. The first requirement is ensure that only the partner organization can access the storage account. The second requirement is ensure that the access of partner organization is removed automatically after 365 days. What should you include in the recommendation? Your options are shared key, Azure Blob Storage Lifecycle Management Policy. The third option is Azure Policy, and the fourth option is Shared Access Signature, or also known as SAS. And the correct answer for this question is Shared Access Signature. And in case you don't know what Shared Access Signature is, so here is the documentation which tells that Shared Access Signature is a URI that grants restricted access to the Azure storage resources. You can provide Shared Access Signature to the clients who should not be trusted with your storage account key, but who need access for certain storage account resources. And now friends, please pay attention. Our question said that the access of partner organization should be removed automatically after 365 days. And that's exactly what the next few lines tells us, that by distributing SaaS URI to these clients, you can grant them access to a resource for a specified period of time. And this fulfills the need of our question. Hopefully you got the understanding why we have chosen shared access signature as the answer to this question. And this brings us to the question number 185, which is the last question of our part 14 of DP-203 exam Q&A series. And please do not forget that next week I'm going to bring you a case study on DP-203. And case studies are very important when you are going for associate level exam, or you can also say 2-star exam. For example, if you want to attempt DP-203 or AZ-104, case studies are a must and you must prepare for them. So join me next week without a fail. Now let's read question number 185. The question says that you work in ABC company and you as a data engineer is given the responsibility to manage the jobs in Azure. You decide to add a new job. While specifying the job constraint, you set max wall clock time property to 30 minutes. What is the impact of this? The first option given is the job can be in a ready state for a maximum of 30 minutes. The second option is the job can be in an inactive state for a maximum of 30 minutes. The third option is the job can be in the active or running state for a maximum of 30 minutes. The fourth option is the job will automatically start in 30 minutes. The correct answer for this question is option C. The job can be in the active or running state for a maximum of 30 minutes. And in case you want to understand more on jobs, then this is the Microsoft documentation, and this says job and task error checking. Here you can read more about job. What is job? A job is a grouping of one or more tasks, with tasks actually specifying the command lines to run. And just under this overview on jobs, we have job constraints. And here it clearly says that the max wall clock time property can optionally be specified to set the maximum amount of time a job can be active or running. If exceeded, the job will be terminated with the terminate reason property set in the execution info for the job. So that was the reason behind choosing option C as the answer to this question. And friends, please note that we have started a full course series on Azure Fundamentals that will give you many insights on Azure Cloud, a course which is specially designed for Azure beginners. So if you or anyone in your family or friends are interested, please watch and share this video series now appearing on your screens. And I hope you enjoyed today's questions on DP-203. If yes, please press the like button and help us reach more and more cloud learners. Share your feedback and suggestions on our current content and what you want to see on the Tech Blackboard channel. Azure Cloud learners going for certification exams often get a not so good surprise when attempting associate level exams or expert level exams. And this panic comes in terms of case study type of questions which many of the exam givers are not prepared for. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today we are going to understand what are case studies and also see some sample questions that will help you prepare better for the Azure certification exams. Now friends, case study is a type of question in which you would be given a real business case or business need or business scenario. It normally starts with an overview followed by the requirements section where you would be presented with business goals. This section also includes technical requirements and user requirements. The other section that can be presented in a case study are planned changes and planned environment. And please do not worry if you don't understand any of these details. We will look upon all these sections when we will take a sample case study. Now let's look at some of the generic guidelines on case studies that you will also find when attempting exam. The first guideline says that case studies are not timed separately. You can use as much exam time as you would like to complete each case. However, there may be additional case studies and section on this exam. You must manage your time to ensure that you are able to complete all the questions included on this exam in the time provided. The second guideline says that to answer the questions included in the case study, you will need to reference information that is provided in the case study. Further, it says that case studies might contain exhibits and other resources that provide more information about the scenario that is described in the case study. Each question is independent of other questions in the case study. Then the third guideline says that at the end of case study, a review screen will appear. This screen allows you to review your answers and to make changes before you move to the next section of the exam. After you begin a new section, you cannot return to this section. So very important to note, once you have moved ahead of a case study, you cannot come back, unlike the other type of questions where you can come back and edit your answers. And friends, at the end of this video, I will give you some tips that you can follow to better handle case study type of questions. So watch the video very carefully and please do not skip any part of the video. Now let's read our first case study on DP-203. Please note that this is part 15 of DP-203. Do not miss to watch earlier 14 parts of this series where I have already explained 185 questions with loads of tips, tricks and concepts on DP-203. And as I mentioned in the opening part, any case study starts with an overview. Let's read it out. Blackboard Incorporations owns and operates 300 clothing stores across US. The company sells a variety of apparels and fashion accessories across various categories and age groups for men, women and kids. Blackboard Incorporation has a loyalty club whereby members can get daily discounts on specific clothes ranges by providing their membership number at checkout. Further, it says that Blackboard employs business analysts who prefer to analyze data by using Microsoft Power BI and data scientists who prefer analyzing in Azure Data Breaks notebooks. And now, as I mentioned in the opening section, we have requirement section that starts with business goals. And this one says that Blackboard wants to create a new analytics environment in Azure to meet the following requirements. First requirement is to see inventory levels across the stores. Data must be updated as close to real time as possible. Then the second requirement is to execute ad hoc analytical queries on historical data to identify whether the loyalty club discounts increases sales of discounted products. Thirdly, we have every 4 hours notify store employees about how many clothing orders to produce based on the historical demand from the sales data. Moving ahead, we have technical requirements. Here it says that Blackboard identifies the following technical requirements. First one is minimize the number of different Azure services needed to achieve the business goals. Then we have use platform as a service or PaaS offerings whenever possible and avoid having to provision virtual machines that must be managed by Blackboard Incorporations. Thirdly, we have ensured that the analytical data store is accessible only to companies' on-premises network and Azure services. The fourth requirement says that use Azure Active Directory authentication wherever possible. And fifth one is that use the principle of least privilege when designing security. Then the sixth requirement says that stage inventory data in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 before loading the data into analytical data store. Blackboard wants to remove transient data from the data lake storage once the data is no longer in use. Files that have modified date that is older than 14 days must be removed. And then we have limit the business analyst access to customer contact information such as phone numbers because this type of data is not analytically relevant. Moving on, we have ensured that you can quickly restore a copy of analytical data store within 1 hour in the event of corruption or accidental deletion. The next section that we have is planned environment. Now this section says that Blackboard plans to implement the following environment. The first one is the application development team will create an Azure Event Hub to receive real-time sales data including store number, date, time, product ID, customer loyalty number, price and discount amount from the point of sales POS system and output the data to data storage in Azure. The second one says that customer data including name, contact information and loyalty number comes from Salesforce, a SaaS application, and can be imported into Azure only once every 8 hours. Row modified dates are not trusted in the source table. And then we have product data, including product ID, name, category comes from Salesforce and can be imported into Azure only once 8 hours. Row modified dates are not trusted in the source table. Further on, it says that daily inventory data comes from Microsoft SQL Server located on a private network. And then we have Blackboard incorporations currently have 5 TB of historical data and 100 GB of customer data. The company expects approximately 100 GB of new data per month for the next year. Moving ahead, it says that Blackboard will build a custom application named Exquisite Black to provide store employees with calculation result of how many prepared clothing items to produce every 4 hours. And then finally we have Blackboard does not plan to implement Azure Express Route or a VPN between on-premises network and Azure. And now my friends, let's check out our first question based on this case study. The question starts with a note. It says that inventory level must be calculated by subtracting the current day's sales from the previous day's final inventory. And finally, the actual question says that which two options provide Blackboard with the ability to quickly calculate the current inventory level by store and product. Each correct answer presents complete solution, and please note that each correct selection is worth 1 point. Let's check out what are the options given. The first option is that consume the output of Event Hub by Azure Stream Analytics and aggregate the data by store and product. Output the resulting data directly to Azure Synapse Analytics and then use Transact SQL to calculate inventory level. The second option is output Event Hub Avro files to Azure Blob Storage. Use Transact SQL to calculate inventory level by using Polybase in Azure Synapse Analytics. And the third one is consume the output of Event Hub by using Data Breaks. Use Data Breaks to calculate inventory levels and output the data to Azure Synapse Analytics. Moving on, the option D says that consume the output of Event Hub by using Azure Stream Analytics and aggregate the data by store and product. Output the resulting data into Data Breaks, calculate the inventory levels in Data Breaks and output the data to Azure Blob Storage. And finally, we have option E, and that says the output Event Hub's Avro files to Azure Blob Storage, trigger an Azure Data Factory copy activity to run every 10 minutes to load the data into Azure Synapse Analytics. Use Transact SQL to aggregate the data by store and product. And the correct answer for this question is option A and option E. Now let's talk about the first option. Here we have Azure Stream Analytics. So Azure Stream Analytics is a fully managed service providing low latency. It's highly available, scalable, complex event processing over other streaming data in the cloud. And also remember, my friends, that you can use Azure SQL Data Warehouse database as an output sink for your Stream Analytics jobs. Coming to the option E, where we have Event Hubs. So Event Hub captures is the easiest way to get data in Azure. Using Data Lake, Azure Data Factory and Azure HD Insight, you can perform batch processing and other analytics using familiar tools and platform of your choice at any scale that you need. And friends, talking about documentation, if you want to read more on Azure Stream Analytics, then this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you can learn how to use Azure Stream Analytics with dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics. And besides that, one more related document to this question is this one, which tells you how to capture events through Azure Event Hubs in Azure Blob Storage or Azure Data Lake Storage. Links to both these documents are available in the description box. Now let's move to the second question of this case study. The question says that what should you do to improve high availability of real-time data processing solution? Your options are deploy identical Azure Stream Analytics jobs to paired regions in Azure, or should you deploy a high concurrency Databricks cluster? The third option is deploy an Azure Stream Analytics job and use the Azure Automation Runbook to check the status of the job and to start the job if it stops. Then the last option given is set data lake storage to use geo-redundant storage, also known as GRS. And the correct answer for this question is option A, deploy identical Azure Stream Analytics jobs to paired regions in Azure. And friends, the reason is that Azure Stream Analytics guarantees job reliability during service updates. Part of being fully managed service, Azure Stream Analytics has the capability to introduce new service functionality and improvement at rapid pace. As a result, Stream Analytics can have service updates deploy on weekly basis or any other more frequent basis. And friends, no matter how much testing is done, there is always a risk of introducing a bug. So if you are running mission critical jobs, these risks needs to be avoided. You can reduce these risks by following Azure paired region model, and that's exactly what is given in option A. Now let's move to the third question, a hotspot question. The question says that which Azure Data Factory components should you recommend using together to import the customer data from Salesforce to data lake storage? And here, my friends, you have to answer this question on 3 levels. The first one is integration runtime type, and then we have trigger type, and then you have to also tell the activity type. Let's talk about first for integration runtime type. And here you can see the options given are Azure Integration Runtime. The second option given is Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. And the third option is Azure SSIS Integration Runtime. And the correct answer for this question is option B, Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. And the reason is that self-hosted integration runtime is capable of running copy activity between a cloud data store and a data store in private network. And we also read in the question that the company Blackboard is operating both on cloud data store and a data store in a private network. So that's why self-hosted integration runtime is best suited as integration runtime type. And then we have trigger type. Here the options given are event-based trigger, and then we have scheduled trigger, and the third one is tumbling window trigger. The correct answer for this one is scheduled trigger, and this is because scheduled trigger option can be used to trigger jobs every 8 hours. And finally, we have to tell what will be the activity type. The option given are copy activity, lookup activity, and stored procedure. And the correct answer for this part of the question is copy activity. And now let's check out our question number 4, which is another variation for question number 3. The question says that which Azure Data Factory components should you recommend using together to import daily inventory data for SQL to data lake storage? Now this question might be looking very similar to the previous one. However, in the previous question, we were asked about customer data, but this time we are asked about inventory data. The question is exactly the same except for this difference in the question. And you can also observe that other sections of the question are also exactly the same. We have same integration run type data for which the answer is again self-hosted integration runtime. And then we have trigger type for which the answer again is scheduled trigger. And then we have activity type, and this type as well we have copy activity. I just wanted to show you what can be the different variations which Microsoft can present you with in the real exam. Now let's read our question number 5. The question says that which Azure service and feature should you recommend using to manage transient data for data lake storage? And here you have to answer the question on 2 levels. Firstly, you have to tell what service you will pick and which feature you will pick. So the option given for service are Azure Data Factory, Azure Storage, and Azure Synapse Analytics. And the correct answer for this part of the question is option A, Azure Data Factory. And now let's check out the options given for feature. We have delete activity, and then we have drop external table. The last option given is lifecycle management rule. The correct answer for this part of the question is option A, delete activity. Now let's do a drag and drop kind of question. Question number 6 says that which 3 actions should you perform in sequence to allow exquisite black app access to the analytical data store. And here you can see that we are given with some option. The first one is create a user-defined database role that grants access to execute appropriate stored procedure. The second one is register the exquisite black application in Azure AD. The third one is grant select permission on all the user table to the user of exquisite black application. And then as a fourth action, we have create a contained user in the database. The fifth option is map the login to the user in database. And the sixth option is create a login for the service principal on Azure SQL Server. Now let me show you the correct answers. The correct answer in sequence for this question is, first, you have to register the exquisite black application in Azure AD. And then as a second step, you have to create a login for the service principal on Azure SQL Server. And then as a third action, you have to create a user-defined database role that grants access to execute appropriate stored procedures. I hope you liked the case study and it will surely help you prepare better for the Azure certification. Now here are few tips. First of all, case study type of questions will really test you on your actual working knowledge. You have to answer a series of multiple choice questions, hot area questions, etc. All these questions are designed to test your ability to critically analyze a situation and apply practical Azure knowledge to reach to a solution. So here comes my first tip on case study. Read through the case study and understand the business situation thoroughly. Secondly, a very important exam tip is that you should not assume anything which is not written in the case study. And thirdly, my friends, it's very easy to lose the time track, especially when you're giving the case study type of question. Though there is no time limit for the case study itself, but surely there is a time limit for the overall exam. So be very cautious on the time that you devote on each section. And friends, just so you know, there is a countdown clock in the top corner that you can use to track your remaining time for the exam. And towards the end of this video, friends, if you're liking my efforts and think that I'm doing a good work in bringing free cloud education, please take a quick moment and hit that like button. It is only when you like the video, YouTube considers it worth spreading. And to help you better prepare for AZ-104 and DP-203, we have already a video series with loads of question bank. Many of our viewers have already watched these videos and cleared their certification exams. And friends, we also have a Azure Fundamental series which is currently going on and it is fully synced with Microsoft syllabus. Besides that, we also have a huge question bank on AZ-900, almost 326 questions, a hugely popular series which many of the users have already seen and cleared their AZ-900. All these videos will surely help you pass certifications with flying colors. Links to all these videos are given in the description box. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Today in part 16 of DP-203 Exam Q&A series, we are going to cover 10 very important questions, and today we will focus on Azure Data Factory and Azure Synapse Analytics. Friends, we have already covered 186 questions on DP-203 certifications in last 15 parts. This includes a case study as well that I covered in the part 15 last week. A must watch for anyone preparing for DP-203 certification. For the full course coverage, watch all the previous parts that will not just prepare you on the question and answer level, but also make you conceptually prepared for the examination. Plus, I have shared a lot of Microsoft documentation to help you study further. So let's begin our part 16 with question number 187. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool named Pool1 and a database named DB1. Now DB1 contains a fact table named Table1. You need to identify the extent of the data skew in the Table 1. What should you do in Synapse Studio? Here you can see that we are given with 4 options. The first 2 options are related to the built-in pool, and then the last 2 options are related to the pool 1. Now let me take you to the Microsoft documentation and let's check out what Microsoft has to say in this question. So here you can see that I am on a documentation that reads as cheat sheet for the dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics. Here you can see if you scroll a little bit, you will reach to a section which is named as tips. And in the tips section, you can read to this point that you should use sys.dm_pdw_nodes_db_partition_stats to analyze any skewness in the data. So this is where we are getting our answer from. By the way, friends, if someone of you do not know what is DBCC, then this is the documentation. Here you can see that it says that the Transact SQL programming language provides DBCC statements that acts as a database console commands for the SQL server. I will leave the link for this documentation in the description box. Coming back to our question, now we know the correct answer for this question is option D. Now let's jump on to the question number 188. The question says that you have an Azure Data Factory named ADF1. You currently publish all the pipeline authoring changes directly to ADF1. You need to implement version control for the changes made to the pipeline artifacts. And then it says the solution must ensure that you can apply version control to the resources currently defined in the UX authoring canvas for ADF1. Which two actions should you perform? Your options are: from the UX authoring canvas, select setup code repository. The second option is create a Git repository. The third one is create a GitHub action. Or the fourth one is create an Azure Data Factory trigger. Fifth one is from the UX authoring canvas, select publish. And the last one is from the UX authoring canvas, run publish all. Now friends, here you have to understand the ask of the question is to implement the version control for the changes made to the pipeline artifacts. Now here on the Microsoft documentation which says source control in Azure Data Factory, it clearly says that by default the Azure Data Factory user interface experience authors directly against the Data Factory service. This experience has following limitation. The Data Factory service does not include a repository for storing the JSON entities for your changes. The only way to save changes is via publish all button, and all the changes are published directly to the Data Factory service. Please remember publish all. And before I leave this documentation, I want to bring your attention to this video here. And in this video, you can really understand how to set up CI/CD in Azure Data Factory. Directly from Microsoft, a must watch if you want to really understand how CI/CD works for Azure Data Factory. So now based on the documentation from the Microsoft, we can easily answer this question. The answer to this question is option A and option F. I hope you remember publish all. And with that, let's move on to the next question. Question number 189. The question says that you have an Azure Data Factory instance named ADF1 and two Azure Synapse Analytics workspaces named WS1 and WS2. ADF1 contains the following pipeline. So here we are given with two pipelines, pipeline P1 and pipeline P2. Let's read out. It says that uses a copy activity to copy the data from non-partition table in a dedicated SQL pool of WS1 to an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account. The pipeline 2, on the other hand, uses a copy activity to copy data from text delimited files in an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account to a non-partition table in a dedicated SQL pool of WS2. You need to configure P1 and P2 to maximize parallelism and performance. Which dataset setting should you configure for the copy activity for each pipeline? Here you can see that we are given with P1 and P2, which are nothing but the pipelines. And for each pipeline, you are given with set of 4 activities. Out of these activities, you have to select one for each of the pipeline. Now let me show you the correct answers first, and then I will give the Microsoft documentation to support my answer. So the correct answer for both of the pipelines that I have picked is Polybase for the P1 and also the Polybase for the P2. Now friends, to be very honest, the answer for P2 can also be bulk insert, but because I found that Polybase is faster option, that's why I have selected Polybase instead of bulk insert. So this is the Microsoft documentation that I was just referring to. It says that design a poly-based data loading strategy for the dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics. This is exactly the components which were also given in our question as well. Now here in this documentation, of course, you can read all about the ETL process, which is the extract, transform and load. If you come down, you can also watch a great video here. But the section where I want you to focus is this one, which says extract the source data into text file. Here it says that polybase external file formats, and you can see that polybase loads the data from UTF-8 and UTF-16 encoded delimited text files. You can also see that polybase also loads the data from Hadoop file formats, RC file, ORC and paraquat. So if there is a change in the question and instead of text file, they give you any file format which are listed here, then also please keep in mind that you have to select polybase as the answer. You can read the entire Microsoft documentation. The link is available in the description box. This will give you better understanding of reason why I have chosen polybase for both the pipelines. Now let's move on to the question number 190. The question says that you plan to monitor an Azure Data Factory by using the Monitor and Manage app. You need to identify the status and duration of activities that reference a table in the source database. Which 3 actions should you perform in the sequence? To answer, move the action from the list of action to the answer area and arrange them in correct order. So friends, please pay a good attention. Here in this question, not only you have to tell the correct actions, but you also have to list them in the correct order. Now let's check out what are the options given. It says that from the Data Factory monitoring app, add the source user property to the activity run table. The option B is from the Data Factory monitoring app, add the source user property to the pipeline run table. Please mind the minute differences in both the options. Moving on to the third one, we have from the Data Factory authoring UI, publish the pipelines. The fourth one is from the Data Factory monitoring app, add a linked service to the pipeline runs table. The fifth option is from the Data Factory authoring UI, generate a user property for the source on all activities. The last one is from the Data Factory authoring UI, generate a user property for the source on all datasets. The correct answer for this question is option A, option C and option E. And friends, not to forget the correct sequence. The correct sequence for all these activity is this. So first on the list is this one, the option E. So this is the first activity or the action that you need to perform. The second one is this option A and the third one is option C. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 191. The question says that your company has 2 Microsoft Azure SQL databases named DB1 and DB2. You need to move data from a table in DB1 to a table in DB2 by using a pipeline in Azure Data Factory. You create an Azure Data Factory named ADF1. Which 2 types of objects should you create in ADF1 to complete the pipeline? Each correct answer presents the part of the solution and each correct selection is worth 1 point. Let's look at the options given. We have linked service. The other option is Azure Service Bus. Then we have sources and targets, input and output datasets. The last option given is transformation. And the correct answer for this question is option C, sources and targets, and option E, transformations. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 192. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool that contains a table, table 1. The table 1 contains the following. So in table 1, we have 1 billion rows, and then we also have a clustered column store index. Then we have a hash distributed column named product key. Lastly, a column named sales date that is one of the date data type and cannot be null. So these are the following considerations that you must keep in mind. Let's move ahead with the question. It says 30 million rows will be added to the table 1 each month. You need to partition table 1 based on the sales date column, and we have already seen the specifications for the sales date. The solution must optimize the query performance and data loading. How often should you create a partition? Your options are once per month, once per year, once per day, or once per week. And the correct answer for this question is once per year. Now let's move to the next question. Question number 193. The question says that you have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Data Lake storage account named My Account 1. Now My Account 1 contains two containers named Container 1 and Container 2. The subscription is linked to an Azure Active Directory tenant that contains a security group named Group 1. You need to grant Group 1 read access to Container 1. The solution must use the principle of least privilege. Which role should you assign to Group 1? Your options are storage blob data reader to Container 1, storage table data reader to Container 1. The third option is storage blob data reader for My Account 1. The fourth one is storage table data reader for My Account 1. The correct answer for this question is option A, storage blob data reader for Container 1. Now let's take some questions that are part of a series based on a common scenario. So here comes the first question in this series, question number 194. The question says that you have an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool that contains a table named Table 1. You have the files that are ingested and loaded into Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 container named Container 1. You plan to insert data from the files in Container 1 into Table 1 and transform the data. Each row of the data in the files will produce one row in the serving layer of the Table 1. You need to ensure that when the source data files are loaded to the Container 1, the date time is stored as an additional column in Table 1. Now the solution given here is that you use a dedicated SQL pool to create an external table that has an additional date time column. Does this meet the goal? And of course, you have to tell whether this solution will fulfill this business case or not. The correct answer for this question is no. Now let me show you two other variations of the same question and we will also discover the correct solution. Here comes question number 195. The question is exactly the same. However, this time the answer or the solution given is that you should use an Azure Synapse Analytics serverless SQL pool to create an external table that has an additional datetime column. Does this meet the goal? And this time also it is a no. So what's the correct solution? Let's check it out in question number 196. This time the solution given is in an Azure Synapse Analytics pipeline, you should use a data flow that contains a derived column transformation. Does this meet the goal? And this time, my friends, the answer is yes. Okay, so friends, besides the DP-203, a super important video was released on AZ-104 case study as well. The thumbnail of this video is now appearing on your screen. So if you or anyone that you know is preparing for AZ-104, please share this video with all of them. And for our friends who are just beginning to learn Azure, we have started a full course on Azure Fundamental that will give you a kickstart on Azure Cloud. A course specifically designed for Azure beginners. So if you or your family members or your friends, anyone is interested, please share this video. Hope you have enjoyed today's questions on DP-203. Please take a small moment to appreciate our work by liking this video and help us reach more and more cloud learners. Subscribe to the channel and share your suggestions and feedback on anything cloud related. Azure Data Engineer is one certificate loved by many who want to build a successful career in data engineering. And we are making that a little bit easier for you by helping you understand data engineering concepts and familiarize you with the sample exam questions. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. In today's part 17 of DP-203 exam Q&A series, we are going to cover 10 very important questions, and today is a mixed bag of questions on many different topics on DP-203. And friends, if you remember, the last video, part 16, was ended with a series of questions based on a same scenario. So today I thought of opening this part as well with another set of questions based on same business scenario. So let's read our question number 197. The question says that you are developing a solution that will use Azure Stream Analytics. The solution will accept an Azure Blob Storage named customers. The file will contain both in-store and online customer details. The online customers will provide a mailing address. Now you have a file in Blob Storage named location incomes that contains median incomes based on the location. Now the catch is that the file is rarely used. Further, the question says that you need to use an address to look up a median income based on the location, and you must output the data to Azure SQL database for immediate use and to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 for long-term retention. The solution given here is that you implement a stream analytics job that has two streaming inputs, one query and two outputs. Does this meet the goal? So basically this solution that you see here, you have to tell whether this solution will be able to fulfill this business scenario. The correct answer for this question is no. So what exactly is the correct solution? Let me show you two more variations of the same question, and along with that I will also tell you the correct solution. So here comes question number 198, which is exactly the same question. However, this time the solution is you implement a stream analytics job that has one query and two output. Does this meet the goal? And this time also the correct answer is no. So let me show you what is the correct answer. And here comes our question number 199 with correct solution. And this time the solution says that you implement a stream analytics job that has one streaming input, one reference input, two queries and four outputs. Does this meet the goal? And this time the correct answer is yes. So here comes the justification for the same. And here you can see that as per the question, we need one reference input for location incomes. And you can see here the question says that this file, which is location incomes, is rarely used. Then we need two queries, one for the in-store customer and one for the online customers. So how did I reach to this conclusion? Because in the question it says that the file contain both in-store and online customers. So that's why you would need two queries, one for the in-store customer and the other one for the online customers. Then the last reasoning says that for each query, two outputs are needed. That makes a total of 4 outputs. So from where exactly I get these two outputs? Here in the question, you can see that we have two outputs. One is Azure SQL database and the other one is Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. So hopefully you understand we have two output, but for each output we have two type of customers. One is in-store and one is online. So that's why we have now 4 outputs. And once I consider all these reasoning that are given here in this section, I can say that this solution is the best fit for this kind of business case. Hopefully you got the reasoning. In case you still have any question, do let me know in the comment section. Now let's move ahead to the question number 200, which is a very interesting question. The question says that an on-premises data warehouse has the following fact table. You can see that we have two fact tables here, both having columns date key, product key and region key. There are 120 unique product keys and 65 unique region keys. Here you can see that we are given with details of two fact tables. One is sales table and the comment given here is that the table is 600 GB in size. Date key is used extensively in the where clause in the query. Product key is used extensively in the join operation and the region key is used in grouping. Also given the severity 5% of the record relate to one of the 40 region. Then we are given with the detail of another fact table named as invoice, and here it says that the table is 6 GB in size. Date key and product key are used extensively in where clause in the queries, and also given that region key is used for grouping. Further, the question says that the queries that use the data warehouse take a long time to complete. you plan to migrate the solution to use Azure Synapse Analytics, you need to ensure that the Azure-based solution optimizes query performance and minimizes the processing skew. What should you recommend? And of course, you have to answer the question for both of the tables, the sales table and the invoice table. So let me first tell you the answer, and then I will take you to the Microsoft documentation to help you understand these answers. Coming to the sales table, here we are given with distribution type and distribution column. The correct answer for distribution type is hash distributed, and the correct answer for distribution column is product key. Coming to the invoice table, for distribution type, here we have the correct answer as hash distributed, and for the distribution column, this time we have region key as the correct answer. Now this is the Microsoft documentation where you can have the guidance for designing distributed table using dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics. Here you can read that this article contains recommendation for designing hash distributed and round robin distributed tables in dedicated SQL pool. A very similar example is also given on this page, and for that you have to scroll a little bit more. Here you can see we are given with the example, and in this example we are given with a table that is called fact internet sales, and in our case it was sales table. So here you can see that we are given with similar kind of keys. We have product key, order date key, customer key, promotion key, and lot of other information is also given. And also my friends, if you remember, we chose product key as the answer for the distribution column, and exactly same Microsoft has also given in their answer. They have also chosen product key as the distribution column. Similarly, you can come on to this page and understand why we have chosen hash distributed as the answer for the distribution type. On the other hand, why we have chosen product key or the region key for the distribution column. The link for this documentation is available in the description box. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 201. The question says that the application that publish messages to the Azure Event Hub very frequently will get the best performance using advanced message queuing protocol, also known as AMQP, because it establishes a persistent socket. You have to tell whether it's a true statement or a false statement. And the correct answer for this question is that this one is a true statement. And the reason is that the publishers can either use HTTPS or AMQP. To give you a quick starter, AMQP opens a socket and can send multiple messages over that socket. So that's why this is a true statement. Now coming to the question number 202, the question says that if an event hub goes offline before a consumer group can process the event it holds, those events will be lost. Is it a true statement or a false statement? My friends, this one is a false statement. Why? Because events are persistent. Each consumer group has its own cursor maintaining its position within the partition. The consumer groups can resume the processing at their cursor position when the event hub is available again. So that means that the events will not be lost. And once again, I will say events are persistent. Keep this very important point always in your mind. Now let's move on to another bit-sized but interesting questions. Here it comes, question number 203. The question says that by default, how many partitions will a new event hub will have? Your options are 1, 2, 3, 4 or 8. And the correct answer for this question is 4. So friends, by default, event hubs have 4 partitions. Now just to understand what are partitions, partitions are buckets within an event hub. Each publication will go into only one partition and each consumer may read from one or more partition. Moving on with the question number 204, the question says what is the maximum number of activities per pipeline in Azure Data Factory? Your options are 40, 60, 80, 100 or 150. The correct answer for this question is 40. And now let's jump on to the next question, question number 205. The question says that you use Azure Stream Analytics to receive tweeted data from Azure Event Hubs and to output the data to an Azure Blob Storage account. you need to output the count of tweets during the last 5 minutes every 5 minutes. Which windowing function should you use? Your options are a 5-minute sliding window, a 5-minute session window, or a 5-minute tumbling window. The last option has a 1-minute hop. And the correct answer for this question is option C, a 5-minute tumbling window. And here on this documentation, which says Introduction to Stream Analytics Windowing Function, you can read about all the windowing function. For example, tumbling window, hopping window, sliding window, and session window. But for now, let's read on the tumbling window. Here it comes. Here you can read that tumbling window functions are used to segment a data stream into distinct time segments and perform a function against them, such as an example given below. The key differentiator of tumbling window are that they repeat, they do not overlap, and an event cannot belong to more than one tumbling window. Here you can see that we have a similar example where it says that tell me the count of tweets per time zone every 10 seconds. And here you can see that Microsoft has given a pictorial representation of tumbling window along with a sample query. Link to this documentation is right there in the description box. Please do not miss to read about all the windowing functions. Moving on with the next question. Here we have question number 206, which is the last question for today. The question says that you are creating a new notebook in Azure Data Breaks. Which switch should you use to switch between the languages? The first option given to you is percentage symbol. The second option is @ symbol. Then we have square brackets, and then we have round brackets. The correct answer for this question is option A, the percentage symbol. So basically, my friends, to change the languages in Databricks cell to either Scala, SQL, Python, or R, you have to prefix the cell with percentage symbol followed by the languages. To give you a quick reference, here we have percentage Python, percentage R, percentage Scala, and percentage SQL. So this way, by the use of percentage switch, you can change between the languages. I hope you enjoyed today's questions on DP-203. Please do not miss to watch our other exciting Q&A series on DP-900, AZ-104, which includes multiple case studies. Similarly, we have series on AZ-900 and AI-900. And of course, if you are the absolute Azure beginner, then Azure Fundamental series is just the right choice for you. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. In today's part 18 of DP-203 Exam Q&A series, we are going to cover 10 important questions covering a lot of different topics and concepts in DP-203. We have already covered 206 questions in last 17 parts, including a case study that was covered in part 15. Highly recommend you to watch all the previous parts of this series for the full course coverage. So let's begin the part 18 on DP-203 Exam Q&A series with question number 207. So let's read the question. The question says that you develop a data ingestion process that will import data to Microsoft Azure SQL Data Warehouse. The data to be ingested resides in Paraquet files stored in an Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account. You need to load the data from the Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account into the Azure SQL Data Warehouse. The solution given here is, the first point is that use Azure Data Factory to convert the Paraquet files to CSV files. The second point of the solution is that create an external data source pointing to the Azure storage account. And then we have third point, which says create an external file format and external table using the external data source. The last point is load the data using insert select statement. Does this meet the goal? The correct answer for this question is no. This solution is not meeting this business goal. So what is the correct solution? There are two more variations of the same question. Let's see both the variations and then I will show you the correct solution. Here comes the next variation. The question is exactly the same. Let's read the solution. The first point in this solution is create an external data source pointing to the Azure storage account. The second point is create an external file format and external table using the external data source. The third point is load the data using insert select statement. Does this solution meet the goal? Well, this time as well, my friends, the answer is no. So what is the correct solution? Let's find out in the next question. Here we have question number 209. Once again, the question is exactly the same. This time we have solution in which the first step is create an external data source pointing to the Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account. The second point is create an external file format and external table using external data source. The third point is load the data using create table as select statement. Does this solution meet the goal? And this time, my friends, it's a yes. So this solution which is given here meets this business goal. Now, if you want to understand the process of loading the data from Azure Data Lake storage into dedicated SQL pools in Azure Synapse Analytics, then this is the Microsoft documentation. Here, Microsoft has given the guidelines on how to use the copy statement to load the data from Azure Data Lake storage. They have also given few examples on how to use the copy statement across all the authentication methods. I have provided the link for this documentation in the description box. You can read whenever your time permits. Now let's move on to the next question. Question number 210. This one says that you are moving data from an Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage to Azure Synapse Analytics. Which Azure Data Factory integration runtime would you use in a data copy activity? Your options are Azure SSIS, Azure IR, the third one is self-hosted, and the fourth one is pipelines. The correct answer for this question is option B, Azure IR. Moving on with the question number 211, a very interesting question based on the queries. Let's read the question. Here it says that you have an enterprise data warehouse in Azure Synapse Analytics that contains a table named Fact Online Sales. The table contains data from the start of 2009 to the end of 2012. You need to improve the performance of queries against the Fact Online Sales by using table partitions. The solution must meet the following requirement. The first one is create 4 partitions based on the order date. The second requirement is to ensure that each partition contains all the orders placed during a given calendar year. How should you complete the TSQL command? And here, my friends, you can see that we are given with one transact SQL statement, which is creating a table called Fact Online Sales. We are also given with the column information along with the data type. In the bottom part of this query, we have this partition clause, and we have to tell whether we should go for the right or the left clause for this partition table. Further, we also have values, so we have to pick the values for this partition table as well. Now let me tell you the correct answer first, and then I will give you the justification. The correct answer for the partition clause is that we have to choose left here. And the correct answer for the values part is this one, where we have to choose the year based partition. Now coming to the left clause, the range left, this specifies the boundary value that belongs to the partition on the left, the lower values, and also you should understand that the left is the default value. Now coming to this part here, you can see that we have chosen the option which gives a partition based on the year. And why we are doing so? Because the question says that we need to create 4 partitions. And for which 4 years we have to create partition? It is 2009, 2010, 2011 and 2012. That's why we have chosen this partition, because it gives a value of partition for each year. If you wish to understand more of this create partition option, then this is the Microsoft documentation. Here you can see that we are given with the entire syntax of the same query that we just saw in the question as well. Here you can see that we are given with the table option. We are also given the data type. The partition is also given with the range that can consist left or right. And if I zoom a little bit more, then you can also see that the documentation says that default is left. Similarly, you can read a lot more and understand this query on this documentation. Now let's move ahead to the question number 212. Let's read the question. It says that you are performing exploratory analysis of bus fare data in an Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 account by using an Azure Synapse Analytics serverless SQL pool. You execute the transact SQL query shown in the following exhibit. Here we can see that we have one query given here. We have a select statement which is choosing payment type, and it's also grouping the data based on the fare amount. Then we can also see the from clause followed by the with clause, group by clause and order by clause. Now due to the scarcity of space, I could not fit the question in this page itself. So let's go to the next slide and see what is the exact question. Now the question says that you have to use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic. Now here in this answer area, we can see the first part of it says that the query results include only in the CSV/bus fare folder. And your options are CSV file in the trip data _2020 subfolder, or the files that have files named beginning with trip data _2020. The third option is CSV file that have file names containing trip data _22. Then we have CSV files that have files named beginning with trip data _2020. The correct answer for this part of the question is the last option given here. Moving on to the next section of the question, it says the query assumes that the first row in the CSV is, and you have to choose between a header, a data or an empty row. And the correct answer for this part is a header. Normally we always have a header in the CSV files. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 213. It says that you have an Azure subscription that is linked to a hybrid Azure Active Directory tenant. The subscription contains an Azure Synapse Analytics SQL pool named Pool 1. You need to recommend an authentication solution for Pool 1. The solution must support multi-factor authentication (MFA) and database level authentication. Which authentication solution or solutions should you include in your recommendation? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Here you can see that we have to answer, of course, on two levels. The first one, we have to make a choice for MFA, which is multi-factor authentication. And on the second part, we have to choose an answer or the option for database level authentication. The options given for MFA are Azure AD authentication. The second option is Microsoft SQL Server authentication. The third one is passwordless authentication. And the fourth one is Windows authentication. And the correct answer for the MFA or multi-factor authentication is that we should go for Azure AD authentication. Moving towards the database level authentication, the options given are application roles, contained database users, database roles, Microsoft SQL Server logins. And the correct answer for this part of the question is contained database users. This brings us to the next very interesting question. Question number 214. The question says that you are designing an inventory update table in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool. The table will have clustered column store index, and that will include the following columns. You are given with some information here. Let's read it out. The first one says event date, and the comment given against is that 1 million records are added to the table each day. The second one is event type ID. The comment says the table contains 10 million records for each event type. Thirdly, we have warehouse ID, and this one says the table contains 100 million records for each warehouse. The fourth one says product category type ID, and this one has a comment that says the table contains 25 million records for each product category type. Moving on, the question says that you identify the following usage patterns. The first one is analyst will most commonly analyze transactions for a warehouse. The second one says queries will summarize by product category type, date and or inventory event type. Then it says you need to recommend a partition strategy for the table to minimize the query times. On which column should you partition the table? Your options are event type ID, product category type ID, the third option is event date, and the fourth one is warehouse ID. And the correct answer for this question is option D, warehouse ID. Moving on with the next question, question number 215. This says that you configure monitoring for an Azure Synapse Analytics implementation. The implementation uses Polybase to load the data from a comma separated value, which is CSV files stored in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 using an external table. Files with an invalid schema cause errors to occur. You need to monitor for an invalid schema error. For which error should you monitor? Your options are given here. Not possible to read all of these options, but let me quickly tell you the correct answer. The correct answer for this question is option B. You can read all of the options given here in your sweet time. For now, I have given you the correct answer. Up next, we have question number 216. This one is the last question for the part 18 on DP-203 Exam Q&A series. Let's read the question. The question says that you are working on Azure Data Lake Store Gen 1. Suddenly, you realize that you need to know the schema of external data. Which of the following plugin would you use to know the external data schema? Your options are IPv4 lookup. The second option is MySQL request. The third option is pivot. The fourth one is narrow. And the fifth one is infer storage schema. And the correct answer for this question is option E, infer storage schema. And the reason for the same is that infer storage schema is the plugin that helps in infer the schema based on the external file contents when the external data schema is unknown. So that's why we have chosen this option as the answer to this question. I hope you enjoyed today's questions on DP-203. Please do not miss to watch our other exciting Q&A series on DP-900 and AZ-104 that also includes multiple case studies. And on top of that, we have just started a series of Azure Fundamentals, which includes all the latest changes that have come from Microsoft on 28th of October 2022. So please do not miss to watch that Azure Fundamental series in case you are absolute beginner on Azure and you want to kickstart your career in Azure Cloud. And friends, to get all the timely notifications of all these interesting Q&A series on various cloud certifications, please do not forget to subscribe to the channel and press that bell icon to receive that timely notification. And of course, if you got any value today, please like and share this video to help us reach more and more people who are learning cloud. You can also join us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, where you get regular short updates in cloud space. DP-203 or Data Engineering in Microsoft Azure is one certificate that every Azure aspirant looks forward to, who loves the data and who wants to build a career out of it. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Once again today, here I am with a case study type of question on DP-203. Please note, although this is our 19th part on DP-203, when it comes to the case study, this is our second one. The first case study was covered in part 15. So let's begin our case study and understand the overview section. The section says that the Fashion Limited is a clothing retailer based in Seattle. The company has 2,000 retail stores across the United States and an emerging online presence. The network contains an Active Directory forest named thefashion.com. The forest is integrated with an Azure Active Directory, Azure AD, tenant named thefashion.com. The Fashion Limited has an Azure subscription associated to the fashion.com Azure AD. Now let's move on to the existing environment detail. Here, let's first start with the transactional data. It says that the Fashion has 3 years of customer, transactional, operational, sourcing and supplier data comprised of 10 billion records stored across multiple on-premises Microsoft SQL servers. The SQL Server instances contain the data from various operational systems. The data is loaded into the instances by using SQL Server Integration Services, also known as SSIS. Moving ahead, it says you estimate that combining all the product sales transaction into a company-wide sales transaction dataset will result in a single table that will contain 5 billion rows with 1 row per transaction. Most queries targeting the sales transaction data will be used to identify which product was sold in retail stores and which product was sold in online during the different time periods. Sales transaction data that is older than 3 years will be removed monthly. Moving ahead, it says that you plan to create a retail store table that will contain the address of each retail store. The table will be approximately 2 MB. The queries for retail store sales will include the retail store addresses. Now it says that you plan to create a promotional table that will contain a promotion ID. The promotion ID will be associated to a specific product. The product will be identified by promotion ID, and this table will be approximately 5 GB. We have more information on the existing environment here. This starts with the streaming Twitter data. It says that the e-commerce department at the fashion develops an Azure Logic app that captures trending Twitter feeds referencing the company's products and pushes the products to Azure Event Hubs. Further, we have planned changes. It says the fashion plans to implement the following changes. The first one is load the sales transaction dataset to Azure Synapse Analytics. The second one is integrate on-premises data stores with Azure Synapse Analytics by using SSIS packages. The third one we have is use Azure Synapse Analytics to analyze Twitter feeds to access customer sentiments about the products. Now let's understand what are the sales transaction dataset requirements. Here it says that the fashion identifies the following requirements for the sales transaction dataset. The first one is partition data that contains sales transaction records. Partition must be designed to provide efficient loads by month. Boundary values must belong to the partition on the right. Second one says ensure that queries joining and filtering sales transaction records based on product ID complete as quickly as possible. Third, we have implement a surrogate key to account for the changes to the retail store addresses. On the fourth, it says ensure that the data storage cost and performance are predictable. Lastly, we have minimize how long it takes to remove old records. And now we have some data related to the customer sentiment analytics requirements. Here it says that the fashion identifies the following requirements for the customer sentiment analytics. The first one says allow the fashion users to use Polybase in an Azure Synapse Analytics dedicated SQL pool to query the content of the data records that host the Twitter feeds. Then we have data must be protected by using row level security. The users must be authenticated by using their own Azure AD credentials. The third one says maximize the throughput of ingesting Twitter feeds from event hubs to Azure storage without purchasing additional throughput or capacity units. Then we have store Twitter feeds in Azure storage by using Event Hub capture, and the feeds will be converted into paraquet files. Next, it says ensure that the data store supports Azure AD based access control down to the object level. And then we have minimize administrative effort to maintain the Twitter feed data records. Lastly, it gives purge Twitter feed data records that are older than 2 years. Now let's understand some of the data integration requirement. It says that the fashion identifies the following data integration requirements. The first one is use an Azure service that leverages the existing SSIS package to ingest on-premises data into datasets stored in a dedicated SQL pool of Azure Synapse Analytics and transform the data. The second one is identify a process to ensure that changes to ingestion and transformation activities can be version controlled and developed independently by multiple data engineers. So those were all the details given in the case study. We started with understanding the overview section. We understood what are the existing environment details, followed by the planned changes, and then we read about the sales transaction, customer sentiment, and data integration requirements. I strongly recommend you to rewind the video and go through the entire sections that we have covered so far before we jump to the question and answer section. Now let's move ahead and read our first question. So here it comes, our question number 1. The question says that you need to implement the surrogate key for the retail store table. The solution must meet the sales transaction dataset requirements. What should you create? The first option given is a table that has an identity property. Then the second one is a system version temporal table. Thirdly, we have a user defined sequence object. And lastly given is a table that has a foreign key constraint. Now let me first tell you which sales transaction dataset requirement is the question talking about. Here it comes. Here we can see that we have a requirement that says implement a surrogate key to account for changes to the retail store addresses. And this requirement, my friends, was given in the sales transaction dataset requirement. I hope you remember this requirement. In case not, you can always go back and rewind the video. Now let me first give you the answer. The answer for this question is a table that has an identity property. The justification comes here. It says a surrogate key on a table is a column with a unique identifier for each row. The key is not generated from the table data. Data modelers like to create surrogate key on their tables when they design data warehouse models. And of course, you can use the identity property to achieve this goal simply and effectively without affecting load performance. Before moving ahead to the next question, let me remind you that part 8 in Azure Fundamental series is coming in next few days. So if you or anyone you know wants to deeply understand the core Azure concepts, then this is the best series to watch. Moving ahead, we have question number 2. It says that you need to design an analytical storage solution for the transactional data. The solution must meet the sales transaction dataset requirement. What should you include in the solution? Here you have to give the answer on 2 levels. The first one is table type to store retail store data, and then we have table type to store promotional data. The options are pretty much the same for both of them. The first one is hash, then we have replicated, and the third one is round robin. Now friends, before jumping to the answer, I am sure that you want to know which requirements are we fulfilling in this question. Here it comes. The first requirement that we are fulfilling is that you plan to create a promotional table that will contain a promotion ID. The promotion ID will be associated to a specific product. The product will be identified by product ID. The table will be approximately 5 GB. Where is it coming from? This is coming from the existing environment section. Then the second requirement that we are fulfilling is ensure that queries joining and filtering sales transaction records based on the product ID complete as quickly as possible. And this is coming from the sales transaction dataset requirements. I am hopeful, friend, that you are liking the way that we are trying to associate the requirements with that of question. Of course, this will not happen in the real exam. We are just trying to help you associate how to match the sections in case study with that of the questions. If you like this style of presentation, please put a yes in the comment section. Now let's check out the answer for the first part of the question. Here it comes. It is the replicated, and the second part of question we have the answer as hash. Now let me give you the justification. Here it comes. The first one says that the replicated table, which we chose as the first answer, does not require any data movement for the joins because the entire table is already present on each compute node. To move the data, the query plan contains an operation called broadcast move operation. This type of data movement operation slows the query performance and is eliminated by using replicated table. Moving on with the hash, well, hash distributed table improve query performance on large fact table. And as we read in the question that this table is going to be 5 GB in size, that's why we have chosen hash as the answer to this question. Now let's move ahead to the question number 3. It says that you need to implement an Azure Synapse Analytics database object for storing the sales transaction data. The solution must meet the sales transaction dataset requirements. What should you do? Once again, we have to answer on two levels. The first one is transaction SQL DDL command to use. The second part is partitioning option to use in the with clause of DDL statement. The options given for the first part are create external table, create table, and lastly we have create view. And the correct answer for this part of the question is create table. Moving on to the next part, we have options as format options, format type, range left for values, and range right for values. The correct answer for this question is range right for values. And now comes the question that you need to answer to get the free PDF file of this case study. Just a while back, I mentioned that in coming days, we have a next part coming up in Azure Fundamental series. Now to get a free PDF file of this case study on DP-203, you have to tell me the part number which is coming up in the Azure Fundamental series. You can of course rewind the video to get the answer. Now let's move ahead with the question number 4. It says that you need to design a data retention solution for the Twitter feed data records. The solution must meet the customer sentiment analytics requirement. Which Azure storage functionality should you include in the solution? Your options are change feed, soft delete, time-based retention, and the last one is lifecycle management. And exactly which requirement are we fulfilling? We are fulfilling the requirement which said purge Twitter feed data records that are older than 2 years. And this one is coming from the customer sentiment analytics requirement section. And the correct answer for this question is option D, lifecycle management. Now here comes another interesting question. Question number 5. It says that you need to implement version changes to the integration pipelines. The solution must meet the data integration requirement. In which order should you perform the action? Here we are given with some of the actions. The first one is merge changes. Second one is create a pull request. Then we have third one as create a feature branch. Fourth one is publish changes, and the fifth one is create a repository and a main branch. Please note that in this question, you just have to order or sort these actions in the correct order. So let's check out the correct order of these actions. Here it comes in the answer area. The first action that you must perform is create a repository and a main branch. Of course, that goes without saying. You must first create a repository, and that repository should have a main branch. Once you have the main branch, the second step would be to create a feature branch. Once you have the feature branch, then you can start initiating or creating a pull request. And then of course, once you have a pull request, you can merge your changes. Once your changes are merged to the main branch, then of course, as a last step, you can publish the changes. I hope you understand the correct sequence of the actions that we need to perform. If not, you can always reach me in the comment section. Now let's move on to the question number 6, which is the last question of this case study. The question says that you need to design a data storage structure for the product sales transaction. The solution must meet the sales transaction dataset requirements. What should you include in the solution? Your options are hash, replicated, set the distribution column to product ID, and the last option is set the distribution column to month. Now that we have done some of the questions already, friends, I would suggest you to rewind the video, go to the case study section where we read all the details and try to figure out which requirements are actually linked to this question. But anyways, I will tell you the correct requirements. Please try to match off your understanding on the requirements with the one that I'm going to show you. It's very important because if you won't be able to associate the requirements with the question, you will never be able to crack case studies in these kind of examinations. So let me show you the requirements. The first requirement that we are trying to fulfill is this one, which says the partition data that contains sales transaction records. Partitions must be designed to provide efficient loads by the month. Boundary values must belong to the partition on the right. This is coming from the sales transaction dataset requirement section. The second requirement that we are fulfilling is this one, which says ensure the queries joining and filtering sales transaction records based on the product ID complete as quickly as possible. Once again, this is coming from sales transaction dataset requirements section. Now let me give you the correct answers. The first option that you have to select is hash, and the second correct option that you have to select is set the distribution column to product ID. So that was all. I hope you enjoyed this case study on DP-203. Guys, please remember the case studies are very important and integral part of DP-203 exams. Also, please do not miss to watch our other exciting case study series on AZ-104. And if you are an Azure beginner, then Azure Fundamental course is just the right choice for you. Case studies are kind of questions that not only prepare you for the certifications like DP-203, but also take your overall cloud understanding to a whole new level. Hello and welcome back to the Tech Blackboard. Looking at the importance of case studies, here I present another interesting case study on DP-203 to help you get certified. Please note that although this is our 20th part in DP-203 Q&A series, when it comes to the case study, this is our third one. The first one was covered in the part 15 and the second one was covered in part 19. As always, let's start with understanding the overview section. The section says that Perfect Pizza Incorporations owns and operates 300 convenience stores across US. The company sells a variety of packaged foods and drinks as well as a variety of prepared foods such as sandwiches and pizzas. Then it says that Perfect Pizza has a loyalty club whereby members can get daily discounts on specific items by providing their membership number at the checkout. Then it says that the Perfect Pizza employs business analysts who prefer to analyze the data by using Microsoft Power BI and the data scientists who prefer analyzing data in Azure Data Breaks notebooks. Now we have the requirements, which starts with the business goal. The business goal is that the Perfect Pizza wants to create a new analytics environment in the Azure to meet the following requirements. The first one is see the inventory level across the stores. Then we have data must be updated as close to the real time as possible. The third one is execute ad hoc analytics queries on the historical data to identify whether the loyalty club discounts increases sales of a discounted products. Then lastly, we have every 4 hours notify the store employees about how many prepared food items to produce based on the historical demand from the sales data. Coming up next is the technical requirements. It says Perfect Pizza identifies the following technical requirements. The first one here is minimize the number of different Azure services needed to achieve the business goals that we just read. Use the platform as a service or PaaS offering whenever possible and avoid having to provision virtual machines that must be managed by Perfect Pizza. Then it says that ensure that the analytical data store is accessible only to the company's on-premises network and Azure services. Then it says use the Azure Active Directory authentication whenever possible. Moving ahead, use the principle of least privilege when designing security. Stage inventory data in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 before loading the data into analytical data store. Perfect Pizza wants to remove transient data from the data. Further, it says lake storage removes the data once the data is no longer in use. Files that have been modified date that is older than 14 days must be removed. And then it says to limit the business analyst access to customer contact information such as phone numbers because this type of data is not analytically relevant. The last line says to ensure that you quickly restore a copy of analytical data store within 1 hour in the event of corruption or accidental deletion. And now comes the details on planned environment. It says that the Perfect Pizza plans to implement the following requirements. The first one is the application development team will create an Azure Event Hub to receive real-time sales data, including store number, date, time, product ID, customer loyalty number, price, and discount amount from the point of sales and output the data to data storage in Azure. Then it says that the customer data, including name, contact information, and the loyalty number, comes from Salesforce, a SaaS application that can be imported into Azure once every 8 hours. Rows modified dates are not trusted in the source table. Moving ahead, it says that the daily inventory data comes from Microsoft SQL Server located on a private network. Perfect Pizza currently has 5 TB of historical sales data and 100 GB of customer data. The company expects approximately 100 GB of new data per month for the next year. Finally, in this section, it says Perfect Pizza will build a custom application named Food Prep to provide store employees with the calculation results of how many prepared food items to produce every 4 hours. Perfect Pizza does not plan to implement Azure Express Route or VPN between on-premises network and Azure. So those were the details given in the case study. Now let's move on to the question and answer section. So here comes our question number 1. The question says that which Azure Data Factory components should you recommend using together to import daily inventory data from SQL Server to Azure Data Lake Storage? Here we can see that we have to choose what will be the integration runtime type. Then we have to choose the trigger type. And on top of that, we also have to figure out the activity type. But before that, as always, let's first understand which requirement are we actually going to fulfill. Here it comes. The first requirement that we have to fulfill is customer data, including name, contact information, and loyalty number comes from the Salesforce and can be imported into Azure once every 8 hours. Rows modified dates are not trusted in the source table. This requirement is coming from the planned environment section. Moving on, similar to the customer data, we also have the product data, and the other details are exactly same as that of customer data. Of course, this is also coming from the planned environment section. Now let's check out the options given for the integration runtime type. Here we have Azure Integration Runtime. Then we have Azure SSIS Integration Runtime. The third option is Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. And the correct answer is Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. Moving on with the trigger type, here we have options as Event-Based Trigger. The second option is Schedule Trigger. And then we have Tumbling Window Trigger. The correct answer for trigger type is Schedule Trigger. Thirdly, we have activity type, and here the options are copy activity, lookup activity, and stored procedure activity. And the correct answer for the activity type is copy activity. Now let's move on with the second question. It says, what should you recommend using to secure sensitive customer contact information? Your options are transparent data encryption, row level security. The third option is column level security, and the fourth option is data sensitivity labels. And the correct answer is option C, column level security. Now friends, as promised, to get a free PDF file, you just simply have to tell me why the case studies are important for you. Write your answers in the comment section below to get your free PDF file of this case study. Now let's move ahead with the question number 3. It says that what should you do to improve high availability of the real-time data processing solution? Your options are deploy a high concurrency Databricks cluster. The second option is deploy an Azure Stream Analytics job and use an Azure automation runbook to check the status of the job and to start the job if it stops. Then the third one is set the data lake storage to use geo-redundant storage. Lastly, we have deploy identical Azure Stream Analytics jobs to paired regions in Azure. Now, shall we find out the exact requirement that we are going to fulfill? Here it comes. It says that the application development team will create an Azure Event Hub to to receive real-time sales data, including store number, date, time, product ID, customer loyalty number, price and discount amount from the point of sale system, and output the data to data storage in Azure. This one comes from the planned environment section of the case study. Friends, once again, I want to remind you that these kind of requirement mapping or the section mapping from the case study will not be present in the actual exam. This is just to help you build a skill where you can map the case study sections with that of the actual questions. So please keep that in mind whenever you are preparing for the case studies. And with that, let's check out the answer for this question. Here it comes. We have option D as the answer to this question. And what's the justification of the same? Well, part of being fully managed service is the capability to introduce new service functionality and improvements at a rapid pace. As a result, stream analytics that we also chose as an answer can have a service update deploy on a weekly basis. And with that, let's move on to the question number 4, which is the last question for today. It says that what should you recommend to prevent users outside the perfect pizza on-premises network from accessing the analytical data store? Your options are a server level firewall IP rule. The second one is a database level virtual network rule. The third one is a server level virtual network rule. And the fourth one is a database level firewall IP rule. And the correct answer that I have chosen is the option A, a server level firewall IP rule. Now friends, I understand that you can have different views of the answer for this question. And I would love to hear if you think that option B, C or D could also be the answer to this question. Send your justifications or arguments for the other options if you think that they are the answers to this question. I hope you enjoyed this case study on DP-203. Please remember the case studies are important and integral part of DP-203 exams. Also, please do not miss to watch our other exciting case studies on AZ-104. Please do like the video before you jump on to see the other parts. Do subscribe to the channel and make sure to press that bell icon to receive timely notification of all our upcoming videos on Azure certification. So that was all, my friends. I hope this session has helped you prepare for DP-203. If yes, then please support us, like and share our videos and do not miss to subscribe. It's only your likes that help our channel to grow and reach a wider audience. So please do this small favor to us, and in case you still have any questions, do reach us in the YouTube comment section or other social media platforms where we also keep posting short learning videos on Microsoft Azure. I wish you best of luck for your exams. Thank you so much for learning with us. I will see you in the next video. Till then, stay fit, keep learning, and thanks for watching.